days of play and only 6 extra games over groups, there's not a lot of time. We learned from other qualifiers to really make the statement that you need to be in the top.
All right, we'll
three.
see if this works.
Well, it's the same thing teams like Potentially Dangerous, Toyo did when we were in the last chance, right? They started off strong, and as you said, they were able to carry that momentum, and especially in the grand finals, especially when you have 18 games, only 18 games to play, right? That is the standard, but still, when you look at the amount of mistakes and games you're afforded to have bad games, 18 games sometimes is like, damn, that wasn't enough. So we'll see. Whichever team is able to get a strong start, if they can hold on to that, especially in a lobby like this, I think they'll be all right.
Now, there were allegations, Matt. Oh, sorry, go ahead. What do you got?
I was going to say, well, I heard the fact that online that there was going to be some hot drops, but it looks like Al Qadisiyah is going to be dropping just fine, and there are no Gooner interactions.
So you're telling me that the Gooners were trolling the internet, saying that they were going to hot drop someone. Shocking developments here. But I will say, to talk
So I
about
just
some of the
saw
teams that have
that
been
Simply
shocking
Matthias
that have been
posted
interesting to
that
watch, one that I've really
they were going to
enjoyed
hot
to
drop,
see them
but Crafton
right
said
now
that they would be
has been
disqualified potentially if they hot drop.
God matchup.
Put that in
the
your
roster
bag.
is amazing. I'm excited to see what these guys can do.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's be honest. Godspeed, you can probably talk more in depth about the squad because you played around them a lot.
I love the circle.
My only thing is the fact that they were a squad that struggled whenever we saw Falcons eating up all of those points and Team Liquid and Proyecto.
Let me know if there's any issues. I get these weird stream issues. Computers getting old.
So they're going to have to make sure that they get their firefights in a much harder line.
Sam Crow, freaking shoot at me.
Taking some shots, but for me, with the God Squad, I mean, this is just such a throwback. Such a throwback. This is one of the original squads. Pat
Make sure this command works real
retired
quick.
and unretired multiple times. I love Pat to death, so I'm just happy
kidding.
to see him play. Sharpshot again, incredible players. Shinboy, Balefrost, right? This is a roster of players who have LAN experience,
you guys
who have
want
international experience, who have international success.
Story time.
So you can
When
expect a
Empire
lot from them,
first
sure,
started
but again,
playing
it
back
just
in
goes down to the strength
2019
of the lobby, how
when
much
I
they've been
played.
playing, and those factor in as well.
We
just saw
were
only 3 Gooners inside
looking
the
for
squad,
a
so I'm curious if
fill
that's why we didn't see
for
the hot drop.
scrims, and
Also to
we
note, we have a very
trialed
northeastern circle where we still have
filled
Kiko Miltar in play. That's
Belfrost.
gonna be crazy.
Ended up trialing for
We
us,
do
and then he
have
ended up getting
a
offers for
northeastern
United.
circle,
So
which means that it's
the
time
fun-
for us to check in with our casters, turn it over to them so they can walk us through the rest of the Dusty Dunes. Ladies and gentlemen, match 1, Poro Gibson, take it away.
Fear and loathing on Miramar.
That works.
As we have already got our teams on the ground. The circle is heading off to the northeast. Gibson, we've only got 3 Gooners available.
I have no idea
Maybe
what's going
that
on.
might have saved Al Qadisiyah from having a little bit of trouble early on.
Yeah, I think so. I was the one that spoke to the players.
All right, I
last
think we
night,
got
and
it.
they said they were
Also,
going to
chat,
contest them
fun
on
fact,
every single
guys that are in here,
map. And, you know, I
you
don't know
don't
if
do
I would
this,
like that.
obviously.
You know, it's a different story
But
if you're doing against Falcons.
on Twitter, we
somebody
have
who's
a
got
giveaway
that
going on for
automatic
jerseys.
passport to PGS Poro.
Twitch
But
subs
it's nice
automatically
to give,
entered,
nice to give
or
Al Qadisiyah, at least in map 1.
there's
a fair
some other
chance.
steps
Let's
you
get
can do
some
on our Twitter.
player cams. Look at
It's like-
that. Take it.
Hey.
What was
with
it somebody
Pelicans?
said about his biceps earlier? Wasn't it? Someone said he had brilliant biceps in the production
He's
crew.
jacked. I mean, he was going with a tank top last night on stream. So you know, the man's proud of himself, and he should be. He's yoked.
I'll make sure I
he's
add that.
shredded like a julienne salad. But you know, he's going to need a little bit more than muscles to finish in first place once again. But fortunately, he's got 3 of the top tierest possible teammates at his disposal as they loot up Picado. And looks like they're already on their way, just shy of 4 minutes in, which is just about the time it should be taking most of these teams to get on the move with this circle being where it is.
Yeah, it's that thing that I always speak about, Picado, those drops that they take. It's just about a stage and post. It's about being as close as possible to almost every iteration of a circle you could get in. And the thing that I love is when Falcons drop there, it's efficient. They're in, they're out, they're gone. You know when they're not in the lobby, Paro, when you see a team take that spot away from them, they normally stay a little too long because they don't really know how to play it, as we might have some early shots from Haven.
We'll see. Mime and Bestia's 2-piece getting real close to Haven. Haven wants a piece. He's going to find DraftKings instantly, knocks him out of the vehicle, and he's going to be able to get that flush as well. And that is a point picked up by El Proyecto. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good, and Haven got real lucky right there.
Well, you got to hit your shots, and that's exactly what he did. Mine will go off in his merry, merry way. And what is going on to the poor Gooners getting pushed by working in silence? One of these stars of the lobby. Matt will get the kill confirmed on the Ruben, but he's up on top of the roof. Stunning raids going out, but I feel like for the Gooners, this could be it, Poro. He's tucked in against the wall, and he's done. BL gets the kill.
Gooners done got gooned.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Simply Matt looked like a man that had very little idea of what the hell was going on around him at that moment.
That's me at any given moment, Chad, for real.
As long as possible, but at least they pick up a point. So no goose egg on the board for Gooners. Every point matters at the end of the day. But that is a beautiful pickup, as you said, for Working in Silence. Finished 3rd place overall in the group stages, which is a pretty big step up for them, as we see Curry from the Outlaws. And he's got Gump with him as a shotgun rider. They're taking looks down here. No shots just yet, but you can see there's movement going on in the hills.
Pinning that giveaway post.
Good job being disciplined with those smokes as they go for the looting phase.
And the thing is, though, the Outlaws have an angle on the driver's seat. You can see the steering column from this position. So if someone from Working in Silence gets a little too eager, this could be a problem for them. Now, Souls is already off in his merry way. BL will follow in succession, but I think they've just about gotten away with one there. Outlaws maybe a little too passive, Paro, but for Working in Silence, 3 kills on the board already. Gooners dealt with. You couldn't ask for a better start to this game.
No, that worked out perfectly for him. Now, the one unfortunate part is that they lose a member. But,
I don't know if it tells you I'm going to do this,
you take that, and
but I'm going to do this.
Their merry way once again. As Working in Silence, going into Miramar,
I forgot those people in the call with
how
me.
these teams performed during the group stages. Falcons got 2 wins. God Squad got 2
wins. You got a
wins.
mighty fine place.
And then LG and El Proyecto rounded out the string. And then in the LCQ, Wuju 2 won twice. And Toyo
I'm not even in it now. I'm full-blown PUBG mode.
That is who we have our eyes on now. That being said, Falcons got wins pretty much everywhere, so it's hard to really pin that down. It doesn't seem like there's a map that they're favoring more than any others right now, really.
I don't know.
It's just the whole game
I curse you now because you got me invested.
They're one of the top teams in the region and have been for so long at this point. And they've got an, I'm going to use one of the wee words the kids say. They've got an aura about them. Teams
aura, they said aura.
They avoid them. Yeah, like. Look, they're a team.
That's the thing about running Empires. It's a PUBG,
we're not taking this fight. We're back.
Valorant organization, which is primarily
but there's other teams in lobbies where you take that knock and you're like, yeah, I want some of that smoke. I'll Kudzi, though. They're a team that I don't think you want to get into aggressive.
The kids that are in this call right now, I'm pretty sure have a combined age of like 22.
You can see it whenever the team fights start coming up. They'll take a knock and they'll slow down.
That would mean Rose would have to be.
They'll try to go for the res, get back up to full strength before taking the fight again. Nah, there's a couple of teams in this lobby. They take that knock and they're still like, you know what? We still like our chances against you.
Like you said again. Wait, 22 minus 5. That's like 17.
There you go. You got it.
Congratulations.
You earn a gold. You earn a gold star. How do you feel?
That water treatment facility, the beautiful compound up here.
Why did I make this an open call?
So many times, but lately
that was
a little bit different. We'll see how it goes this time.
Mine any call. I can join any call
to their north as well. Like when you think about it, you've only got El Proyecto and Wuju 2 who are rotating up past Oasis now as things stand. So
no, I'm not.
Space to their side.
That's the same thing.
Adam here for Team Empire made their way through the LCQs. He's up in the sky doing some forward scouting for his team, and I'm a fan of this, right? Because the way I see it,
no, Adam, my boy.
Information. That thing doesn't blow up. It's gone on fire now. It'll crash land, but you can crash land safely. So all you got to do is limp your way somewhere near your team where you can get picked up and be on your merry way once more.
Yeah, it seems like for the most part, everybody's just kind of gaining information more than anything as we check in with Team Liquid. One of those teams that a lot of eyeballs are on, a lot of expectations on this squad to perform after being extremely consistent last year, but just never really
that's a lot of milk.
Kind of cresting that mountain and getting that first place spot that everybody was hoping for. But you still make a lot of money and you still get a lot of attention when you're consistently in the top 4, top 3. So
they did update our logos. Very nice.
That they can surmount that.
Should have on the black outlined one.
Place. But Falcons is a big roadblock in the way of that.
Where the fuck's Indian Gamer at? He said he was going to be here.
Like to say this is a game of milliseconds, and it's the butterfly effect rings true in this game more than any other. And you're talking about seconds, and it would have been Team Liquid that would have been your reigning PGC champions had that push been a tiny bit earlier. But if buts and maybes, it doesn't matter. All that happens matters is what happens on the day as Sam Crismo start looking down towards Al Qudsi, and that's a big shift over towards El Azahar.
Yeah, that's a rough shift, and you can see how many teams thought that it was going to hug on that western side.
Yes, go boys, find the mountaintop.
They've all got to get in the vehicles, get on the move on once again, as we got 4 teams playing around Death Road. Liquid going to run right in to that team in yellow, Alcancia, as they will just breeze through. It looks like they don't want to take the fight right now, and I can't say I blame them, because they know that this spot is about to be really, really populated. It's going to get a lot of teams giving a lot of attention over here, so they need to get up there and claim their spot as quickly as possible.
Yeah, rotating in now as we got Dots moving in too. And you know what? I have a lot of love for this team, Poro. It's a real proper community team when you look at the players that are there. Shane Doe casted for a while. You know, he came in, he was doing scrims 3-4 nights a week, and then he was like, you know what? I see these guys doing it. I can do that too. And here he is now in a PAS Grand Finals lobby. What a glow up that's been.
Okay, we got Sam Carismo and Team Liquid already squaring off. Curdy has been taken down. Nice trade comes through onto Sam Crow, but the flush will come through onto Kurt. So that at least is one player down for Sam Carismo, and that is one player that they don't have to worry about going for the res against. Spark and can go for the peak onto Nick. 2 down here. DNL almost taken out as well.
Ooh, bots, get him out of here.
Probing grenade, not going to find anything here as Lopez works the rooftops. DNL trying to go for the res on to Nick. Alo will try to rejoin Luke and make their way into the building through the smoke cloud. He will do so. He will flush out Sam Crow on his way.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they've got themselves 1 kill in this fight as they try to win this battle, and Sam Carismo going to take some pressure. It's actually Alcancia Rello getting that knock from a long ways away, and all of a sudden Liquid and Sam Carismo know it ain't that fight. DNL will get the knock onto Alo as he tried to get aggressive with the AUG. He sprays through the smoke now as we're trying to get anything in the midst of the madness, and Team Liquid.
What do you guys think the average per game is going to be needed here? You think it's going to be as wild as LCQs, or
get another one as Alo will get flushed out by DNL,
or even groups? 180 from
really,
from Falcons.
Even if you win this, it's not really a win, is it? It's now potentially dangerous. They want all of this. I'm not sure if they know that Alcacia is on that.
I was talking to Michael earlier. We're thinking like 8 to 10 a game.
Push, but they want a fight here. They're spoiling for it.
I guess with 3 days though, so much can happen in 3 days compared to 2.
In their last chance qualifier, finishing 2nd place overall, and I think they're wanting to take a little bit of that aggression now towards the grand final.
What is going on? This is map 1 of PAS, and we have
allegedly
4 teams fighting it out at the halfway point. Sam Carismo,
Dots is going to hot drop us on
shotgun, but you cannot rest on your laurels. You've still got potentially dangerous here, Poro.
Doing a complaint.
Inside the church is Theros. He's holding the angle from one side.
Gooners can't do it. Dots can't do it.
Liquid exactly where they want them.
And with a little bit of the old ultra violence, but that long building really tends to slow things down here. That is such a tough building to push, as we have seen over the years.
That's 2 maps, we get 4 points.
Decides they want to push in after sending the Molotov in to start things off, but they've got to be careful. Alcancia is still on that high ground, so if they peek over the top here, they could see him at any moment. We see in the minimap the circle has popped, and this is still inside the zone on the very southern side, as Alcacia looks like they're getting into vehicles right now. So maybe potentially dangerous can take their time a little bit more with this one.
Yeah, they got the time, and look, some problems as well, Poro. You need a steady set of hands, you need fine instruments, but some problems you just need a hammer for, and potentially dangerous. They've got the Panzer, their hammer at the ready. Should Team Liquid extend too far,
a hammer, Gibson.
in a few minutes time, all the smoke should dissipate inside, and from that point on, then potentially Dangerous can really make the move. But you can't move into the fog of war. You do that and it's a problem.
No, and Liquid's too smart for that. They know they can just they'll keep recycling these smokes as long as they can. Really, it's just Operation waste their time at this point, and hope that maybe at some point they just decide to leave, although I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of PUBG. 2 free kills just being left when you got a 4-man squad there, especially when you're inside the zone. You can see a few teams off in the distance still making passes through. That's Toyo, but they're not getting any closer here. Meanwhile, Alcacia, after leaving their spot, they've taken a high ground spot overlooking Death Road, and they've got Empire just off in the distance, and they're about to have Toyo right on their doorstep as well, as now potentially Dangerous has finally started to make their way into this long building.
Yeah, but you can still see there's so much smoke inside that Gabri just can't afford to push up with the Panzer at risk of taking himself down or even one of his teammates. But you know exactly where Luke 12 is. Run into the bathroom, nobody there. Go check the next room. If he gets a shadow of Luke 12, he is hitting that trigger finger.
That's the thing, is right now PD just does not want to lose a single player off of this. This feels like free points. It should be free points, but don't take a knock and instant flush. That would be ruinous here, as Gabri does not know that Alo's there. Luke 12 rather. Luke 12 will get the knock and the flush. And now he's gonna get traded down by it. The damage might already be done, as Sparking has the shotty in hand, and he's already proven dangerous with that thing.
The King of the South looking to take on 3 members of Potentially Dangerous all by himself, but I see the FAMAS in the distance as well. So Sparking needs to pick his opportunities. Now, as we said, the smoke is his friend. He can move around into that little bit of mayhem and try to find it. Yeah, that's it. There's none left to work with, but he has 2 stuns, Poro, and he almost had the chance to get a knock there onto it.
Theros still working from the outside. Slabby coming from the other side. I'm not sure if Sparky's going to hear those footsteps over the sound of... Oh, no, and now LG. Oh, LG came from the high ground.
So,
and
chat,
gonna be Snakers that
Gats from
hand
Luminosity said
right
that if Finna gets a total of 10 kills,
will finish off Team
he
Liquid right
will
as
sponsor
the next
2,000
zone
G
pops.
coin
We're
giveaway.
going
So
off
let's
to
not
the
let
north
him
once again.
live that down after tonight, right?
And with that circle
he's
shift,
gonna
El
live it down, or we're
Proyecto
gonna
in a
braid
great
him
spot.
for it.
Empire have their position as Alcudia will lose one on the rotate. Toyo's Emmy picking up the first point of the day for them. But I'm looking elsewhere. You look towards the north, you go too far north, you're in the crop circles, and you're stuck in a bit of a problem. And now God Squad, they've got a problem called Bestia that's moving up on their hill line, and they're hoping that maybe Falcons on the drive-by could be a bit of a distraction.
That's the hope anyway. God Squad. Not sure if they are aware how close anybody is, but you can hear him just getting peppered from range by Toyo. So they can't, I mean, the angles that they have to try to clear out underneath are so limited here, as 9-1 is going to spot out H-Win dancing around on that cliffside. We'll swap over to the 2X barrel.
Vibing here right now.
Around the edges of this tree. He knows he's in trouble, but H-Win's going to spot him, and that is an instant shot and an instant grenade follow-up. 9-1 going to be in trouble here, and yep, he is down and out. Shrimsy will be the one to finish him off, and Outlaws go out in 13th place.
12 teams left, 41 players alive as we get a look back at that gunfight. Shane Doe, that great knock on the Gump, confirming out that points. 2 points for them so far. Then there's the 3rd kill as Shane Doe picked up another one. Remember what I said about he thought he could do that? He's showing he can do it, but now he's got to worry about Falcons, because here come the top dogs pushing up onto this compound.
Empire's not pushing up on that compound. What are they talking about?
On the edge of the zone as well, and Toyo has
I don't even
not
feel like
left.
I can say that.
They are getting
even
shot
trolling.
at, so Emmy's going to have to reposition. So this might be a little bit of a window here for God Squad if they decide to get in those vehicles. It looks like they're thinking about it for now. Bestia looks like they're going to try to get in vehicles as well and dip on out. Meanwhile, just off to the north, you can see Falcons slowly.
I need to like not be in the players Discord because they send the results.
So low, but Vinny, one shot away, and Sharp Shot will hit it.
Wait, who do we lose? When did we lose?
Gotta confirm that point though. There's too many people around. You don't want it stolen away. Get your points as quickly as you can, as Potentially Dangerous trying to push through, as well as It's is taken down to about 5 HP.
Yeah, what a roster of veterans that is too on the side of God Squad, as Pat Cap spots out Slabby. A couple of shots with the Dragonov, you need to hit those, and finally he does. But on the other side, Eros is there to get the trade. Drive-by attempt here. Sharp is obliterated by It's on the way past, and things going very, very wrong. Shinboy focusing on Falcons on the other side of this gunfight, as it's going incredibly heavy here over on the western front. And It's might go for the rest,
up,
but
brother?
let's not rule out the fact that Toyo were sneaking up too.
Yeah, we're blue zone. Where are we at?
Is indeed wild in
Gas
this zone.
goes down.
You can see
Sneak
the kill
attack.
feed
Did
is
you
just
two get
lighting
shots on the
up like a
Michael?
Christmas tree. Bliss trying to dance around.
I don't know
as
where
much
any of
as
this is
he can.
happening.
He gets real close to Tig, but Tig is ready and waiting. He'll get the knock, and looks like he will get the flush as well. So the point going over here into Falcons. Falcons still 4 strong, but still outside of zone. And you can see just how many teams are still playing around the edges of this western side. No real quick way in. And even just what's left of Dots here.
Yes, we get Michael
very
back
careful
up.
about how they want to push in because they know that working in silence is in that compound. They know that Falcons is
down.
them to the south. And
I'm guessing they're not going to be able to get him.
To get in.
Yeah, but they find a knock on the TIG, which buys them a little bit of time, potentially dangerous.
Not sure how I feel about fighting up that hill across the road.
During all of that, and I like the aggression here from Joshy. So you've got covering fire. That allows Joshy to close the distance, and that's a great nade from H-Win. But 2 Falcons are down. A deployable shield will be utilized to attempt to get a res off here. But this fight up on the west, it's insane, Poro, because in the blink of an eye, these teams could be getting no points or placement points depending on what way it goes.
Joshy's coming up behind
this could
Dots.
Be beautiful, beautiful timing from Dots and Joshy. That could be a great grenade. It will be. He'll find 2 instantly. And H-Win now the last one alive as Falcons are just getting sandwiched from every angle. One more grenade should do it if it finds him.
There's in the background too.
Will
good, Jay. Good. I mean, a little nervous, not gonna lie. This is hands down the biggest thing we've ever been a part of.
He's gonna recycle the smokes, but I don't know if it's gonna pop in time. He's gonna see Kickstart at least get the credit for that kill as Shrimzy is back on his feet, trying to get
definitely have a good squad for it.
The smoke. And he get alive. There's okay. They're back up to 2 strong. The smokes have kept them alive, kept them in this for now, and potentially dangerous. Actually, getting a little bit of offering a little bit of protection here to Falcons.
Yeah, but look at Dots getting that knock on to Joshy as the blue zone comes to play. Slabby prone with the FAMAS finds that kill as Falcons getting torn asunder here. Over on the west as Shane Doe will wrap into the blue. Potentially dangerous, eliminated, but there's still one Falcon flying. And yes, Shane, I think he's going to fall. H-Win will get that knock, but is Joshy able to get the trade? He steps up over. Joshy gets it. They say never meet your heroes. Well, Dots are glad to have met theirs because they'll say thanks for the points.
Out of 3.
Does Joshy make it out here?
Kills so far for Dots in map number 1.
Things you love.
All right, kids, I'm going to a different channel.
All
right, bye.
Have fun, farmers. Or actually, I'm just going to kick you guys out of here.
First place overall, although they are down to just 1 player, and he's got a little bit of running to do to get into zone. Toyo, meanwhile, they've lost Emmy, but they've still got 3 alive.
You're fine, Rose.
They've, I guess, quote-unquote winners.
She's like, I watch.
Although they've only got 1 kill, so it looks like they've just been able to avoid most of the nonsense that's been going on out there. But it looks like, for the most part, everybody that's still in this thing, with the exception of Wuju 2, has taken a loss.
This shift's going to be like...
So they're missing at least 1 player. Wuju 2, the last team alive,
we can deal with that.
Up, and they're going to get a little bit of zone love this time.
Yeah, they've got a bit of control up towards the northeast of the circle. Empire 3 up, they've got the compound to the south. And if you look further north, El Proyecto with a 1-1-1 split. Gizera's keeping an eye on everything that could happen with working in silence, making sure that these teams from the west don't rotate up their way. And really, they've got a buffer. Al Qudzia are a buffer for El Proyecto, so if anyone pushes into the circle, they're the early alarm bell.
Sure are. Haven and Gizera still working around on that high side. Not spotting anything. It looks like they're very concerned about teams pushing in from that blue. Although there's nobody up there, but we've got that eye in the sky, so we know that. They don't know that, so they're just being disciplined, we'll say, as Posa push away from his tree. You see Wuju 2 still 4 up, and they've left Fana behind, and Fana might be in trouble here because Posa's got him dead to rights. He can get the angle, but it looks like Fana spotted him out and now calling LFP over for some support.
Yeah, and here's the thing, if Posa had level 3 gear, he'd hold on to that angle a lot longer because it gives you the second chance, but with the level 2 helmet, you just don't want to take too much of a risk. Now, Toyo, they're making their move in. They're sending it right towards the edge of the circle. Capitan, he'll hop on out. He'll get a little bit of scout work done, while the rest of the team will leapfrog him into the circle. They're not in the zone just yet, but have a peek at Gats. He is not far away at all, and he is 100% within nade throwing range. Speaking of nades,
wild up
are going to come under heavy fire. Gizera gets the knock,
which is good.
On the
I mean, we're going to get
and Dean
heavy
the
placements.
Last player standing as Dots
Would
fall
like
in 7th, and that's a great blue zone, and that's a better nade.
Yeah, well done there by a combination of El Proyecto and working in silence. Akadisa will go down.
I'd like to see us get like 5 kills. I don't know if we're in a spot to get them.
That their high ground is currently occupied by El Proyecto. As Toyo starting to slowly push their way in, not going any further than they feel comfortable. Just
because we have to fight
uphill
on these ridge
lines. But working in silence, it feels like although they're down to 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's uphill. So like
going over on the west and the south.
No, there's a knock.
Although that's a big shot. Don't go into the blue souls. You had 1 HP in a dream. Santa now in the blue as well, but will survive just a little bit longer. He is spotted out by Posa and knows that Capitan is hiding out in that smoke. He has no util to really do anything about it.
Oh, Stoles just got sold by the turning circle of the Murado at full speed, and Santa will fall at the hands of Capitan.
Yeah, I mean, I told him 8 points.
2
so
kills, yeah, he wasn't far off.
8 to 10 points a game would be great.
Still on his feet, last player standing for them. Empire watching all of this go down as we get ready for that zone shift, and it's going to be a gift towards Empire. Yes, it could have been a little better for them, but they're pretty damn happy with that circle.
Oh, absolutely. They've been sitting pretty this whole time. Although they are down to 3, they have not.
I paid Gibson to say our name as much as he could tonight.
Craziness on the edges. They've just been able to sit inside their compound and kind of third party everything to the tune of 2 kills right now. But if they can keep getting a little bit of love here towards the end, and if the rest of these guys don't wipe each other out, you got to imagine that kill total will ramp up just a bit. Here's Capitan trying
to some people to take out some Wuju
on a Posa, but not finding the shots landing.
The 4x spray in the AUG was not an easy shot to hit as Pipa will put up that shield from behind him. You know, give yourself a little bit of cover here, Paro. But I'm looking at what's going on to the north. You just see Haven and Wuju 2 starting to front up against each other because Wuju 2 know they need to take this fight for them to wrap into the circle.
Yeah, Haven.
Yeah, that's the knock I want up.
He's on the clock right now. He's got to defend his team, but he's also got to make sure he doesn't go down. And El Proyecto really putting a lot of trust in him as they have Posa and Gizera fully paying attention to Toyo. And they're just leaving Haven to do
for that launcher. Can you launch
their backs.
Grenades out of it too, or is it only smoke? I've only ever seen it used for smokes.
And Posa and Gizera immediately responding after dropping the smokes.
Gotcha.
Kind of slow things down for Toyo as he's got Wuju 2 pinned, trying to looks like Wuju 2 might have been trying to come up this way, but they were forced into going on the south side.
You know, we're gonna get some shots off on him likely
by himself. So I think Wuju 2 realizing that Empire had that hard cover. That's a tough fight to take, and now they're just gonna have to get 4 deep in the vehicle. Where do they send it though?
That's the question. Where do you go? Do you crash it up close to the next ridge line? Gats. Yeah, Gats erupts into flame. Finna picks up that point for Empire as they get their 7th point of the game.
Shit.
Here comes that full stand from Wuju 2, and the worst possible thing happens. You lose 1 on the crash, you lose a 2nd on the crash, you lose a 3rd, and LFP, the last player standing in Valley, should be able to clean this one up. But Paro, if you're gonna crash, the very first thing you gotta do is make sure all 4 players get there successfully.
Right.
They had 3
let's make these 2 fight, and we'll just kind of hang out.
Oh boy, they sure did, and that was just a combination of everywhere.
Nervous.
As we asked where they were gonna go, that's the plan was to try to crash the compound, and it did not work.
The standing desk, stand it up, do some laps.
So they are up to 6 kills now. I believe that's 6 kills, might be 5, not 100% sure, but they've got a knock currently as they're playing that low ground just on the other side of the road. They try to make the move across while everybody else was preoccupied with each other. And you can see El Proyecto still very concerned about Toyo as Haven has found an angle, will take the shots through the smoke, but won't find the flush on the downed player.
3v3v3. Valiant holding this side of the circle while Michael will go for the res up onto Finna with plenty of smoke to go for a bit of movement. El Proyecto, kings of the high ground as things stand with Posa keeping an eye alongside everything in the center of the zone. Toyo, they're just relaxing at the minute. The blue zone will force them in a few moments' time, but you'd feel like the logical push for them would be to go north here. That's the logic. You don't want to go down range of a team that you know has angles onto somebody like Empire.
Yeah, I mean, can't believe I'm saying this, but right now Empire kind of needs Valiate to make a play here. It's what Valiate's known for, going off as a solo and kind of doing his own thing and doing what's best for the team. But right now, Michael and
I'm gonna keep it straight with the chat.
Other teammate is Finna. Michael and Finna very
I didn't
down.
have our graphics department make
maybe running low, and they're not going to be able to move as El Proyecto just has perfect vision onto this. Valiant, they kind of need Valiant to do something here, but I guess the deployable covers will keep them alive for a little bit longer, as they don't have to worry about Toyo creeping down their backs. And I think El Proyecto kind of reading that now and maybe turning their attention over towards Toyo.
What a fucking thing. There's people.
Why not two?
Yeah, and you know what's better than 2 shields?
Got the toesies.
Yeah, not getting pressed by El Proyecto, who've gotten the high ground.
Oh, now they know where Valiant is too.
That's a really good blue zone need, because that's going to force them into a more open spot if they want to rotate in. And Finn is just not enough. Finn has had enough. He crawls in. He gives the point over to Gizera. Michael should fall now. He goes down to the blue. Valiant goes for the snake play. Gets the knock on to Haven as Gizera will force now for the play.
We'll take
Gizera does get that kill confirmed. Empire go down in third. And it's a 2v2 Paro for the win. And Posa's down to 2.
Oh, man. I just wish Valiant would have made that push just a few seconds earlier. Empire may have had a chance to get out at least
good round, 100%
from being pinned down. But now, just as you said, down to Gizera and Posa playing around these cliffs, and this is where Toyo starts to come alive. They've lost one as well, so it's Benya and Pippa. But those two guys were absolutely cracked in the last chance qualifier, and it looks like whatever Toyo figured out during the LCQ, they have managed to bring it with them here into the grand final. Same with El Proyecto, really. As El Proyecto, we remember, second place in the group stages. And they have been looking good so far all the way through. Right now, it's just a question of lines of sight. You can't imagine that either of these teams have a lot of utility left, but Benya Capone, he's got the headshot. He's got Gizera down, and now Posa has to play the low side.
Yeah, Posa drops now. His options for rotating are really limited now, as Gizera will fall. That's another kill on the board for Toyo. But here's the thing. Toyo, they want to win the South American showdown. They know exactly where he is, Paro. They spot him. They get the kill. Benya gets it done.
Tied
and Toyo
second.
take the first chicken dinner.
Technically third.
PAS Grand Finals. 14 points for them. But what about Dots?
Dots, look at them. I mean, that was they just happened to be the beneficiary of some wild play on the western side of that circle early on in the game, or through the middle part of that game.
100% we take that.
I mean, man, that is they took out some big name squads there. That is coming in and putting your big boy pants on and saying, look, man, we belong here.
I feel great about myself.
With Falcons, they took on Potentially Dangerous. Like, they were right in and amongst it as they take the win in the very first game of the night. But it's a South American showdown on Miramar, as the team that we spoke about in the pre-show come out on top. Guys, back on the desk, did you know something we didn't?
We know a lot of things that you don't. And we're going to go over all of those. We break down the action. I do want to give a shout out when we saw those player pictures flexing the PNC jerseys. Gotta love that. They're like, not only did we win, but we're the best the country has to offer. That was pretty cool. What a fun, interesting game. We're going to take a second when it's ready and go back over the highlights. But that end game was a brutal one. When we got to, I think it was Circle 7, Godspeed, nobody was in it.
No, there was really not that many teams left as we go back to the highlights. I mean, the end game was crazy just between Toyo and Proyecto and Empire being in there. This early kill on DraftKings was really rough for Bestia. They did not have the best start. And then this three-way fight between Liquid as well as, I believe it was Semprismo, and then you also had Potentially Dangerous come in. I mean, it was a very action-packed first game, Matt.
Well, we just kept having, like, we started off with a northeastern set circle, and we still kind of hung out in that northeastern area. So we had a squad like El Proyecto that went and got a very strong position early, but due to the fact that they managed to keep control for so long, I think Circle 3 was whenever they were there, we're going to see whenever we see these last couple of highlights, there's near on nothing left. All their armor is in tatters. They have, like, no ammo. So it's going to be the squad where we see on the opposing side of that, Toyo, who is a lot more, I guess, movement-based in the trenches moving into these later circles that they kept managing to replenish. And Dots was a big beneficiary of fighting along the sides and putting on the big boy pants, I think as Poro said it, because they got into a lot of skirmishes over there and actually managed to walk out of it, but then ended up walking into a different death trap. You got to give them respect. They held that ground well.
I mean, especially when you talk about Dots, Shane Doe had 5 kills individually. Josh, I believe, had 3. They did a phenomenal job of getting as many points as possible as only a 3-man going into Circle 6. I mean, that push, Wushu2 did their best to try to just get in, but between the windows being blocked as well as, you know, El Proyecto just having a dominant position up top, it was going to be really rough for them to realistically do anything. And then, yeah, the shooting just from El Proyecto up here, Matt, was just phenomenal. Also, the fact that they were able to hold off Empire as well as Toyo for a time being before this 2v2 was... El Proyecto was really playing very, very well, as was Toyo.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very well played. The momentum we talk about it coming in from last chance, they really managed to step into it. And so 14 points, Toffees, in that first game.
Wow, you know, we talked a lot at the start of the day. Can they do it? Can they make the transition? See, there's Rust and there's Patina, and I think that this might have been a Patina. Like, you know, these guys are a little old, little slow to start, but they're turning it on. That's huge for them. I also want to give a big shout out to Dots. You guys remember LCQ? Sorry. Dots was a fan favorite. People love watching these guys play. They play for the love of PUBG, and to see them come out with 12 is awesome, Matt.
Oh, yeah. I'm just also very curious to see if we saw, I guess, a healthier version of El Proyecto in the later stages. We saw them do great during the group stage. They're also coming out swinging yet again. So the biggest beneficiaries the last 2 weeks off the jump. It does seem like it's El Proyecto and Toyo, but can they keep that momentum as we do have Working in Silence, potentially Dangerous down back behind them, and Wushu2 managing to make it in the later stages. But on the right side, you know that there is a lot of firepower that just got caught in the meat grinder.
Let's talk Wushu2, Empire, Proyecto, sort of that little tough three-way crash that we saw there, Godspeed. It was the Longhouse. You know, there was not a lot of options. So Wushu2 smashes into Empire, who has this incredibly greedy spread. And it's Proyecto that protects them, essentially, and allows Valiant to survive that. It really could have worked out for Wushu2 totally differently if Proyecto hadn't been on guard from the high ground.
Exactly. If they were able to crash that point and they didn't have to deal with getting shot in the back, there's a very good chance that they could have at least made something happen against the three-man that was Empire. But again, Proyecto was just on that ridgeline. They had been controlling it for most of that game at that point, going into the later circles, and they just shredded them. I mean, they just absolutely shredded them. But even to add to... Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was going to say, it was going to look like the car got caught in the corner of the doorway, so nobody could get in, and they were just kind of stuck there, was all I was going to point out, Godspeed.
Yeah, no, I agree. And also when it comes to Toyo, right, we posed the question, I specifically posed the question, they fixed a lot of the mistakes that they made going into the LCQ. They got, circle favor a lot, but they made sure that when they didn't, they rotated early. They were able to control their side of the circle. They did that in game one. This is early days, but still, I posed the question, are they going to be able to do that in a stronger lobby? And so far, in game one, even as a two-man going into that against three members of El Proyecto, they executed flawlessly.
I do want to give a shout out to the Empire sort of surviving that crash. And I like that Finna, they knew they were done for, and he crawled into the blue zone to give away a free kill to thank them for getting them some placement points. Just like we want to thank you guys for watching. So pay attention all day. Just below you, you're going to see G-Coin giveaways. That code has vanished, but there are more out there. It is. There's some G-Coin giveaways for you guys. We'll have more throughout the day.
Well, if I'd known that, I'd have PUBG open.
Between shows so we can give you as much free stuff as you want. I know we all really want to progress that AUG, Neon AUG to maximum. I'm still on the grind, Godspeed.
Good luck.
On the grind.
I mean, perpetually on the grind for that one, aren't you?
I know! It's a big one, but it's going to be worth it when I get there. All right, let's talk about a couple of things that happened. Here's one, and this is one maybe I can go to Godspeed because I think that you've been in this position yourself. Liquid versus Sam Charismo in the Longhouse. I mean, there was a point where Sparking was just spinning in circles, yelling,
like I said, Gat said if Finna gets 10 kills, he's sponsoring a 2,000
And then they were crash potentially dangerous. What is it about this house that makes it such a, I don't want to cuss, but an S show? Whenever people try to go in there, I myself, it seems okay, but whenever I see pros in there, it's a debacle.
Oh, yeah,
it's just very difficult because there's mainly 2 choke points and it's just one long building, right? Like we saw that earlier with Sparking. I think he got flashed and he just completely started shooting in the air, which was hilarious to see. But pushing those are notoriously difficult, right? 20%. You have 2 main entry points. You have the long hallway. Yes, you have the back window in the middle of the first floor, but generally vaulting into those without flashes or utility
a giveaway
is suicide,
on
right?
our
Twitter.
It's
just really hard. And then to add insult to injury, as we look at the map rotation, we
ended up being $75 because we did
potentially Dangerous came in third party that fight, so already you're dealing with a very difficult
when the boys got an open qualifiers
to push and work with. And then just to add to that, you know, hey, here's another full 4-man squad coming in to
and
crash.
every
So
single
2 cents on that one.
Go ahead.
As well, because you have to remember at the ends of
every
it's got that
single
territory section where people can be throwing in nades from
well, not every single, but it was a follower retweet, you know, one of those guys. And I'd say 80% of the people,
So it's got this really long hallway, and it's just like got 2 holes that are just
80% of the people were new accounts that only follow Michael, Adam, Valiant, Finna, and Empire. So it was like 100% bot. All right, locked in. Here we go.
Because it does seem like a lot of ways to
Early
look
jump,
out,
head to
or is it
resort.
sort of a better
Nope.
a better place to
Puerta?
push?
It depends on the crash, the angle
We're
you're
getting hot
hitting it
shot by
from, the
Gooners.
utility. If you use smokes, that can cause a lot of confusion, right? We saw that in that push initially, where smokes were starting to get thrown. You block out each end of the long building,
Always.
and then
Gooners
you just
still
leave
only playing
it
with
very
3.
difficult for people to, like I said, to vault in, because at that point you're just taking a gamble if you don't have control of the inside. And then for the people inside, you have to make sure you're not making a mistake and you're watching those angles. If flashes come through, you know you're delayed for a second, you have to peek around the corner. That's an opportunity, an opening for a team to get in. So it's just, there's a lot of stuff going on in the
Calm now. It's like
micro
once
that
we get to
makes
like
those
top
fights so
6 range, I'm
difficult.
like,
All right, a nice, easy plane to kick off our second Miramar match. It seems like some of our LCQ teams really stepped up in game 1. Matt, do you think we can attribute that at all to the fact that they came through LCQ and they're just a little bit warmer?
There's a part of that. I mean, we also can see that whenever we have very hard shifts up into any corner of the map, a looser play style can sometimes be a bit more beneficial, right? Because you're just kind of riding the wave versus more of a regimented style. So we'll have to see if more of that regimented style starts to show off, as this is not quite as north as last time.
That's true, though it is still north. And this is one of those maps, guys, dude, I feel like when you have double tap circles in the same sort of region, because it's so hard to maybe traverse Miramar as opposed to a Wrangle, that it can be really frustrating if you are, say, like a Toyo. I guess they're not
What
that
is a
far.
circle?
Or,
It's the same
or
circle.
down there in
Mix it up.
Empire, who has to
PUBG?
adjust more than once and doesn't get one of their 2 circles. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm really glad you brought up Toyo as well, and especially when we look at Empire and their current position in the circle, because what we saw as far as adjustments go when it comes to Toyo is when they didn't get circle initially, they made sure to rotate as early as possible. When you're in a position where you're one of the teams on the very outside, I would use Toyo as an example, right? You either have to rotate early or you just have to be okay with coming late, right? Because a lot of these teams are already going to come in. Most teams, I would say, even like Empire, like teams that are in between them, Liquid, may even opt to use the Eastern Road. That rotation generally is encamped. There's a lot of room to get into the circle. You can spill in from the north side, and then you can find yourself a position to play with some
if I'm
high
Empire,
grounds. When
which
you're a team like
I
Toyo,
am,
in between all of it, you
I'm
might
going
just
right back to the same spot.
either go
if it's
in early,
I don't
like I
actually know
said, or
where
you
that
just
was.
might have to wait. And a lot of teams have found success in the past, I mean, I'm going way back for this, but we look at teams like TSM, sometimes even FaZe, they would come in late in the circle and then they'd find their spot that way. But I mean, those are really the only options you have, and then you want to hope that you don't fight another team in that rotation so that it doesn't slow you down further.
Well, I don't want to slow down our casting duo any further. It looks like the action may be starting soon. Let's turn it back over to Gibson and Poro for our second match in the Dusty Dunes.
Yeah. That's enough analysis from you guys back at the desk. And Poro, I have a bone to pick with you.
What did I do?
Yeah. Well, we were supposed to have a very cagey, very calm, very relaxed opening map to PAS, but you came out here with your suit jacket, your fear and loathing glasses on, and all the players saw it, and you got their blood pumping. They went into it a little bit more jacked up than they should have been, and it's all your fault.
We want the show, baby. We're here for the show. If I wanted to sit around and watch people pretend to not shoot at each other for 15, 20 minutes, I'd go watch EU. I'm in America's, man. I want to see people scrapping. I want to see them dropping on each other. I want to see them killing each other, because that is what this country and the countries, this whole region of the world, was built on. It's these guys right here.
Yeah, America. Freedom, yeah, from the Irish person on the other side of the Atlantic, yeah. As the Gunners begin their rotation, and you know what? They're in the lobby. They got eliminated pretty early in the last time, but looking at this one, they're going to rotate in. Icy Flex, unfortunately, didn't make it in this time. Maybe we'll get to see him later on. But Poro,
yes.
If the Gunners are one thing, they're entertaining.
By God, they are entertaining. They weren't so entertaining in game 1, but like you said, they're missing a player, so you can't really fault them too much for that. Well, they did drop Southern Los Leones, so we'll see if they get involved. They didn't decide to scrap with Team Liquid, and Liquid actually rotating directly east instead of going north. So probably going to avoid having to run in Gooners as it is. Falcons, meanwhile, after looting up in Picado, heading into that southern part of Graveyard, they've got a sandstorm just off to their west. And this, though, is a bigger problem as God Squad is right on the other side of the mountain from Al-Qadisa. Roth is already there. He takes a few shots, but Pat Caps flips on him immediately. Doesn't land anything, though.
Yeah, D providing the cover for Roth on the other side, which allows him to get up this close. And with that, you see the rest of God Squad rotating around. Sharp shot. He will come to the far side of the valley now, seeing if he can spot someone. You can just about see up by the Hollywood sign above Minas Generales that there is a member of Al-Qudsi appearing this way. And Shinboy, he gets up. Yeah, I think Shinboy's going to continue wrapping out of there, find a better angle for this fight. But I wasn't expecting these two sides to meet this early on in the game.
No, I think this is more of a symptom of the circle, obviously, and then just rotation patterns. As both teams really, it's just southeast of dead center. So I think both of these teams really opting to play that spot. And it looks like Sam Creasmo might be sending it over there too, as you can see now Roth will spot out DNL, as DNL getting a little bit close to the sun there in the minivan, but will pull away once again. I don't know if he spotted something, but Sam Creasmo, the rest of the team starting to arrive, and this could be bad news for Sam Creasmo, as DNL I don't think he's spotted anything yet.
I don't think he knows, and he's got to be so careful because yes, one team did leave in the God Squad, but I could see it.
Ding, ding, ding.
Not too far away. Vinny just making noise inside the barn. The whole point of these shots is to let other teams know I'm here,
he's
right?
all by
You're
himself.
not trying to get any knocks. This is, you see those clips of like silverbacks beating their chest to let people know they're there. It's like, yeah, I'm here. That's what he's doing. He's like, yeah, you're not challenging me. Drive on. Move on somewhere else. Roth, though, he definitely looks like he wants a challenge here in the early stages of the game.
Actually, Sam Creasmo getting shot at from God Squad now, as Roth getting creepy
my boy.
footsteps. He's got his Nikes on, getting real sneaky. He's going to spot out DNL, takes the shots through the window, but it's not going to land. And discretion, better part of valor there. You would have loved to be able to get that knock, but since you didn't, just get on out of Dodge. Okay, now LG pulling right up on the south side of Hacienda, where potentially Dangerous has already got 3 set up, and now they're calling back Theros.
Hacienda del Patron, and it's the house of the boss, something along that line. That's what it means. It is the boss that is potentially dangerous, and you and I have seen this team. I know that it was Kami and I cast them last year in LCQs, but this is a team with a really high ceiling. They have the potential to pop off on any given day. The problem for them, Poro, is the disparity, that gap between their ceiling and their floor is really large. Like if they can raise that floor just a little bit, they could be a really good team.
Yeah, I feel like that goes to say for most teams, right?
Here.
But potentially Dangerous in the group stages, you can tell it was a little bit rusty for sure. Only 58 points, so about 30 plus points away from the cut line. But then once they got to the LCQ, they got their feet under them. Finished second place overall. I think they finished with 109 points when all was said and done.
More nervous than I ever was playing up through like NPL opens and stuff.
Momentum going, kind of the way that Toyo did. Really, after that LCQ performance, they come into this grand finals, get that first win notched underneath their belts. Working in silence, meanwhile, they are going to find themselves a nice little spot. They finished third place overall, 113 points, so not too far behind El Proyecto. Finished ahead of Team Liquid, so they had a lot of success in those group stages as well. Looking to see if they can keep that success going here. Sitting in 6th place overall so far with 7 points through game 1.
I think that's another team that's gone under the radar. When everyone talks about the best teams in South America, it's El Proyecto they're talking about. It is
the
likes of Bestia that people are talking about. But in reality, I think that they're right up there. Biel, I've said it for a long time, he's still one of the younger players inside the Americas. He's insane. Like, you talk to any pro player and they're like, oh man, that Biel guy has
wrong answer.
Annihilated me in
yeah, I've got a case of water in here.
So many times. But he just never gets the love he deserves. Now, just as I say his name, Biel, please turn around. Please don't die the second I give you praise on stream.
Or
Look, BL has proven himself.
Would that be in non-freedom?
To be
A leader?
Very talented mechanical player, but it wasn't even BL that was
0.8 liters.
Superstar for this team through the group stages. That was Santastico and Solds, both with 20 plus kills. Although BL had him right at 18, so he wasn't too far behind.
Are we just fucking off in the blue zone like we did?
Through the sandstorm right now, but they've got nothing really surrounding them here as the new circles popped, and it is giving them a lot of room to work around here. We see Outlaws on the move as well. Falcon's going to get a little bit close to Bestia as Silson and company will go ahead and pull away from those barrels. What do we call those things? I can't hear you. Just storage facility?
Silos.
Silos. There we go.
Silos.
Well, if a silo store grain, what stores fuel? I don't know if it's the same thing. It might not. I don't know. I feel like I'm being a bad Texan right now.
I'm sure someone in chat will let us know in 15 minutes time.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know. Yeah,
I'm sure. Either that or Matt will tell me. He's more country than I am.
Yeah, but isn't he not even the one who had a ranch, right? Then someone in the talent pool had a ranch. Matt had one.
That's the one. So yeah, he should know his way around some country utility. As we see Theros at the windows, but Curry gonna pull away just in the nick of time, but potentially dangerous. They know that they still have LG on their south side, but LG just gonna play it cool for right now. And
let's see if they made it to game 2.
Potentially dangerous. So it looks like 3 teams really between potentially dangerous LG and now Falcons,
Capitan
kind of sharing that hacienda spot. Is Capitan gonna get picked out by Kurt? Nice little shot there from range.
Young man Kurt, peak of his powers, prime Kurt. I have to say that, by the way, because he gave out to me for calling him old man Kurt on a broadcast during the week. So he's the peak of his powers, prime Purdy Curdy, finding that knock. And well, speaking of players who are in their prime or coming into a, Cowboy and Rello might be about to do a number here. D, he spots out Lopez. That's as easy it comes. D and Rello combine, 2 kills confirmed, 2 points on the board for Alcudia as they set up a beautiful trap up here on the hills.
Just like that. I mean, we talked about Sam Crismo just had no idea that Alcudia was up here, and it looks like over the last 3 or 4 minutes or so, they still never got any indication, and they just end up driving right into him and losing 2 for free essentially. And now it's just going to be down to Nick and DNL to see if they can get some points here for the boys throughout the rest of this thing. Team Liquid, meanwhile, they have guys on the move on the very south end here. Now they've got Empire just off to their west. You can see them pulling into Graveyard. It's going to be Michael.
It was one of my landing spots.
They've got a little bit of space they can work with on the very edge of this southern circle. Just depends on if they run into Empire or not.
Phase 2, like it's just early days moving in. You can sit in the blue, you know, wait for the zone to pop. Like that's what Liquid are likely going to do. They'll just play here, see where things go from this point on, keep an eye on anybody who could be rotating in from the other side. Michael, a player who could be at risk depending on if the sight line is good enough in that position. What else? Adam actually spots out Alo. And inside the blue, Adam's not going to take those shots. He's just going to feed the information, Poro.
Yeah. I mean, right now for Empire, Michael's the only one inside the zone, and they've already lost 1. So Adam, you can see out here from range, he's just feeding this intel over, and you don't even see Empire on your map. You can barely see Michael on the edge there. But the rest of the guys still, I think one just went back to Picado, so the new circle will pop. And it is
Valiant taking blue damage. I can't believe it.
Gibson, a lot of fields. Like God's
It is a lot.
Chat, you want to see a meme real quick?
In a great spot. Dots are going to consolidate their position. They were in a 2-2 split. I feel like they might get themselves together again. God Squad's... Oh, Gavin, go on. Hit your shot. The Snakers will rotate past. He wastes the ammo. And now Silson will be there to force him back into cover. Oh, the one thing about that... Oh, actually, Poro, did I just see that they've crashed right towards Falcons now as well? So it could be about to get really kicked off when they don't. Vox is going to get knocked.
Looks like they did, yeah. LG kind of in shambles a little bit as they try to make their escape from Hacienda. Now, Katsia getting taken advantage of from the high ground by Liquid. Alo making that SKS do work right now. Cowboy has to stop down here a little bit just to get the heels off, but that Team Liquid train is still coming, and Cowboy is in kind of no man's land right here. He's going to really be relying on the overwatch from Rello, and Rello just not seeing the shot right now just yet.
Rello will need to move. As you can see, though, Kurt's a little far away too, so it is in essence a 1 versus 1 as things stand. And Rello spots out Luke now as well. D is here to back up his boy. Cowboy and D, the 2 young gunners in the Americas, but Alo gets the off angle. He finds D, and now Cowboy is all by himself, trying to wrangle himself up a bunch of wild horses who are moving in for the kill. And what is this nade going to be able to do? Oh, he's going to waste it. He thought he was there. He's gone. And now Team Liquid should really start to put the pressure on, and Kurt is going to get the off angle.
Man, I'm gonna have to ask Alo about this, because I don't know if I don't know the last time I've seen Alo rocking an SKS. But he is working that thing right now, and he is hitting some big shots. I wonder if he's since moved on from the Dragunov from last year, and or if he was just kind of working with whatever he's got right now.
I don't know if we're gonna get a lull in the action to look at this little meme I made.
Pretty good split, 3-1 split currently, as BL just off to the edge, holding Toyo kind of at bay as Outlaws. They're trying to find somewhere more towards the center. And this hill just off to the west of Dot's compound is going to be the best they can hope for. Meanwhile, Empire still trying to get everybody out of the blue zone, as Valiate is in Minas and Adam is in a vehicle basically right now trying to get to Michael.
They're just playing a game of leapfrog with Team Liquid at the minute.
Yeah.
You know,
It's not
one's going to get into the
gonna
circle, then the next.
like
Rello's still alive for all could see it, but it's not really been a Miramar to remember, or the likes of Al Qudsi. Now 1 player left alive, 4 points total on the board, as Michael from Empire will just creep and crawl his way in. Now, does he realize how close he is to Liquid, as that zone will shift away once more? And how's about that Dots and Outlaws position now, as Rello tries to find another point for his team? Come on, 1 shot on the sharp shot. That's all you need to find. But look at the damage Paro the Blues now putting onto him.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble, as is Empire, as Team Liquid are really taking their sweet time here, and that might be trouble, as Purdy Curdy will get picked out by Adam, and he's got a rock to protect him. Hopefully Michael can maybe come across and get a different angle here, but you see they're just on the other side of that ridge line, as Simply Matt will get spotted out by Balefrost. So Gooners down to just 2, trying to survive a little bit longer here as they send it for that cliffside on the road. It is very early to be going for that spot, but there's just not really many places else to play, as Bunt will get spotted as well. And there will go Simply Matt. Gooners going out in 16th.
And it was a good nade that he threw as well, but it wasn't good enough. Down go the Gooners, as Luke now is going to be putting pressure onto Michael. This battle going on for the south, and there is Alo just crawling inside. He wants to get close enough for Sparking to get the res, and if Michael had a blue zone, you know he'd be throwing it, but that bit of utility isn't in the back pocket. Can Empire add to their tally, and Sparking will get that res off, and you'd feel like that should be that for Michael if they get both players back on their feet.
Yeah, you can see Adam was in a vehicle trying to get over there, and he just goes down. Halo will go down as well. Michael, you can see Valiate just off in the distance, finally trying to make it out of the blue zone. But Valiate has just been nowhere near the rest of these guys this whole game, as they've been just struggling to come out, and that's going to do it for Michael, you have to imagine, here, as he tries to get out at least 1 smoke, but it's not going to be enough.
Is there any player in the Americas as good as picking up points, though, from positions like this as Valley? Last alive for Empire, as we see so often. And now Falcons
Map 2, and I get to break the meme out.
Well. They're going to go right into the center of the circle. Vehicles will get obliterated now at this point, but you know what? They're in. Like, one of the hardest things with the circle is just getting in.
That is the toughest part, for sure. It's not a great spot, but that's a spot that you can survive from for some time if you've got the utility, like the vehicles and the deployable covers. It might be okay, but potentially dangerous just above them here, as we see Bestia still on this south side. Nobody really pressing them from the south, but Oyo just off to their north, as Luke 12 will get spotted by Pat Caps, as God Squad going to pick up another kill here. That brings them up to 2 as they start to climb their way out of 12th place. They've still got 4 alive. And they've got a nice little position here on the southeastern side.
And Ruben will look to get the res off on the Santa, working in silence, sustaining a knock here as potentially dangerous. Start flooding over to Falcons, and
this was the problem.
Slabby is going to get a huge nade into the midst of the action, and now it's all down to Kick as the Falcons fail to soar inside of Miramar. Another good nade towards Kick. He'll take a little bit of damage, but potentially dangerous.
Oh no,
Kicking things off the right way. Sparking falls to the blue. And look at these mortar shots coming in here. Slowing down potentially dangerous. But this is what happens when you are Falcons and you do put a target on your back in a position like that.
Yeah, I was trying to pick out where these mortars were coming from, but I can't see it on the map. Who might be shooting them? But potentially dangerous. I mean, they took that spot in the hills, and it was always going to be rough for Falcons to try to survive there if somebody was able to get into grenade range. And unfortunately for them, potentially dangerous was right where they needed to be. Working in silence, meanwhile still holding that edge, but God Squad's starting to creep over with this new circle pop. But only Shimboy and Balefrost are there right now. Sharpshot and Pat Caps not anywhere near, so this is going to have to be a two-man show here for God Squad.
And the thing is, though, Pat Caps needs to move in a little while, but the problem now is Bestias rotate. They just about veer off at the last second. They're going to move into one of these little spots now, the shed, as we spot Valley making his way through the blue as well, off on the other side of the circle. 13 teams left alive, 37 players as we hit the 21st minutes of the game, and we'll see those numbers start to fall pretty quickly now too. Sam Crismo, once they move towards the circle, they'll have a line of sight into this position, but the problem is working in silence and God Squad should be able to work in tandem with each other to stop that from happening.
You know, I think the problem was working in silence had no idea that the two from God Squad were down here already. And unfortunately for God Squad, they had to take the shots at Sam Crismo as, okay, it was El Proyecto is cracking with the mortars coming from the far western edge of the zone as they found some success with that. Look at the replay. I love that. Rewind and run it back. Why not? But yeah, no, God Squad
Valley does what Valley does, you know what I mean?
Managed to sneak in right behind working in silence, but Sam Crismo on that high ground forced them to take the shots. And
I see that line at the top of the leaderboard, though, I tell you.
So you can see the utilities already starting to come out from working in silence. They'll find one onto Shimboy, but RBN is down as well.
Santa with a nade at the ready, throwing it up towards Pat Caps as he keeps an eye on his other side as well. As we will see Pat Caps fall now too. Santa steps up over the ridge line, but keep an eye on Bestia.
What are you gonna do against the Lynx?
Wide flank. 11 teams still alive, and this is getting very frisky on the south side. I like this from Dots. This is really hyper aggressive, and this is what I'm about.
I love it from Dots. I wish they would have everybody with them, but sending Joshy and Bliss is enough as they get the opening knock there onto Nick. And God Squad will get eliminated there in the end by working in silence. So good hold from them. They do lose one more player, so it is
man. All right, hey, I'm gonna run and grab some food right quick.
Well, this map and Bestia looks like they're gonna come over here and see if they can finish off what was on God Squad's plate.
Souls in a fight now with Mime, but Mime's got backup. Vinny with the M249, but it's Mime that finds the knock onto Santa, and working in silence fall in 10th. 9 teams left alive now, but you've still a long ways to go. DNL in between Dots and Bestia, who've got Outlaws near the center of the circle, potentially dangerous not too far, as well as El Proyecto, Poro. They're sending it right in us, and they might just get the gift of that container as well. What's in the box is the question we might be asking.
Keep them
but
up.
No.
Gotta try to keep them up there. Falcons will get eliminated. But yeah, you see Wushu 2 has the angle here. Wushu 2 still 4 alive. The only team really that's managed to keep 4 alive to the late game for both games here. They're doing a good job so far. We'll see if they can translate that into a win this time around as Bestia continues to just sweep this eastern edge, trying to clean out what's left of Sam Crismo. DNL, the last player left. He's going to try to see if he can maybe spot somebody, but no, Mime is right on time, and Bestia will pick up another one.
Climbing that leaderboard and map 2, Toyo fall. In 7th, so there's just 6 teams left to go. Dots 8 points in game number 1, 5 already this time as they're looking to get a very good start to the grand finals weekend. Off in the distance as well, you see El Proyecto. They're spreading themselves out just a little bit. Paro 2-2 split because they can do it. You've got a position now, you know nobody else is there. It's nothing but an open field. This is what you call hedging your bets. Don't put everybody in the same position, which could lead to something happening like what happened to Falcons a little earlier.
Yeah, they were very fortunate to be able to hold in their spot in that hard cover and not have to move into these wide open field positions until they absolutely had to, but you can still see how tough it is as the Kraken will take the knock here as Bestia continues to make their push forward. They'll try to clear out what's left of potentially dangerous. Slabby, very low. He's going to get spotted out by Posta from range. It's now the last player left alive for potentially dangerous. He's hiding out in the smoke as Dots. Oh, Gump will find Joshy, and Joshy's going to go down to his own grenade as Bestia just looking around, trying to spot out where this last player is. It's just being a very sneaky boy for the time being, as Outlaws and Wuju 2 are scrapping it out, and Dot's trying to leave the compound.
Wuju 2, 4 players up again in the late game, very similar to last time, finding ways to get points, finding ways to make plays. Now LFP looking to find a way to deal with him as he throws that nade up over the air into the smoke. Mine will take a little double tap from LFP, but Wuju 2 fighting 2 battles at once. Curry from the Outlaws getting close enough to get the knock on to Bestia as the Outlaws will get eliminated now, bringing us to our final 5. And Dots, Paro, they're just about inside the circle. They've found a little salvation for at least now. They're hoping that someone else can put pressure on the Wuju 2, and that's what happens.
Yeah, somebody needs to put pressure on Wuju 2 because El Proyecto was stuck out in the field and they tried to make a move, but Wuju 2's sneak attack was instantly on that, and he gets knocked. So Bestia right now, they're just being a bully in this lobby. It's just recycling those smoke, trying to stay alive, and hopefully he can outlast this push from Bestia and El Proyecto. But now Wuju 2, they're starting to make their way around, but LFP instantly knocked by Bliss. Shane Doe is down. Bliss, the last player left alive for Dots. The smoker keeping him alive for the time being. The flashbangs coming through. He's got hard cover. Doesn't matter. Fana will land the headshot, and he's going to immediately swap over to Mime as now Wuju 2 turns their attention towards Bestia.
3 teams at the south. El Proyecto have all pushed this way. They made the big move to the edge of this hill, and the nade from Haven is perfect. It's a 4v4v3 for the win at the end of the game. Bestia, they'll rush to try to get some form of a res off, and they'll do exactly that. But Posa is right on time to find Silzen. As Vinny, now he's the one under pressure. A stun grenade will be thrown on one side, a stun on the left. That will allow Posa to now reposition himself around, and he does exactly that. He gets the knock onto Vinny 2 as Bestia are getting bested by El Proyecto at the end of this game. Paro, Wuju 2, 3 up. They're loving this because with Wuju 2 on the opposite side of this fight, they can let these two sides weaken each other. But Wuju 2, they're pushing P now too. A sneak attack will find Mime.
Oh, what a beautiful push here from El Proyecto. And now, yeah, Bestia is just in a lot of trouble. They've got two squads bearing down on them. Mime will bleed out for sure this time. DraftKings, the last one left alive. If he can get a knock here, that could open up things. Haven will get spotted by Fana, and El Proyecto will have to slow down here and go for the res, but they are already up to 9 kills, and they have secured their hold on to first place as they have surpassed Toyo, our winner from game number 1. Fana will go down to a nice spray from Kraken. Gizer and Haven have to heal up here. DraftKings using that deployable cover to hide behind, and he's going to stay alive for a little bit, but Haven will come around from the side and get him, as now El Proyecto up to 10 kills.
This is fantastic from El Proyecto, and I know you love these guys. Yesterday, Wednesday, all you were speaking about was how you wanted to big up the Kraken, and that's exactly what he is doing now. He's bigging himself up with plays like this, but things will get quiet on Miramar now. It's a 4 versus 3 as Wuju 2, the 3 players up, are not out of the race just yet, but El Proyecto, Paro, taking center of the circle, spreading out, fanning out, looking to just corral the Wuju 2 players exactly where they want them, and they are set up for success. It's going to take a huge opening knock here from Wuju 2 to get anything out of this game as far as winning is concerned.
Yeah, you got to wonder if Wuju 2 has been able to maybe re-up a little bit on utility through all those fights. That might be the only shot that they have. As you see, Proyecto is sitting pretty low on everything. At one point or another, every single one of these players on El Proyecto has been seen as the next big young player, young gun from Latin America. And it was only a matter of time before we got all 4 of them on the same squad. And it was only a matter of time before they started showing you that they can do things like that. The big sprays from Gizera. Back to back, finds Fana, finds sneak attack, finds the win for El Proyecto. 13 kills.
Ooh, man.
Gizera's just different, man. 23 points, another South American brawl on Miramar as they double down with the wins to kick things off. Poro, El Proyecto, every little phase of those last few circles.
Poro and I were in the same.
Every phase of those last few circles was perfection. The 2-2 split, the consolidation, the backfill, and then the spread to win that game out. They are on fire at the moment.
And they showed a lot of patience as well. I mean, they had the compound that they could play from for the longest time, right? But they didn't overextend, they didn't overpeak, and then they ended up doing the 2-2 split in the wide open field, and they just had to survive there for a while, and they managed to do that. And once they were able to kind of get up there, it was a little bit fortunate that Wuzhou 2 managed to take a knock right as they were kind of covering El Proyecto from pushing out of the fields and up to the cliffs. Because of that, they were able to kind of get everybody up there and not lose anybody, which was huge for El Proyecto. But then after that, it was all just academic, sweeping around the edges, beautiful fights, beautiful use of flashbangs, great utility, and just sheer mechanics from these guys, which is something that we've come to expect.
Exactly. And speaking about things that are academic, we got a bunch of academics back on the desk. Toffee's Matt Godspeed. Are South America here to play in the grand finals?
Yes, they are. Thank you. My name is Toffees. I got Matchroom. I got Godspeed with me. And it is a decent question, but, because of how they did in the group stages, Matt, take on the game so far.
Always. I mean, I will say always, whenever we look at South America, they show up. I mean, Gizera had an absolutely explosive game on a Crossroads Classico. I mean, this is just an old school circle that everybody should be very familiar with. And let's talk about the fact that on a lot of reasons, El Proyecto was kind of gate kept out of this one, Godspeed, so they had to fight their way tooth and nail and deal with harassment the whole way to get this victory.
That is true. Steve, did you want to say something by chance?
Oh, I just want to say it's time for highlights.
Highlights. Yep. Highlights indeed. As you said, obviously, Gizera doing a fantastic job. But I mean, there were so many early game fights that were just happening in little microcosms, right? You see Outlaws getting picked off. There was a massive fight between Liquid and Al Qadsiya in the beginning of the game. We saw two members were lost there. Dots obviously did a great job. And then Team Liquid got backstabbed, by Empire in the blue. We obviously saw Goons. But this is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, TL had done a great job of clearing the southeast side of the circle, Matt, but then they just got shredded from behind. Speaking of shredded, Santastico just catching that mortar straight to the chest.
The weeb in me, every single time we get that rewind, I just keep thinking, it's the world though. But okay. Anyway, I mean, this southeastern corridor was just a mess, man. Bestia was just having to deal with contender after contender over here. And you can see, look, El Proyecto was kind of the odd team out, having to sneak across this one, and they just exploited it perfectly as all these firefights just continue to happen. Down here in the southeast, it's going to be El Proyecto that sneaks in. You can see him on the mini-map down there. Gets a foothold in, and then manages to maneuver into position and manages to put Bestia, who were feeling like they had all the momentum in this, in a pinched position and collapses on them perfectly.
Yeah, and something I want to talk about here is the proactivity between El Proyecto and, more importantly, Dots, right? Like, even though Dots didn't win, this is a beautiful spray from Kraken. El Proyecto just kept their foot on the gas the whole time. They third-partied multiple teams. They made sure that when there was a fight between Bestia and Wuzhou 2, they came in, they cleaned that up. They were trapped initially in the earlier circles of the game. I believe it was circle 4 or 5, where they managed to get out of that position and find the window of opportunity to come in and make the push and ultimately win the game. And to the caster's point, Poro and Gibson, this is now the second time El Proyecto has been in the top 3, or top 2 even. So fantastic day of play from them.
Excellent day of play as they get 23 points in that match. Bestia going to get 12. It has been, to start today, really a tale of South America, which, Matt, when you look back at the group stages, the majority, the lion's share of South American teams got knocked down in the LCQ. To see them starting so strong here has to be very exciting for the region.
Well, yes and no. Second place overall was El Proyecto. Working in silence was 3. So, I mean, El Proyecto is just sticking to what got him there and just continuing in. And again, I find that this is a very fun squad to watch whenever they're in a disadvantaged position, because they somehow play really scrappy and get into positions that they should technically have no business to be able to get into. But it's just due to the firepower lines that they manage to set up. They just keep kind of whittling down areas until they finally get that one shot that they need to make the leap into position to get them into a game-winning point. And it is so cool to watch.
You know, I'm loving Godspeed that this, I mean, again, this is the roster for the most part that was Luna Galaxy at PGC. We saw some really fun plays from them. The thing I loved about them at PGC is even when things were hard, they kept that sort of positive mindset of just one more game. They've got a grinder mentality. You can see them doing that with 35 points overall right now. They're in first place. The adding of Gizera to this team from Bestia seems like it's giving them maybe a little bit more frag potential. What do you think it is Gizera's bringing to this squad?
I mean, Gizera is obviously just an incredibly talented player. We saw his kind of rise a few years ago when he just popped into the regional scene and absolutely made magic happen. And yeah, to your point, Luna, even after I myself talked to them throughout the year at the events they went to, you could tell they were disappointed, but at the very least they weren't discouraged, and they were going to continue to try to get as many points as possible, finish as strong as possible, regardless of whether it was at the bottom, in the middle, didn't matter. So for me, a squad like that, one that is going to continue the grind regardless of the results they're getting, as long as the hunger and the talent is still there, it doesn't surprise me to see them where they are currently within our region.
We've been great. We've worshipped the South American teams and how they've started this tournament. Let's go back to what we talked about at the start of this event. We mentioned 3 teams to watch coming out of the North American region. That was Liquid, Falcons,
Empire,
and El Cadizia. And right now they are 5, 6, and 11 points respectively, Matt. That is not what I expected to see out of our first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar has been very brutal to the squads that we were having high expectations for, and it's mostly due to the fact that we're seeing just a mid-game bloodbath. It seems like around Circle 3, wheels just kind of come off, and a couple of these contain firefights, and there is just no safety to be had. And a lot of these squads are realizing, man, with these northern shifts in Circle, I can't get into the positions that I want to play from to win off of. So instead, it's just time to pick up kills and shoot anything that moves. And whenever you're a squad like Falcons, Liquid, QAD that are already kind of in the trenches in a firefight, it's just vultures just start circling.
Do you have any other insights, you think, Godspeed, as to why it is that maybe they're getting slow starts? I mean, listen, I shouldn't be surprised to see Falcons, previously the Sonics, start slow in a grand final, but this does seem overly so. And I buy into the circles and the rotations. Is it because there's teams that are sort of new and surprising them? Like, what's causing? These are players I don't expect to have trouble in Circle 3.
Yeah, but I mean, there's always going to be issues for a lot of teams, especially when it comes down to like the first day of a grand finals, right? You have teams coming in from last chance, from group stage. It's kind of a mix. Obviously, these are going to be the strongest teams, and we'll use Team Liquid as a perfect example, right? They cleared out the southeastern edge. They were able to put the brakes onto Al Qadsiya, and they got backstabbed in the blue by Empire, who was also coming in late. So that stuff just happens. Sonics as well. They tried to rotate early into position. That was a very rough circle to play, as we're now moving to Tego. And I mean, they got hit by mortars, and pretty much they got bombarded by every single piece, I think, of utility from potentially dangerous, right? So sometimes that's going to happen. Am I worried about either of those teams, or all 3 of the teams that we spoke about in the beginning? Not necessarily, no. I just think, again, it's just getting their footing in this lobby and figuring out how these teams are playing, especially when you have circles like that, where we talk about that road being so dangerous all the time and how there's not much to play. It makes sense.
Now, I will say, I understand. I get what you're saying about not being scared for them, because I do think you're right.
Anything about these
they're all going to
maps
finish in the
at
top
all.
6 or 7.
Never played them.
The problem I have, Matt, is that it's only really the top 3, right? Like that's
only
what it's all about right here.
This.
And missing those PGSs, getting the shot at PGS qualifying points, being cold for 3 months, it seems really intimidating even for these top teams.
I mean, even when you look into it, Team Liquid is notorious for starting a bit slow sometimes, but they will generate points. But they only ended off in 4th in the group stage.
Didn't put Michael or
stronger lobby.
Been in
Same
there.
thing with
They have headshots.
It needs to be an upswing, specifically whenever we look at the fact that we know the longer this goes on, squads are going to start asserting more authority on the circles. They're going to start saying, okay, I've got enough of a lead I can start playing around with. That's when things start to get a lot more hazardous for teams such as specifically QAD. Falcons might still get respect as well as Liquid, but we've seen squads come after Liquid when they get points leads on it and go, nah, we kind of want to see if we can keep you out of this one. So I'd be very curious to see as this progresses, who's going to start being a little bit more, I guess, free with going after some kills.
Nice, hey.
I think, I mean, we also just have to factor in that this is the first time a lot of these rosters have played together in an actual comp, right? Like, you can sit back and you can play scrims all day and you can try to build that synergy, but when it comes down to it, these teams, I mean, AQ specifically, right? Like, yeah, they're friends, they know each other, they've been playing together for a while, off and on, but like in a comp setting, like Relo Roth have been playing together for a long time, DIY and Cowboy, you know, this is a new mix. So they have to figure it out within the actual tournament.
That makes sense. And I think that it's interesting to see the shakeup of, I think, the dissolving of the Falcons from last year. Some of the shift over we saw from the other teams has created, I don't want to say a return to maybe like a year or two ago, but more of a diffusion, it feels like, of some top talent helping to develop, or I don't want to say develop's the wrong word, be the anchors for some of the less experienced international players. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for some new teams to maybe shake up the big three that have been dominating things for so long.
Tomorrow.
Oh, I 1,000% agree with that. I mean, QAD in itself, like we're talking about, was just a second ago, is a very interesting mix-up whenever you look at two players that were kind of IGLs now merging together in Roth and Rello, and then just trying to find some newer talent that just have a lot of capabilities to go for kills. But I mean, El Proyecto, we were talking about them coming in. There was a squad that was sometimes known for being a bit more passive, picks up Gizera, brings in some firepower. They were always playing from strong positions before, but now they've got that extra little oomph to back them up. So while we are seeing some newer faces and some, I guess, faces that couldn't find the homes that they were looking for start to gel into more efficient squads, this is going to be a lot more dangerous as Outlaws just have a squad right on top of them.
Not watching.
All right, the fight's breaking out. Let's send it to the circle, and they can tell us just what happened when the Outlaws showed up.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are on Tago, and the Gooners gooning fairly closely to the sun right there, but it looks like they were able to survive for the time being. Potentially dangerous Theros off in the middle of nowhere, but I'm more interested in what's going on here, Gibson. It has been the Wild West here on Tago. We have not had a multiple game winner just yet, and now Outlaws, it looks like they won all of this. Bunt hasn't even had time to heal. All he's got is bandages anyway, but you know what he does have? He's got a Panzerfaust, he's got a dream, he's got a kill, as he's gonna go down to the grenade afterwards. Simply Matt now trying to hold the line as Greg shot GG. Can he heal? Oh, he's gonna come out here. 9-1's gonna find Greg shot. He'll find Curry. Simply Matt doing it all by himself. He's got the AUG in hand. He's got another point picked up. He's got the Outlaws eliminated, and the Gooners are flying high once again.
We're not stopping Goonin just yet as we get those kills on the board. As Matt
I think there's a role
picks
that
himself
you can
up
only
to.
start
Bunt will be
3
brought back
matches
to
with
his
3.
feet. But the Falcons, they're
wanna
looking
say I
to
read that
bring a
somewhere in the
very
PAS
early
handbook. I
end
don't
to the
remember.
Gooning in this one.
Not
Shrimsy,
again.
2 nades in the pocket, but he will fall back for now, Paro. But this has been exactly the sort of start you would expect from the Gooners whenever they're involved in any lobby. And for Shrimsy, he's holding back. He's waiting for reinforcements. He knows that the Gooners will flush. If they get a chance to flush and they get a knock, they're taking it.
It's very dangerous. It's not recommended to goon that close back to back.
What?
Find it very painful here. Shrimsy looks like he's been spotted. Okay, so Falcons, yeah, they're going to pull away from this. They didn't see anything easy. No easy pickups, at least. So Gooners will survive to fight another day, as they are pretty close to center circle as well. So they can kind of hang out here if they want. But look at this. Bunt with 10 HP and a Panzerfaust. Boom! Just like that.
Oh, we love it.
Oh, yeah, I love it. And immediately
here we go.
taken down by that Curry grenade. But Simply
Antics.
Matt playing the eggs here, went for the spray initially. Unfortunately, Curry just found himself coming around the corner at the wrong time. And Simply Matt eats them alive. And that is 3 kills for the Gooners, as they now find themselves in 13th place overall. And now we check in with El Proyecto, our game 2 winners. LG getting a little bit close here. Are they going to go for the compound? Looks like they might be.
Damn right they are. Why not? You've already got Haven down and out, so let's get our second fight of the day on the cards. El Proyecto trying to hold the position. You can see the Posas chasing him away, barking, forcing him the other way, but all these teams are locked into this compound. Now there's the off angle. Kraken finds 43 damage.
Get out.
But it's not enough, and that'll force LG to get on their merry way. Gats is just about going to get away with that one. And Paro, it finally gives us a second to actually talk about that leaderboard. 7 South American teams in the top, 6 South American teams in the top 8, and the 2 highest performing North American teams so far are Dots and Empire. Who would have had that on their cards?
Me.
Stop the count. 2 games. We should just call it here. Unfortunately, we don't do that. We play all 18. So let's see if these guys can hold all the way to the end. It's a long grand finals, Gibson, but you got to give credit where credit is due. As you said, these guys have come out hot. El Proyecto in particular, 35 points so far. That is a nice little pickup for the squad here as we see God Squad dancing around. Empire, I don't think they've spotted anybody, but Valiate is ready and waiting just in case they do.
And they were saying, what, like 7 to 8 points a game should be enough to get you at the top, and they're certainly above that already. But Empire, Adam throws the nade, and God Squad want a bit of this heat. Valley, he's got the Panzer at the ready, but Adam's always going to win when you give him the high ground on M249. But only 28 rounds as Valley shoots his load a little too early with that one, and he'll fall back into cover as Shinboy find it and knock the other way. Finn is on his way here, but Adam falls too as Pat Caps is doing it all by himself. Shark falls too though, and there's Shinboy finding Finna, who landed in the pony, and he will now fall. And it's all down to former world champ Michael to pick up the rest of the points for this team.
Yeah, that was rough. That was just yeah, I don't know if it was miscommunication or just missed timings or whatever, but Finna pulling up there by himself after his other 2 teammates had already been taken out. That you just hate to see that. And, unfortunately, Valiant, I've been in his shoes. The one where you know there's a squad coming in vehicles and you've got a Panzerfaust ready, but for whatever reason, every single time you're sitting there ready and waiting, they always go to the opposite side of the compound that you want them to. So he just had to dance around and ends up missing it. And I guess that's what happens when Valiant gets within, you know, a square mile of his teammates. He ends up going down early.
What do you call the film with Will Smith in it? Is it Hancock?
That is really not narrowing it down at all.
Yeah, it's Hancock.
The film with Will Smith in it.
Yeah, and then I said Hancock is the film I'm on about, right?
Yeah.
You get too close. You get too close to your part. You get too close to your partner, and you can become human. That's exactly what's happening.
Okay, I can see it. I'll take it. Yeah, no, Valiate is at his best when he's working solo, and unfortunately this time it's going to be Michael that's working solo, but he's got 3 voices in his ear. Try to see if they can get him to survive a little bit more. Started off looking good here with Adam, the M249 on the high ground, but Shinboy just dancing around that wall, and unfortunately for Valiate, the Panzer just didn't go where it needed to do, and Shinboy just give him the okie doke over the top in a dramatic fashion, as he is known to do, as Michael tried to give some support from range.
You might not know this, people viewing at home, but that's exactly the speed it happened in real life as well. Like, he hit that slow motion jump during the server. That was not slowed down for your pleasure.
That was, and he did it twice too, just to be sure, just to let him know.
Yeah. That was just a big difference.
All right,
Yeah,
is Michael alive or?
Man's playing from Mongolia right now. Well, the new circle does pop, and it is going to go down to the south, pretty much exactly where most teams, it looks like, thought it was going to go. Dot's really the only one that's fully outside his zone still. Still 52 alive.
Excuse you.
Although we have lost one team fully in the form of Outlaws. But for the most part, a lot of these teams inside the zone
we can't have another
split themselves up, taking up a lot of real estate. You
see
see a
top 3 beat.
Trying to reposition. One of those being
I don't know shit
Alcazia
about this
as
game, though.
Roth
Just kidding.
is going to make their way past Bestia. The shots coming through, but just not finding the mark.
Too many targets. The Bestia don't know which one to shoot at, as they, instead of just picking one target and putting all their focus on it, they just switched from Al could see a member to Al could see a member, and they'll just retreat. They've got themselves a compound. They're not center of the circle, but they will be on the northwest, not too far away from the likes of potentially dangerous Gunners, Toyo. If you do want to get the map up, or I believe !map in chat will give you access to the map stream. So if you've got a second screen or a phone you're not using, just bring it up. You know, it's great because you get to not only get to listen to our voices talk about fights, you can see the big brain rotates these teams make as well.
The dulcet tones. If you're into Irish accents, you got one. If you're into whatever the hell my accent is, you got that going for you, as well as LG under the watchful eye of Falcons. Although H-Win doing his IGL stuff, pulling away to the north. It looks like he might just be scouting to see if anybody's wrapping around on them, but he's not going to see anything. Their north side is free and clear, so a lot of room to work around here for Falcons. For the time being, we'll see where the next circle decides to take us. It doesn't look like they'll have anybody coming their way anytime soon, though.
Is this the randomest accent matchup we have in esports?
Could be.
You're Texan, right?
Yeah.
You got Texan and Irish. Like, and I'm from like the Alaska of Ireland as well. So I'm going to tell you this too. My accent on broadcast is toned down a lot compared to what it's like in person. Like this is really toned down Irish.
Look, I only go really Texan whenever I get excited.
I'll do it. And, give us some real Texan.
Oh, it'll come out. It's probably come out. It probably came out at the last game. There, as you said, whenever look, I can't manufacture. I can't fake it, man.
Sure. Asher, look, what can you do?
Yeah,
not much you can do. What can you do?
Nah. Well, Michael, you can see him. He's still eating a little bit of blue zone damage. He's off on the south side. He's got a pretty free path into the zone though, so he should survive a little bit longer. Bestie, meanwhile, in 2-2 split, they get the gift from above on the southern half of their 2-2 split. Meanwhile, DraftKings and Mime just kind of keeping track of Falcons, as Falcons is just surveying the landscape. Pretty much everybody behaving themselves for the most part right now. As we mentioned, everybody was inside the zone essentially. Dots now finally arriving on that southeastern side after doing a long wrap. They might, if they keep going, they might find themselves in the middle of a 1-1-1-1 four-way Wuju 2 split, but we'll keep eyes on that.
I like that split though. You know, you've got a lot of real estate, and realistically, the two guys at the south shouldn't come under a lot of pressure. Like, there's so much space to their south that they should be in a pretty good position as we get ready for that next zone pop. And with a zone pop, you always have winners, and the winners are probably Falcons with that one. And you know there's people in chat going, ha, lol, Falcons, 7 points after 3 games, they're done. Yeah, they're the sort of team that could still pop out 60 points before today's over. They could just switch on at any moment.
I love the people that call out a team's washed after 2 games of an 18-game series. That's always some next level brilliant-minded analysis here, as we see Wuju 2 instantly go from that 4-way split into vehicles, and they're going to try to send it somewhere. But this is where you start worrying. You start seeing a lot of open ground, Gibson. You start seeing a lot of ditches and ridges that look really nice, but then you remember the fact that mortars exist. And that gets a little bit terrifying here, as the Gooners down to 2 after that, winning that fight early on with Outlaws. They've got some unwanted company
so bored of me by
across the
myself.
street in the form of potentially dangerous.
Yell from working in silence spots out Wuju 2 as they push into this. I don't even want to call it a compound. It's essentially just a container in the middle of the open. We've got Wuju 2 on one side, Bestia on the other, and a little further south than them, you've got Sam Crismo, who've not been afraid to try to throw their weight about tonight so far. Now, potentially dangerous. They've left 3 players in this position. Garby's going to scout out that next compound. And if I'm the Gooners, I'm at the point now where if you see a knock, you might as well push it. You're thinking, what's your best possibility of picking up a points haul? That could be it, because with 15 teams still alive, we're a long ways away from the placement points.
Honestly, the best thing Gooners got going for him right now is the fact that Falcons and Alcancia both had angles on a potentially dangerous and prevented them from pushing across the road here. So unfortunately,
what
Gizera,
a rat sparking.
He's going to go into an occupied compound, and Sparking will take out his fellow countryman, fellow PNC teammate. And now
we love it.
Correct though. Looks like they're down to just 2, playing out of Books and Saw on that southeastern side, but they still have some room to work with as they continue to play the edge.
Oh, where? Hello?
Potentially dangerous. They don't have a lot of room to work with, because you peek too far one way, you've Alcudia firing, and they're in their firing line, and you go the other way, the Gooners are in that position as well. But
the Falcons too,
yeah, they're in a rough spot. But I want to talk about that kill from Sparking too. Like, I don't think there's a kill in PUBG in the Americas that means more to the other player than those Gizera Sparking fights. Both of them want to be the best player in the region. And remember, they were former teammates as well at the at the club level. And Sparking moved on to pastures new. He moved to Liquid, and as we said it last year, we're not gonna flog a dead horse, because we've had that conversation many a time. But Sparking was essentially the fountain of youth for this team.
Flog a dead horse.
No, I mean, look, both of those players have shown multiple times that they are absolutely correct here, as we see Michael with, how many is that? Is that 28 first aids? 26 first aids. He's got more first
ammo.
No ammo. You don't need it. All you need is first aids. My man is a walking clinic as somebody managed to get the knock onto H-Win, and unfortunately it looks like Tickleton's just going to go ahead and leave him behind. So I think that might have been potentially dangerous. Gabriel from range managed to do it, but Kickstart going to try to take advantage of him as he tries to go up the hill to get the flush. Oh yeah, he's got him spotted as he comes across on the other side. Kickstart's going to hit those shots every day, but fortunately for Gabriel, he's able to break line of sight. And now Kickstart had that smoke ready to go. But the rest of PD, they want this. They know they've got Kickstart pinned out against the wall here. Trying to spray onto Slabby. Not going to find anything just yet, but they are collapsing. Shrimsy going to do everything he can to support his teammate. But here comes the util as Kickstart. Good night, sweet prince.
Bye-bye, Slabby. Puts that on the spot, and now for Falcons, it is down to 2 men up. Shrimsy and Tiggleton trying to do the fight by themselves. 42 damage dealt with by that nade onto Gabri, who's still alive. This push has not quite come to full fruition for him yet, but while all this is going on, the Gooners are extending out to potentially dangerous, who want all these points for themselves. Gats, though, from Luminosity all the way over towards the east, is able to find that knock on the Tig, and now Shrimsy, he's out of there. He doesn't want any more of that smoke, and he'll run directly into the line of fire of Bunt, but I think Shrimsy might just get away with it. Gooners, Matthias, he's got 25 kids. He's got a job. He streams, and he is still alive inside this lobby, causing havoc to everybody around him.
And he's got W on his space bar. He's got everything working against him, and now Theros is actually will spot him out. So that will go down, and it's going to be all up to Bunt. As potentially dangerous, they stuck around. They played the patient game, and it ends up paying off for them. As they managed to win the north side here. Dots, though, unfortunately do run into God Squad on that southern edge, and God Squad will come out on top. But Hoyo now is there at the perfect time to try to third party onto what's left of this fight.
Capitan
Holy
splitting
chat.
it through the smoke now. God Squad just ahead of him, but he's not going to go too far until Benya is back on his feet, especially with Emmy inside the blue. And Emmy spots Shin Boy, but he's going to be
buddy, how's
scrims? But Capitan feeds off the information, and he gets the kill done. Capitan and Emmy, name a better combination. Well, maybe Gooners with explosives here, as Bunt will throw one, and it hits Paydirt. Theros will be brought down. He confirms out the kill. Gooners are eliminated. But you know what? That's points on the board. They elevate up from bottom spot into, there's still not a massively amount up the table, but that's a good game for them so far.
Heck yeah, 5 kills, you take that all day, every day, especially when you're
all matters. Have fun with it.
Playing with 3 for the time being, as Iceflex is currently unavailable. Meanwhile, New Circle did pop, and Sam Crismo has the only compound, I believe, inside the zone. Wuju 2, and working in silence, playing the good.
Use me again.
Everybody else is left to fight over what's left. Bestia,
you guys still go?
That rotation from
still
the
playing?
south side are going to run into the south side of Al Qudsiya. Rello a little bit separated from the rest of the team. They've got a ridge line in between.
Get a co-caster streamer.
They've also
here.
got potentially dangerous up on the high ground that they have vision on. And do they know? They know now. He's going to spot out Roth, but not before he gets spotted out by D and Cowboy. The combination of which will take Mime down, but Stilson has that P90 in hand, and he wants to spray it.
Yeah, but look, potentially dangerous are wrapping around as well, as this is going to become a 3-way brawl. Rello gets the knock on Edson. Rello gets another one. It's a mini 14 spray that is perfect as he taps away the front line of potentially dangerous. Multiple fronts for our Qudsiya. They manage to get the smoke off. Now Roth will get ran over by Slabby, who managed to get over here and confirms out the kill. But there's the rest of Al Qudsiya. They'll get revenge for their fallen Roth. And though that is the end of potentially dangerous, and that crash bought enough time for Bestia to try to get Mime back on his feet.
Also bought time for LG Luminosity to come up over the top of the hill and find a line of sight onto this. The Cowboy will be able to get the res onto D, so they'll get back up to 3 strong. And Luminosity now having to deal with some liquid on the other side of their mountain, so maybe not all eyes pointed over in this direction just yet. As you said, Bestia back up to full strength, but they still have to find a spot inside the zone, as the side of the hill that they're playing is, it looks like it might just be in. Michael's still alive, by the way.
Yeah, well, he's 28 meds. He's 28 meds. Like, come on. Like, the guy's just The guy's just having a great time. No bullets, nothing but first aids. He's looting for more, by the way, while all that was going on. Because at the end of the day, when you're in the blue, you need the health more. Liquid and Wuju too. About to lock horns here as that nade will go right this way. Luke 12 survives the barrage of nades and he gets the smoke off. Now, does he use the smoke to get in there and get out? Or is he just buying himself some time for the rest of Liquid to help him out?
I think he bought enough time as it is. He has the boys up on top. We're all looking down there to make sure that nobody pushed over the hill to get him. But Wuju 2, they like the dip that they're in. They just wanted to defend it. And so Luke will be okay for the time being. It looks like the Kraken may have had an angle onto Luke, but he's going to be forced down by Wuju 2. So New Circle will go north of the road. So that means Toyo, El Proyecto, and Sam Charisma will have to leave their compound and try to send it somewhere. Bestia. Oh, the grenades coming in from Working in Silence. Working in Silence really playing
Still
around
alive,
that dip well and defending it as best they can. But you got to wonder what utility they're sitting on at this point. Then they did have that the gifts from above that landed right inside their dip, so they should be pretty stacked right now.
Hello, moving into the circle. You can see that it's a lot of open terrain. This circle is definitely one that these players definitely wouldn't want right now, as Bestia move in towards that dip. Might give them a little bit of cover for now, but to the south, Toyo, Sam Charisma, El Proyecto still left alive, and let's not forget about Michael moving in as well. Bestia, I think Bestia could be in trouble. I think that they
well, they got
is that camo? Look at the camo.
It works.
Not sure if that's Dacia or Bush.
Functional. Oh, there we go. He's down to just 2 first aids. Down to just 1 first aid, but he has managed to avoid the sight, the prying eyes of Toyo for the longest time here, but he's still not inside the zone. He's still got work left to do. Is Katsuya getting a little bit close to LG, but they can play on the low side of that hill for the time being. But unfortunately, DraftKings going to find the angle, and yet Gat's going to spot out Cowboy as well. So Katsuya down to just Rello, it looks like. He's working in silence.
Michael!
Oh, Michael with the grenade! He's coming out of nowhere, folks. The hero from the blue, the monster from the blue. He's gonna find another one.
Let's go!
Toyo's eliminated by Michael. He gets 3 of them, or actually 2 of them, and he gets a little bit of help, I believe, from LG. But Michael has now secured himself a spot in the zone if he can get to it.
My former world champion, Paro. Former world champion Michael picking up the points. I was sitting thinking about it. He's ran 99 yards, but was he going to get over the line for a touchdown? And he did. He got those points. And he might get another one on the board, but Sam Charisma, they'll work. M249 wins it at the end. But you know what? Huge plays from Michael. I think, did he get a placement point in that as well? He did.
I think he might have. Yeah, he just went out in 8th place. So, boy, if you want to talk about salvaging a game, look at Michael, man, getting some points there for the boys. Empire still in 4th place overall here as Rello, he's on a solo hunt as well. We'll spot out DraftKings, drops down Santastico to very low HP, and he's at least inside zone, so he's got a little bit of room to play with here as LG and Team Liquid, looks like it's just down to the Bizzler, and he is waiting, praying somebody will peek over that ridge line. He's playing it low, and Halo will eat him alive. And okay, Bestia. Well, they decided to crash, or actually, it looked like Sam Charisma tried to crash into Bestia, and they were ready and waiting. So Sam Charisma is done, and Bestia has complete control over the south side.
Wuju 2 still with 4 up again, Paro, in the late game.
They've been so good today.
They've had Teflon when it comes to losing players in the early stage of the games. They've been keeping 4 up for fun. Sneak attack Steve's Vinny over in the distance, but he gets the knock as well. That is phenomenal from Sneak attack.
Dudes, and I have no idea where they're
by working in silence, but you've dealt a blow. Team Liquid now pushing up, but LFP will find the knock on to Sparking as the Brazilians go at it once more. But there's Luke 12 finding the counter knock. Fake and Fana, the 2 Fs together, and Fake with a great nade. Team Liquid fall as the prancing horses go down in 5th place, and Wuju 2 might just get all 4 players up alive. But do you see what I see again, Paro? It is 3 South American teams and 1 North American team in the final 4.
It's been the story of the first 3 games of day 1 of the grand finals, and our solo player from North America is Rello, but he is pinned down here by working in silences. Wuju 2 trying to take advantage of Bestia while they had a knock, and mine will go down, and instantly Vinny will go down as well. Wuju 2, they have been managing to keep 4 alive into the late game, and they have been making it work once they get there, as the grenade comes through from Sills and gets RBN so low, but he won't take the knock, but that one will get him somehow. I'm not even sure how that got him, but RBN goes down. Stilson doing great work with that utility. He's still got that P90 in hand, so he is still a major threat that they have to deal with here, hiding in those smokes.
Wuju 2, 4-man strong in the final 3, and make that the final 2 as Fexen finds another kill for his massive tally already. Now BL is pushing up with a Groza, and that spells trouble for anybody downrange of that site with those 7.62s being thrown out threateningly around the circle. LFP
Holy hell, how do I get
will
down
get
here?
smoked off by Fana, buying some time, and Fexen will flank on the other side. It is it's huge, Paro.
Beautiful flanking angle there from Fexen, and Wuju 2 doing exactly what they did last game. They just flex out and start taking over as much map control, as much circle control as possible, and just pinning working in silence up against the wall. Now the new circle pops, and it is going to go on top of Wuju 2, so working in silence will have to work their way in. It is a full 3v3 here at the end. 9 kills for Wuju 2 as they climb the leaderboard again. Working in silence, only 2 so far, but they still got a shot at this if they can catch any of these guys from Wuju 2 slipping.
One nade though. BL is the only player with a nade in the back pocket as they reposition themselves. And the thing is, when you have that level 3 gear that BL has, it's like having an extra life. You can peek a bit more aggressively. You don't need to fall back as quickly, but sneak attack will quickly shut down Souls, bring us back to a 3v2. But now BL needs to put some work in with that Groza. The blue zone nade taking them down to 25 as Wuju 2 are stalled for just a moment. Fexen gets the off angle and he gets the kill confirmed. Santa now as well as Wuju 2 hit 10 kills on the board. BL, the final man
so giveaway is
standing.
for
And
our
will
subscribers.
Wuju 2 finally convert one of these late game 4s into a win? They should do, Paro, and they do. It's winner, winner, chicken dinner. Wuju 2, massive game for them. 22 points.
Jersey.
Beautiful clutch work from the Little Dragons there at the end, and that will secure their place in first as they surpass El Proyecto here on Tego. The Wuju 2.
I got mine on. I thought you were still going to keep yours on.
I mean, I'm not.
I figured out how to get it into 4K,
game,
so it looks a little better.
You know, I gotta be sure I see all those Wuju 2 kills in all their full glory.
God damn it, Gibson.
That has been the story so far today for Wuju 2. Is they have been one of the only teams that have been so capable.
I'm
of
90% sure
players alive, no matter the situation. Remember, early on, they were forced into a dip into that wide open field, but somehow they managed still to keep everybody alive. They didn't take any knocks, and once it came down to the end, they just kind of flexed out and asserted their will over the lobby.
And speaking of young talent, all game long, 2 Brazilian players with tons of potential are Fexen and Fana. Sneak attack, I think he's finally found the home for him that could give him the potential that he needs to really threaten to win. But it's another win for South America. They've got 3 wins out of 3 as they are showing North America how it is done in day 1 of the grand finals. But this ain't a sprint. This is a marathon. And I'm going to send this one back to the guys on the desk to break it down at the halfway point of the night.
It may be a marathon, but I think Wuju 2 is gassed up. In fact, I would say even the whole region is right now. Let's take a look back at that match. You know what time it is, Godspeed?
Is it? Oh man, I'm drawing a blank. Is it?
It's highlights, baby.
Highlights. There we go. And speaking of highlights, Matt, you want to break this down? Little goon action.
I mean, this is just kind of the start of the day. What is there to break down whenever you just got yourself a perfect way to start off a firefight? Quick exchange between the two of them, but this was just kind of back and forth. Right at the start, you can see Falcon's already going to go try and maneuver around the outside of it, but this is just trying to nab points in a desperate situation right now, and they are picking them up. Empire Gaming also with a kind of a rough start. While this fight does mean the fact that they can walk away from it, means the fact that Michael has to go hang out in the blue for like 3 circles.
I mean, the good news for the God Squad is that was a good crash defense from them coming into that. Michael getting away, able to do more work later. I'm sure we'll see. But Sparking and Team Liquid also finding success in this game, which it's not that they were completely out of the conversation, but the first couple games are rough. This fight between Falcons for me was so awkward, Matt, because of the look at the spread. The way that all the members of Potentially Dangerous and Falcons were spread out made that so awkward to fight for both teams.
And even again, whenever we kind of see what goes on with Liquid in a second, I don't feel like we're seeing the normal fighting form, and I don't know if it's just being pulled down into the trenches and a new meta developing or what's going on, but you can see that not necessarily the firefighting capabilities for Liquid and Falcons coming out the way we were expecting for it. I mean, there's not a lot you could do when this many nades roll at you, Luke, but good job on staying alive through it. You just got to juke it all out. Michael with his big play, finally getting out of the blue, manages to take down Toyo, but then kind of draws attention to himself, and you can see, I mean, this is just an awkward firefight on this hillside for Liquid.
And that was just a huge play from Michael, just to touch on that real quick as we watch Working in Silence also pushing in. Team Liquid did a great job of clearing out their north, but then to give credit where credit's due, as did Wujitu. They came in, sweeped up behind the north, backstabbed Team Liquid, and got a very beautiful, clean wipe. And then, yeah, just the end of it, looks like the baby dragons are growing up. I mean, that was exactly the type of game they needed going into, you know, the halfway point of the day.
How much experience do you need? 12 kills feels like that's a lot of experience. You gotta eventually move out of being a baby dragon, right, Toffees?
When he said baby dragon, I laughed. I was like, I wonder how they're gonna feel about that. But it is an adorable dragon picture. But you're right, Wujitu not playing like baby dragons in any way, shape, or form as they sit upon their hoard of points and defend it in the next match. It has been quite the journey, not only as Gibson has brought up for our South American teams, but also Godspeed, really the last chance qualifier teams. When we went into that match, I think 5 of the top 6 were LCQers.
Yeah, at one point, a lot of the LCQ teams are doing very well. And specifically, I mean, I even wanted to touch on Dots real quick, right? They have been so proactive, putting themselves in strong early game positions, but more importantly, capitalizing on those positions when they can. If they're in a center circle or a side of the circle that's slower, they go out and they look for that kills. They leave that anchor point at a compound or, you know, a dip wherever they're holding. So I just really love the proactivity and just the aggression that I'm seeing for Dots in a way that it's not overbearing and they're not making mistakes off of that aggression.
And as we take a look at that overall to see where Dots is sitting, they do manage to make it up to 10th place off of 15. Wujitu, Proyecto, and Bestia dominating in the top 3 positions. Anything else stand out to you right now, Matt?
I mean, Proyecto didn't manage to get any points in that last game, so that kind of opened up the door. Wujitu, after having a good performance on Miramar, specifically game number 2, managed to step in, take that first place position. Toyo only managed to get 3 as well, so they also are now right in the middle of that pack of people fighting for our top 4 positions and presently tied with Working in Silence.
I'm loving the hustle by Empire, Godspeed. Michael was like, okay, I got this, boys, and was just hurting everyone on the map.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like Michael said to his team, he's like, you know, I'll never break your heart. I'll make sure that I get the points here. I'll get what's necessary, even though they were down to 1 player. And that was a beautiful wipe. I think it was on Toyo, right? He backstabbed Toyo with the help of, if I look at my notes, yeah, it was a beautiful wipe onto Toyo with the help of Sam Krizmo. So just great stuff from Michael to realize that, to go for that push and get the points that he needed before he went down. I think he got a placement point out of that as well.
Yes, he did.
Well, I got some stuff for you guys. Great stuff. It's a G-Coin giveaway down below you. Those were the numbers. And we're going to take a very quick break. And I have something even better for you. We invited Roth to join a few of our talent to play Pictionary. And you're going to get to watch that while we take a short break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to PUBG America Series 5. My name is Porosaurus, and we are joined here today by some of the finest talent in North America and Roth. We are doing a Pictionary battle, so you have your clue, sir. Get to drawing.
I'm gonna speed round this, bro. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love it.
Gibson's like locked in right now.
I was gonna go Groza. That's it. That's it! Yes!
2 points, but we are gonna throw it over to Gibson now.
I dare you to guess right now, Roth.
M4.
All right, now you can't guess until I do, so suck it.
I like helping out the elderly, Chief. If I could work in a retirement home, I would do it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what are you drawing? It's a Mark 14. Mark 14.
No.
Huh.
it's the smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, it's not a smoke grenade launcher either. Toffees.
Mini 14.
No, it's a QBU.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. It's a QB.
Draw Roth, we're going to give you your clue, and it is time for you to start drawing.
This is gonna be awful. I'm gonna be honest. This is awful. This needs to go in
Glider.
This.
Glider.
It is not a glider.
It's the smoke grenade launcher.
It is not the smoke grenade launcher. Toffees.
Ah,
It's not a Panzerfaust.
It is not a Panzer.
it's a PP Bison, right?
It is a PP Bison. And Gibson goes ahead.
Fellas, I know my PPs when I see one, right?
So that's going to do it for round one.
All right, he said
Pictionary.
that
was
out loud.
weapons. Next time is going to be vehicles.
All right, I hope you guys are ready for this.
Don't be shouting out an answer before you're right.
Trike.
Is it a trike? It is not a trike.
It's a tuk-tuk. It's a tuk-tuk.
Oh, who said it? Gibson got it. It's a tuk-tuk.
Yeah.
Gibson with a tuck. Gibson is running away with it. It is time to start drawing, Gibson.
There's no point even talking about this one.
And we're getting. It looks like Gibson's getting very
Oh,
detailed.
UAZ.
UAZ.
Not a UAZ.
Hold on.
He's in trouble.
That's a good
He's
question.
got to. No googling. I see you in the side screen.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
wait, what
You
is
don't
going
know.
on over
Zima.
there? Hey,
Zima.
whoa,
Zima.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's a Zima.
Judges,
What?
I got the call from on high. We are going to allow that.
Yes.
Toffees is on the board, so he is now tied with you, Roth. But now it is in your hands once again.
We're back. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I don't think he knows what cars look like from the front. He spends so much time watching them drive away while he lays on the ground.
That's true.
I know what
What's
it is.
called?
Stop Googling. Stop Googling. He's Googling.
I'm just thinking.
He's Googling.
I'm thinking.
You're not getting away with this 2 times in a row.
The Porter. I didn't look it up. I'm not gonna look it up. It's called the Porter.
It is the Porter.
It is.
I regret Googling the last one because this one I feel good about.
Oh, so you did Google the last one then?
And oh look, and it's Roth getting shot out of the Porter right behind it. So he's. And this time it is going to be places.
All right, here we go. Let's do this. You guys ready? Here we go. This is gonna be terrible.
Oh, it's the lighthouse on Erangel.
Keep
That is
going.
not a place, Roth.
I'm gonna let him go. He already guessed.
Listen, whatever I add's not gonna help you much, big money. Hey.
Ferry Pier?
It is not Ferry Pier. Gibson.
Oh wait, is it Zarky? Is it Zarky?
Yes, it's Zarky.
Yeah,
Zarky.
Let's go.
Gibson is going to be the one drawing, so let's send him his clue.
I'm gonna start, and you'll get an idea straight away.
Yo, bro said this one's gonna be easy, and I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta give it our time to develop.
What are you drawing? Just a mountain? Potato? Is it Potato Hill?
It is not Potato Hill. Oh, we've got
There's
a
stairs.
guy.
Okay, they're going
Are those
down the
stairs?
stairs. Oh, I can't say it. Can I guess again? Has the statute of limitations passed?
Honestly, Chief, you can guess again. I'll give you it. I ain't got nothing yet.
It's the bunkers, bro.
No bunkers. Is it shelter?
Yeah,
There
Roth got
it
it.
is, Roth. Roth with shelter. So Roth, take it away. You've got your clues.
All right, fellas. Last one on my end. Let's get this going. We got some forest around here, and some forest around here, and some forest around
mansion.
here. Thank you.
Oh my God, Gibson got it.
yeah.
It is mansion. But Gibson, you are the Pictionary champion of PAS5. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have even more stuff for you later on. So enjoy the show, and we'll see you soon.
Hello? There's a child behind me, losing my mind.
one! Shuts down the Sonic Stream. Just like that. He gets all four of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
I hate to have to listen to that right now.
Target acquired.
Oh my god!
Enemy spotted.
Halftime.
Oh no!
The meme noises are sending me. Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Me bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction.
How am I DMing somebody and
for fans of custom
messages are
matches,
just gone?
you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
What's happening? Yo.
Yo. I know you still live.
Huh?
Are you still live?
Yeah, that's only halfway through the matches.
Jeez. I mainly came for the farm merge.
No. Yeah, I'm playing this during, it's like halftime right now, so. What's up, buddy? Cito.
Welcome back, my friends. It's time. We're about halfway through day one, but we got more to go.
And I'm gonna be real with you,
I brought in the legends to join us right now.
And that makes me a terrible streamer. I get
and Gibson here on the desk. We're gonna have a good time. All right, let's talk about the action. Before we talk about the action, I want to remind you guys what the schedule looks like for the rest of the day, just so you know what maps we're gonna be rolling around with. As Rondo is next, and then we're gonna wrap up in the grassy pastures. Gentlemen, welcome back. Poro, I know you were casting for the last 3 games. Talk to me with your analyst voice. What's your takeaways from those first 3?
I mean, takeaways are teams that we weren't expecting to really show out the way they did have started showing out, and they came out strong. It's been a little bit of a slow start for the heavy hitters, but that's why we play 18 Toffees. They will eventually start picking things up, you have to imagine.
You've got to imagine they're going to pick it up. Gibbitins, the Irish Wonder, I need you to tell me, you kept hyping up the South American prominence the first 3 games. After that last match, are you standing on that hype train, and will it continue for the next 3?
That's been the problem with South America for all these years. They've been so good in short bursts, but the consistency's never just been there. Yeah, I saw that. That was smooth, by the way. But I want to see, can they do it consistently over 18 maps? Because that's always been the problem. I think this region's going through a real Cinderella period, is having a massive glow up, but you've still got big hitters from North America who can activate, and it just takes one map to kick off a bit of momentum for them.
I like this idea, the activated North American teams. And that really, I think, is what the story is going to be over the next 2 days, Poro, is the idea that, like, as good as all of these guys are playing, there's really only 3 spots in terms of what they're really looking forward to when the journey to PGS comes to completion. And I worry that while they will activate, the slow start is not going to be great. Someone's going to miss it by 2 points and have to think about those first 3 games.
Probably. Yeah, they're going to be stuck thinking about that. And you know, and they're going to be going back. They're going to be crawling over video footage. They're going to be trying to figure out where things went wrong. They're going to be looking at statistics. But Toffees, I got to tell you, there's only one statistic that interests me after that last game. How many heals did Michael actually use in game number 3? Do you have a guess, Gibson?
35, probably.
Toffees?
In game number 3, how many heals? You mean like how many points did he heal, or are we counting just medkit?
How many heals?
How many heals? All right,
That's what it says on Twire. I don't know what you want from me.
24 and a half.
46 heals.
Yikes!
For Empire Michael in game number 3, as he managed to fight his way out of the blue, get some more kill points on his way to getting another placement point for his team. But that is the kind of gumption that you want from all your players, that you need from all your players if you're going to fight your way into one of those top 3 spots to get a spot at PGS and get some PGC points for you on your way out.
I thought you were going to Nature Boy Ric Flair me at the end of that monologue. That was solid. Gibson, Gooner's running again. It seems like they just cannot get their feet planted, and when they do, they are just getting crashed by the rest of the lobby. They are struggling right now.
Yeah, well, they did have to change their drop spots coming into today, and that's all I'll say on the matter. As the zone
They're
did
playing
shift.
is 3.
That's also true. Icy Tech having some internet issues right now. So that can definitely have a major impact. Playing at 3 is always tough. But I'll tell you, let's send it over to 2 guys who are playing with 2, the casters who've moved from desk to talk. Let's head over to Match'em and Godspeed.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction. As I see Poro trying to be very tough. I love his persona, but you know, trying to be larger than life. It's true, but I'm gonna be real. Poro's probably one of the softest people I know, Nat. So I don't know. Maybe I get your take on that.
God, depends on how. Are you like calling him soft in like that, like snuggly, cuddly way, or like the opposite of hard?
Anyways, looking at the circle, so you do see Falcons currently set up in the test track. The north side of the circle is completely open for the most part. You do have 2 teams though, Matt. Currently, it looks like Wuju 2 and God Squad making early rotation in, and God Squad, again, a team that has found some mild success here throughout the day, getting some wipes on multiple teams as they have continued their journey back into PUBG.
Oh, yeah, and I really love the fact that we see Proyecto making the shift in positioning just to the northwest of Test Track itself. meaning the fact that they're going to have a couple of different options. If we do go back into that normalized position that feels like the circle always wants to go west of test track, they've already got a great pounce position, but they also have high ground over
test track
and a
circle.
position to
I
get out
can't
of it. While we
believe
get some
that.
Gooners
That
just down
never
here in the
happens.
Ox Factory, just trying to goon it up and get themselves some guns and things to play with.
Yeah, and also to kind of just bounce off the God Squad point. I mean, early in game one, you know, they were able to take advantage, push away a team like Bestia, maintain that circle control. I just want to see if they can continue to do it as we now get a beautiful replay here. Oh, look at the airtime. Absolutely magnificent. No gainer, though. There was no gainer. Maybe on a lip slide? Oh, front board? No. Doesn't it right? Just a little recovery there.
I visited the lead.
Okay, making it over the air conditioning unit,
very nice.
Awesome. But then losing the vehicle at the end, I don't know if they lost it entirely. It might have rated itself. I don't know. But I respect. That's the Gooner's way, right? If you're going to make you push into something, they full commit, boy. That's all they know how to do. So if they are going to go for it, they are going to go as hard as they can the moment that the call is made.
That's dumb.
Yeah, and a lot of teams here, I mean, looking at Falcons' current position, a lot of teams have now opted to center up. Falcons do have a good spot to play currently, but, you know, it's quite open, and there's a lot of angles to be looking, especially at that gazebo type area. So we'll see what Falcons does with that. You have multiple teams around them, like potentially Dangerous. You also have Team Liquid moving up on the west. So again, a lot of teams, Matt, opting for early rotations, especially in a map like Rondo when it is so large and there's so much space to cover.
Well, it's interesting. It's kind of like half and half, isn't it? I mean, we've got a lot of early positions that are already, the teams that are fighting for strong positions, trying to make a climb on leaderboard are already established. Early rotators. The ones that are feeling a bit more hesitant on it are the ones that have been having some troubles inside of the leaderboard. So a bit of hesitation saying, okay, let's let it settle in. I wouldn't be surprised if all these guys here at the end come in and just opt into playing Edge, which is, I mean, it's the safer bet, but I keep looking into that northern area where we still actually have some of the desert. We've got the river that's going to be running through there. I mean, you have to assume that this kind of centered position where we already see everybody clustering around is going to be the play area, and late in the circle is going to be really scary.
And you can see that from the way that Wujitsu is setting up. They've opted to not center up like a majority of the teams that have currently found themselves in the circle. Like you said, they're just going to play on the outside. And for a lot of teams, back to a conversation we had on the desk, if you're going to be super late on a rotation, especially with a map like Rondo, especially if you're a team like the Outlaws, if you're LG, you're going to take your time, because at that point, you know that most of the center of the circle is going to get filled up. Most of the surrounding areas as well will be contested. So the best thing to do is to at least get geared, get a lot of heals, utility, smokes, nades, and then make your way in later. And Pat has fallen.
I did not see how. I'm going to assume it was some level of shenanigan climbing through window or something else like that. Somebody maybe got a pop on him. But, I mean, easily enough resible once to get inside of it, or probably got picked up and moved in there, one of the two of them. So, Bestia making their rotation in right now has to be a bit cautious. You can see they're getting a bit of harassment shots coming out from, I believe, Dots, and then that's going to be Toyo just to the west of them. Up ahead of them is Potentially Dangerous, who is very potentially dangerous for Bestia right now, as that's the whole reason they're playing kind of more along that riverside. God Squad already got their eyes on a couple of people that they're wanting to harass out, make sure that they can get control over this territory, as that river is kind of its own barricade, just kind of their north and to their east, so they get a lot of control in this position.
Yeah, and making it to the north from the south can be very awkward because of that river that you did mention, right, Matt? It's the rotations, it's very open. There's really not that much cover if you are going for a cross. So that is an issue. Also, just to talk about that, look how many teams have actually centered up. You only have a handful of teams now with the Outlaws, LG, you have Empire that are currently not in the circle. So if anything, if this is a really ugly shift, this actually works out in their favor because they can probably get to the weaker side of the circle first.
Oh, I mean, Ross does manage to make into position. The rest of the Potentially Dangerous is up on the hillside back behind them, so it's going to be hard to regroup with God Squad pretty close. LG in there, I guess, slower approach, has no real threats in front of them on this angle for at least another probably, kilometer or so. Then it's going to be San Cristo, that's going to be the closest one to them, and that's going to be kind of hard to intersect in anyway. Empire going to be coming in on, just kind of north of Stadium, if I had to take a wild guess. Got their map open. Michael kind of bumping into trees.
The thing that does worry me about Empire, though, is even though they have been finding success, again, Michael with that beautiful solo play in the previous games, is that they are still coming in very late to circle. We saw that earlier when Team Liquid fought them, right? And they ended up backstabbing Team Liquid, and it kind of worked out for them, but they are chasing. So far, the story of the day for Empire, aside from that Miramar game where they got in the long building, was chasing.
I mean, they're presently in 7th overall, and they are right in the thick of the capabilities. Like, one good game can get them there, and it is done off of some salvage positionings. I mean, what did Boro say? Something like 45, 46 meds or something like that, including stims, health kits, and everything else like that. That's not a drug addiction, man. You gotta be really careful on that one. So that's full on damage control. And while he did manage to find some points out of it and keep them competitive, if the games stay that way,
are you not gonna save to get the
being whittled down as people are gonna have their big game?
Yeah, on the main island.
DNL gonna find a nice knock there onto Bizzler, and to Michael's point, with all the meds, you know, he
I don't need many more.
He wasn't playing games. He knew exactly what he had to do, and again, he got them some points. Now let's see what they can do. I just want to see them fight as a full 4-man. Right, that roster is very talented players, but I want to see what they can do in a fight where they're not late, where they're not on the edge, where they have good position, because zone control for that type of squad should be very strong.
With that whole game with Michael and Empire, after they burned so many meds, after he got the kill on Toyo, I want to know how many meds he managed to pick up after that, if he managed to make it over the crates or not. I cannot remember. So Team Liquid trying to control up their area. They are going to be in the kind of the north of everybody, harassing down the hillsides. They definitely have high ground control right now. It's going to be closest threat to them is going to be Falcons that are going to be a bit kind of their southeast, but Empire is the target that they're kind of shooing away from them.
Yeah, for the time being, Empire have put themselves in a good position off center. They can rotate off this either north or south, so I like this from them. Team Liquid, as you were just speaking about, have taken a very strong position as well in this circle due to the fact that if they need to rotate north, again, it's unlikely, but if they need to go north, they can. If they need to work the ridge, they can go down towards Falcons. So for now, Liquid,
I'll take unlikely.
Looking poised.
I want it. Do it. Go north. That's where the fun is. Oh, test track.
Test track, Circle. I can't believe it, chat.
It's got to be you, Test Track, doesn't it? It's always Test
Track. Test track.
Generally speaking, but the Neox Factory still is. So
I mean, we are just drowning in Test Track games. So
we are drowning in Test Track. Yeah.
At least most of the west of Test Track has already been cut out, so there's a chance that this could go Test Track proper. Empire already trying to make their position in. LG going to go ahead and kind of make a send in as well. Working in silence, we're playing down to the south, but they're going to be regrouping just a bit more to the kind of east of Test Track. That's going to allow LG to wrap down around this. Empire, you can see inside. Oh, man. Adam doesn't even get to touch the ground. No grass for you, man.
That is truly unfortunate as Zamposa has to get down and got to be careful.
Oh, Empire, no, not like this. There is nowhere to go. Oh, and Team Liquid's going to be flooding in back behind them. Empire is in a world of trouble. Vehicles just rolling away from them, trying to separate away from Team Liquid. Purdy just kind of hurting them away from the circle as everybody else from Team Liquid has made the stop off. That means that there's going to be El Proyecto that might have some control over them. Is God Squad going to make some landfall, but they have to deal with working in silence. Biel's got a nade. Lion Den going to be landing. It doesn't even need it. At least going to be able to shoo the rest of the squad over.
All right, back into salvage mode as we go.
Say what you want about God Squad and their fight so far, but at the least they put themselves in a good position almost every single game. So it's really about maintaining the losses, or not maintaining, but curtailing the losses and maintaining the strong at least 3 that they have up. And yeah, this was rough. There was no place anywhere for you, my friend. Just
the ragdoll in the air. He was like falling and then like just leaned back like, nah. We done. Okay, Team Liquid, though, with this shift out, they did manage to kind of deal with Empire, who separated into a 1-1 split, Michael and Valiate in different angles. But now it's going to be about dealing with Sam Crismo, and this is going to be right at edge of zone and not an easy path in the slightest.
No, and Sen Crismo has had some struggles throughout the day. I'm specifically thinking about the game that Dots was just massively proactive in game 1, came and third-partied them. So speaking of Dots, they find themselves in a nice position here. And they have just been, again, like they may not be that high on the leaderboard. I mean, middle field 10th place, but just the difference in play, in proactivity, pushing, making sure they leave an anchor point out of compounds, you know, getting aggressive on third parties, finding those timings. They've just been so good in those aspects. I want to see them build on that. But here comes Team Liquid.
All right, and as you make it back to the first part of the barrage, as Sam Crismo is going to get some damage out. Where is Team Liquid going to be focused in? They have to know that positions down south are already taken. I like this. Just roll through the hillside. It's going to put them pretty close to QAD, but they're just kind of listening for wherever firefighting is going to be coming from. There's a lot of little stop-off positions here, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised stopping in the 10 tower. Perfectly logical.
Yeah, this is good if they can just get some eyes on top of that road as well, because that can be an issue, especially on test track. Fortunately, no one is up there yet, so we'll see how that works out. But working in silence, again, in an ATC type situation right now, in that tower, have a lot of vision. And the circle now is closing, as everyone is pretty much set up at this point.
Yeah, but this is going to be interesting. We either have test track proper, or we're going to be heading into the hillsides, or a bit of both, and we still keep that western area in place. So Sim Cruismo's position going to be strong. LG looks like they're going to try to flex out. Team Liquid might get some eyes on this, but it's going to be the guys in the east that have to move very quickly. Dots already inside their vehicle is going to be making the shift over. Bestia going to get some vision. Toyo already taking some shots at him. They're going to be getting ahead of Wuju too, who just kind of has to watch this at the distance. Potentially Dangerous also has to make a rotate over here as Falcons are going to be regrouping. This might have been the perfect timing for Dots, as everybody was just reacting and trying to prep for vehicles. They were already in them, and they are just cutting a path straight through everyone.
Yeah, that's the symptom of the teams that are outside on the busiest side of the circle in the southeast. You see Dots moving in early. You see Outlaws also trying to move in early. But for the teams that are on the outside, Matt, the teams like Falcons, PD, Bestia, they not only have teams around them, but there's also no rush. Because where Dots set up, there's not much to play above test track, aside from the space that Falcons is currently occupying.
I mean, Falcons are way up there and going to have a lot of vision, so it's going to be how much real control can they kind of put on all these other teams. We've got Outlaws down to the south that are rotating in. Wuju 2 is going to be back behind them. Wuju 2 looks like they might just kind of use them as a pry bar to see who's going to be shooting at Outlaws as they come into it. Nobody really has their eyes on test track, because while you can make a commitment to get safety now from test track, if this moves away from it, bro, getting out of test track with this many people still alive, 55, is going to suck.
Yeah, especially the teams on the north side, right, Matt? It's just gonna be a feast for them. They're just gonna be going.
And those teams are what? Proyecto and Falcons. Oh man, that's gonna suck.
Proyecto, Falcons. You also have Sam Cruismo, Dots now. Again, Dots in a more precarious position because they're more open in the center, but still surviving for now. And Outlaws with an opportunity here actually to get some shots and angles onto Liquid. This could be an issue here for Liquid as they engage with LG. And where is that mortar coming down? Almost landing right on top of Snakers.
There's gameplay in
LG in some trouble.
I have pulled up on my other monitor.
More of an aggressive shift because that they know that they could get pounced on. They do have Outlaws to the south of this, but it looks like it's just gonna be about mortars getting closer. Not quite there yet. If there's another shift up, one more could drop in, but it's gonna be hard to line in. Probably two are gonna be what it takes to get Gats.
I just don't really know what more Gats can do in this position. Going for a res is very risky, especially with the angles that Team Liquid has on them. So it's going to stay put for now, as we see the last two members of PD who have also had a solid day for themselves, making great pushes. We saw early the PD wipe on San Cruismo in game 1 when they went to third-party Team Liquid. So again, PD showing a lot of new wrinkles in their game, as Bliss will find a nice one. He's going to knock out Gabriel, and careful now. Don't get too crazy.
Potentially Dangerous now down to just one, sending it. Falcons kind of caught up, wanting to see if they can get the flush out on what's going on with Dots. Eyes on the future instead of eyes on just the 1 point they can pick up. So Slabby is alive for now as the circle does shift north of test track. That is going to be big. Specifically, El Proyecto, Falcons going to get a lot of vision. Test track's about to pop off, man. There are just too many teams, and they're all going to have to take the same path.
Yeah, the question for me is who's going to control the top of test track, but the issue there is that I'm fairly certain that Falcons is going to have an overarching angle on that. So now Greg Shot trying to do what he can, and they're smoking their approach. They need to make this push onto God Squad.
Okay, Gooners, you've got the opportunity. You've got some distractions going on back behind you. How are you going to handle what's going to be going on over here? Working in silence is going to have to make a move. Looks like they've got their eyes maybe set a bit more west. Wants to get away from it. LG going to get caught off. Sam Cruismo is going to be able to be finishing them off. So a couple of kills going that direction. It's going to be Sam Cruismo already playing the opposing side of the hill just to the west of test track, which means that Outlaws are going to be making moves. And surprise, surprise, where's Michael? He's out in the blue with meds.
Yep, this has kind of been the story of the last couple games here for Empire. He's going to be healing up. Bestie, though, meanwhile, trying to maintain this little slice of control, this edge of the circle just on the northeast, but Toyo is taking shots, and on top of that, you have Falcons that will be hearing that, trying to get third-party points.
Oh, this is going to get messy everywhere over here into the east. Toyo is just trying to find a way to, like, poke and prod their way into this one, but it's just going to be new angles of approach no matter where they go. Mime You can see getting spotted by Kickstart right now. Those smokes kind of cling to some form of life and cover. But this high ground the Falcons have is so brutal. Working in silence. Close range now dealing with Wuju 2 right up on top of him. And this firefight has got scored right back behind it. Jumping shots going through. And it is going to be a quick exchange. Souls is going to go down, but nobody is coming out of this one clean.
Yeah, but now that all these knocks and some of these teams have been eliminated, so many more people are going to be flooding in from the south. That was a huge factor in that fight, as God Squad still just trying to hold that line. Meanwhile, Liquid now trying to contest with Outlaws. This is what I was worried about for them. Outlaws had a south angle. They had sight lines onto the position of Team Liquid. And now Liquid is suffering for it. Curry, can he get the kill? Can he get the finish? No, the nade is short. He throws another.
Charisma is just in so much damage over onto the side of it. They're kind of in tatters over there right now. Liquid still has to keep eyes on him, so it's a multi-front approach for him. Looks like Purdy is just kind of done with it, realizing the fact that he has to deal with close-range threats. Can't quite get out the rats that are right up underneath of him. Sam Charisma is going to be using this time. Looks like they're trying to reset, maybe get their meds back in a better position. Perfect time for approach for them. So now Outlaws, looks like they're stepping in, and it's just a rotating door of enemies right in front of Liquid, and they cannot get the kills that they need just quite yet.
Yeah, massive opportunity for Sam Crismo. If they can time this correctly, if they can put the brakes on both of these teams, Outlaws and Team Liquid, that is a big opportunity for them to then start to look towards El Proyecto, who are also looking at this fight. 2 knocks going down. Halo and Sparking will fall immediately.
Here comes the blue zone all up on top of the firefight as well. Liquid knows that they're getting more and more problems that are mounting as the pinch could be more problematic. Finally, a couple of nades going to be connecting. Just Purdy, Curdy, and Luke now out. It's going to be the Outlaws dancing around the outside of it. Sam Crismo already back to full strength, just waiting. And you can see QAD has already shifted away from this as well. This fight has to end fast, and no! It's just going to be a pick-off there at the end. Purdy, Curdy now all by himself. Nowhere to go, just some smokes. He's got squads all around him. He has to fight his way through it, tries to go after Lopez, but there is just no options available for him. Luke slowly limping in, seeing if maybe there's a world that he can get back, maybe get res, but you can see there's just so many firing lines coming down after Team Liquid.
And Kurt thinking to himself, this is all I have to give. There's nothing else I can do stuck in these smokes. And what I really love again is El Proyecto finding the knocks onto Sam Crismo, looking for the opportunities, not just comfortable in their slice of the circle. Again, beautifully played. El Proyecto really putting on quite a show today.
Team Liquid going to get eliminated, couldn't get back into the res bowl position that they wanted to, so QAD is going to get themselves a nice strong compound to play from. God Squad's going to be right next to him. Sam Crismo should be able to regroup over here into the west, but yes, El Proyecto with so much control inside of the northern area here. Falcons now starting to move from their higher ground position, going to be in a similar boat. We still have Silzen for Bestia still up, trying to make his path in the circle, while Toyo is trying to do the same. God Squad trying to hold out everybody that's coming from the eastern area of Test Track, and you can see it's just a plethora of targets. You just have to focus in. Dot's in some trouble, but they're going to have enemies rolling up right on top of him from 2 different angles. Toyo on one side, Falcons on the other.
Yeah, and you can see Falcons probably saying to themselves, we've got it going on against everybody. And sure enough, Tiggleton will find the first stock of the Shane Doe, but the nade will trade. Gwyn will go down. Dots will be eliminated, though. Very clean from Falcons. They just have to make sure they're maintaining the shield. The deployable does not go up in time.
Just too many different firing angles.
Here comes Toyo.
Toyo are just rolling in off of it. They've got 2 other members down here. It's Silzen that was playing back away from this one for Bestia that managed to get the harassment in. Toyo trying to pounce on a good opportunity. Kickstart, no options. Just trying to juke his way around the double blue zones, though, going to be a big problem. Now just down to Shrimsy trying to survive through just the one, but no. Falcons are out. Toyo picks up
Down goes Falcons. I think we've outlasted Falcons every
just
game
decimating
so
the Falcons.
Honestly, that's okay.
I'm not sure if they had meds. They were scrambling for it. You saw Kickstart try to get out of that doorway, but to no avail. It was just so much damage coming from a double blue. Those nades are devastating now. Cowboy from Alcatia
doing better than the #1 team in the world makes me feel better.
On the opposite side of where we saw Liquid now, but they are painfully aware of God Squad's position.
4 members up in Circle 5. I mean, Alcatia has been having a lot of trouble in the mid game, so with this position that they're playing from, They have a couple of potential targets that are going to be next to him, but a lot of the squad's now starting to be pretty weakened maneuvering around here. They have the capabilities to use the strength in numbers, and they're trying to exploit it. Long range, air burst grenades look like they're trying to land pretty close. Doesn't quite make it far enough, so now God Squad has to be a bit more cautious. Second nade does connect, though, gets enough damage off of it. Cowboy's going to be the guy that's leading the way, but Flash does kind of shoo him away from the angle. They don't want to step in as, uh-oh, that's the cover for God Squad rolling away. Another opportunity. Shinboy now starting to see if he can get an angle around the outside. This one steps in. There's no cover to be had. And now it's going to be Alcancia just stepping in. Full control over this area.
An absolutely beautiful play from Cowboy, being the tip of the spear there for Alcancia. Just getting so much damage and putting so much work, and they're going to finish them off. God Squad goes down. It's just working in silence now. Can the solo player ruin their game? With so much going on, I'm not even sure they know where that nade came from, Matt.
With the way that the new circle's popped as well, that means that QAD has to shift back more into the west. Working in silence, last player can absolutely backstab. Zam Crismo also still has a member up, playing from the position where we just saw QAD playing at. Toyo also needs to move into the circle, so not a lot of ways to work through it, but Sam Crow just gets the drop and a flush onto D, and that was quick.
An opportunity opening up here for the solo BL because of Sam Crow. You see their entire team has shifted position now. They're starting to look towards the west part of where they currently were, and just that southern edge is in on the circle for them. They really don't have much. Again, Beal, he's gonna take his time, but he gets turned on. Roth, beautiful play.
Roth's not gonna let that one go down. He drops down to his belly, takes some damage out of it. Toyo still fighting for control up into the north as it's gonna be Alcancia that has to maneuver in, and Michael still outside the blue zone, almost inside the safe zone. He still has to deal with El Proyecto that's going to be in front of him. 4 members up. All control over into the west. Toyo, a lot of control over into the east. And it's QAD down to the south. So this is about to get spicy.
I want a stat sheet for how many heals Michael's going to use just throughout this grand finals. I think he's going to have everyone beat by a good country mile. He is, creeping in so close. An opportunity. He needs to get the knock. It needed to be a little quicker, but at least maybe get a point. He's gonna find one, and that's still good. That's still a point from Michael there. So it could have been a lot worse. 6th place. Empire still hanging on.
I mean, at this point, the doctor buys another point. That's all I can really do. Toyo did send Capitan down to be a bit more into test track proper. Looks like the rest of the team's probably going to be regrouping over there. With the shift out, notice Pippa's position much more centered. Nobody is playing the center of the circle. It's a lot more open and kind of in a dipped valley position. Nobody really wants to step into it. Zamcro, though, he ain't going down without a fight, man. This guy, he wants to scrap, and QAD just keeps giving him the opportunity.
No, and as a solo, he's causing so many issues for Alcancia. It's just, it's a problem because they need to get rid of him ASAP. They need to start focusing on Toyo as well as the other members, and Toyo is the one currently that have taken control of the top of test track. That is such an oppressive position to control.
It's just off of these solos, man. Constantly harassing QAD. They couldn't get into the position they want. Now Toyo has got it. El Proyecto also now starting to get a couple of players, at least one of them inside the circle, also managing to find a crate as well. So Haven's going to be sitting pretty off of that. Toyo's other two members still need to maneuver into the circle, but this is going to be kind of our end game. You're looking at it. It's just this dip that's just over to the left side of this Kraken. There's not a lot of options, really. I mean, there's still the high road that test track can be played around, but that's... I mean, a multi-layered fight is a potential, but this is just going to be really weird.
Weird indeed. What I'm looking at, though, is Toyo, again, just cleaning up. I was just curious if they could keep up the momentum from last chance qualifiers, and I think they've answered that with a resounding yes. 8 kills currently on the board. Now control, I say control tentatively of the circle. It really is going to come down to how Toyo uses this high ground and what angles El Proyecto is going to be cutting off from this.
I mean, it also depends. I can't quite see the 3 dimensions, but I think that it's really just Capitan up by himself. Good spray coming on as a Kraken. That's going to equalize this a bit more. So now 3 members up for Toyo, just 2 for El Proyecto. High ground control. You can see a lot of throwables now starting to come out. Gizera, though, in the distance, knows where Capitan is at. That cover is big. No angles of control, really, that you can see for Gizera. He's just trying to play up against that wall, and it's not going to give him enough. Nades now going to start raining down on top of him. Is it going to connect with the wall? Is it going to bounce back over it? Oh, that was going to be close. But Gizera, clinging to life, has eyes on position. But let's not forget about Haven. Remember, we just saw him get a crate a second ago.
Hey, Chad,
so it's all going to come down to high ground.
to move first. I think Toyo can stay up there long enough.
Yeah.
To at least cause issues, because the center of the circle is past that berm that you can see El Proyecto is hiding behind. So this is just going to come down to who makes the first mistake. I mean, I like this setup a lot from Toyo. They're leaving 2 on the low ground, making sure they're watching that wide eastern wrap. You also have Benya watching that west, and then Capitan just overlooking all of it, right? Taking pot shots at bushes, making sure no one is proned out, hiding. It's very difficult to see people in those bushes sometimes. So yeah, this is just going to come down to phase 9. This is going to come down to the center dot, and we're just going to have to see who's going to move first and who's going to make the first mistake. I do like this from Capitan, though.
Haven is trying to creep forward, realizing the fact that with the shots, maybe it might be Capitan playing a bit more into the west. He's kind of creeping up closer next to that wall. He's got himself the nade. Starting to hear them be exchanged between everybody, but it hasn't popped off just yet. And that's because Toyo doesn't want to. They don't have to take the fight, just like you're talking about right now. They can just kind of sit here, continue to force more pressure onto Proyecto, force them into maybe an error that they can exploit. They have the 2 members low ground. They don't have to go for the peak. Let Capitan do all of the risk for the squad, feed everything over that he needs. It's all on Proyecto to find a way to open this one up. And you can see Capitan, he's not getting frustrated or anything. He knows pretty decently where they're going to be at. But he was really hoping that more people would be taking shots at him. And Proyecto, playing more passively, is really doing a good job on reading the counterpoint to this play.
Get it is just going to come down to the shift. Okay. Some pressure coming out for Toyo as one set of deployable cover falls. Again, Haven is always a threat, though. That man has a P90, and everybody knows how devastating that weapon can be. But Haven, just behind the grenade, finds cover. The smoke covering him for the reposition. But Capitan, this needs to be a knock. That's huge.
All right, now just down to 1, creeping over to Gizera. Can he manage to get the res in time? This throws off all of the timing. Now shots from Capitan, gonna line it in. Capitan picks it up, and Toyo gets 8 kills. Proyecto coming in second.
Toyo with 1,500 damage, 8 kills, as El Proyecto as well, 8 kills to their name. That was a crazy close game in the end, but also just showed, I mean, with how much we see test track, Matt, it's still such a tricky spot to navigate overall. So, I mean, that was a banger. That was a sick game, but congratulations. My God, these boys, Toyo, really showing up. But I want to see what our fantastic and very debonair analysts have to say, Matt, so we're gonna throw it to them.
Thank you very much. I do want to say, I think that back right polygon might have been modeled after Tiggleton. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Taves. I'm here with Poro and Gibson. Another banger of a match as we get the first repeat winner here in the grand finals. It's Toyo. Let's look back at how it happened. What do you think? What time is it, What time is it, Gibson? What time?
Say the line. Say the line. Go on.
No, I want you to say it. All right, well, we're not ready for it yet, so I want to talk about the end of that match.
I'm new.
I'm new. You know what I really liked seeing is this like double shield stack. This is the second game in a row that we've seen that. It's a really cool usage of the mechanics. So let's take a look at how they did that as well as how they played the game. It's highlights.
It's time. We get there. We get there.
Liftall.
Hey, you want another fun fact?
What?
This is Toyo's 3rd win in a row on Rondo.
Really?
They went back to back in LCQ, and now they win this one, the first Rondo of the grand finals. Toyo and Rondo is working out very nicely as we see Dots getting stuff done here in their little shack, little shanty.
Yeah. You want another fun fact?
What up?
Yeah. An NA team hasn't been in the top 2 any game tonight.
How is that a fun fact?
That's not fun
I don't
at
know.
all.
It's fun for all the South American fans watching.
That's fair. And there are a lot of them here watching this cast right now. And they should be, because El Proyecto, Toyo, all these teams, Wuju 2 even, are just popping off, man. And it's Bestia is up there as well. They haven't even gotten a win yet, but Bestia is still somehow in the top 5 every single time.
Yeah, they've been doing it. You know, they're keeping players up. It's one of the first times we didn't see Wuju 2 at the end, but we're getting close to the start of the phase of the game that won this for Toyo, right? They swept around, and Capitan did exactly what your mother tells you to do whenever people try to bring you down. He took the high road, and they were able to use that to take the win. But as you saw in that game, they didn't get it for free, Poro. They had to work to get it.
Oh, absolutely, and yeah, holding on to that high ground. I was a little bit concerned about how cavalier Capitan was getting playing around on that high side, especially when you got a P90 down there. Look at Haven, almost flipped it on him, but Capitan was ready for it. Nails the shot, and unfortunately for Gizera, even though Haven got right on top of him to go for the heal, somehow, look at this, through the bush, Capitan hits that shot all day, every day. Third win in a row on Rondo for Toyo, and 18 points to go with it.
Gibson, your mother sounds lovely. I love that that's what she would say. Take the high road. My mother would say, hurt them so that they never try again, which I think maybe is probably not the best recommendation. But hey, Toyo Esports, 18 points, coming out in first place yet again. But Proyecto always on the chase. For me, though, I'm excited to finally see Al-Khazia come out there and put something together, because those 11 have been a lot slower in coming, Poro, than I thought they would be when we got here today.
It was tough. I mean, they managed to take that north side of that test track, and I know we're all tired of seeing test track circles. It happens time and time again, but they took a spot that they knew they would be able to defend. The last fight probably didn't go as well as they would have hoped. Unfortunately, letting Rella get flushed right there by a solo, you never want to see that, but it's still, at the end of the day, 11 points. You got to be happy about that. 5 place points, 6 kills. That's a good game any way you look at it, especially on Rondo.
It was. It's, that's my question when, Gibson, is at this point we know, or we suspect, statistics that seem to drive these circles towards that test track area. Is that having a massive impact in the way that these teams are setting up to play the games from the get-go now?
I think some of the teams are adapting to it and going, yeah, well, if it's going to go there, we're going to drop closer to it. We're going to move closer earlier in phase 1 to take these positions that we know are so powerful. And some teams are just like, there's always a chance. They're taking the risk that it's not going to do it. And 9 times out of 10, you get punished for in this map. I feel like it's almost like it's the easiest game or map to read in all of PUBG Esports. But that also makes it the harder, because you've got 64 players reading the exact same script and trying to make the same moves.
And they all want that power position. Let's take a look at, I believe, the overall leaderboard and see where everybody stands right now. El Proyecto is going to be in first at 49. Wuju 2 continues their climb, 41. Toyo at 37. And then from there, it starts to even out just a little bit more as we get into a hot 20 race, all the way down to 10. For me, there are some surprises. And yes, Poro, you said earlier in your segment, boo to the man who writes off someone who struggles after 2. It's been 3, and 4. Okay, thank you. My math has never been great. My son's not here to help, and I still find some of these teams not quite picking up the pace that I hoped they would. Luminosity is an example of a team that I know they have high frag potential. 7 is shocking.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. You don't know how these games are going to play out, and you still got 2 more on the day. At the end of the day, all that really matters is how you're sitting after 6. You could get 3 points through 4 games. If you end the day with 35 points, you're still feeling all right about yourself. Nobody's going to remember how you got there in the first place, right? So I definitely would like to see them put something together here with 2 games left on Erangel. But that being said, we've talked about it before. Erangel has turned into kind of the wild card map, weirdly, considering this is the one that everybody knows how to play along.
And I think that is it's funny because it's like the evolution. Like, you want, what's the saying from the Joker, that you want to be the hero long enough till you become the villain? I feel like that's the story of Erangel's map, is like, we loved it and loved it and loved it, and we still enjoy it, but it is so hard to play nowadays. Everybody knows such the nooks and crannies. There's not the cover we're used to in places like Miramar. Gibson, it feels like when you get to Erangel, if you don't establish your position quickly, it's kind of, you're just sort of flipping a coin and hoping the map goes well for you in the end.
Phase 1 determines so much all the time, right? You're either going to get a military circle, a northern Erangel circle, or in the middle, right? It's 3 combinations. At the start, teams move very rapidly based on it. I do still think it's my favorite map to cast, I'm not going to lie. Like, to me, when I get to Erangel, it's like, let's go, we're going to have some fun. And I think that a lot of the teams need that familiarity, right? When you consider the way that Falcons are playing, the way that Luminosity are playing, even the likes of Team Liquid will be glad to see Erangel on the horizons, because they need to get something going. Like, it's been a tough night. Like, Falcons haven't even been in the top 8 once, and it is a blip, right? It has to be a blip at this point, because this team is one of the best teams in the world internationally, but they're just having a bad day.
I mean, they're one of the best teams internationally. They're the best team regionally. Like, I mean, it's It's disgusting the things that they were able to do in the group stages. Now, obviously a little bit of a slip up so far here today, but it's only 4 games, right? Like they still got plenty of time to right the ship. And on top of that, it doesn't even matter if they don't, because they're already qualified through global partner team status to get to PGS. So really, this is just trying to get everything, knock the rust off from the off season, and get yourself ready to go into that international play. But look, man, you're not. If you're relying on Falcons to just be bad like the whole tournament, like the whole grand final, hopefully you got a better plan than that.
Unless it's PGC. Anyway, that said, I will say, how many times though, Poro, have we started a grand final in PS with, well, maybe this first couple of games is a blip for the Falcons, or in this case, the Sonics. I mean, that is a roster that sometimes is like, I don't know, maybe they just sleep in late and take a while to get fired up. Like, I would not be shocked to see them walk away with a top 3 in this one and then a win in the next one, because their turn on time seems to usually be about 4 games.
Yeah, and look, I mean, what I want to see is how these teams that are in control right now, the Toyos, the El Proyectos, all those guys, I want to see how they respond in these final 2 games. Let's start putting a little bit of distance between some of these other teams. If we have a bad day 2, then our great day 1 will make up for all that. As we see a hot drop already. If this is a 3-way hot drop in Vernie, though,
if it's a hot drop. If it's a full hot drop, we're going to turn it over to the casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
We are indeed back to the tried and true, the vanilla, if you will, as our Poro's taste buds. But a 3-way hot drop is spicy indeed, Matt.
Bro, I used to be a bit against Aaron Gullick, especially in the early game. It was a bit slow, but they are making sure to change that up in Americas nowadays. We've got a ton of squads all stacked up on top of each other. You can see it's going to be dots up into the north. We've got Empire that's kind of running a 2-2 split off to the side of it. And then we got ourselves some friends that are just kind of caught up in the thick of all of this. Severny, the power plays position and not even inside the circle. So this is going to be very hard to detangle from.
It's just so weird because it's rare we see hot drops in Severny. We've seen them before, but it's even rare that we have a 3-way hot drop between Gooners Dots, and yeah, I mean, Empire, this is kind of craziness. And look at the split on Empire. Adam and Finna are on the opposite side of Michael and Valiant.
Okay, so I often don't like to super harp on car spawns and stuff like that, but when you have a situation up around Severny here with the car spawns, I feel like that's kind of important. So, I mean, do you just immediately try to shift out and get to the vehicle as fast as possible, and try to just get out of dodge, or what would be the mindset in this whenever you see 3 squads in Severny at this stage?
Massively important, the car spawn, right? It's already somewhat of a risk to hot drop, right, Matt? But then when you add another whole team and a Panzer into that equation, then yeah, I think the best move, if they can, that's the problem, if they can, would be to get the hell out of there. As we see Lope's gonna grab himself a second vehicle, so already a nice setup for now for Sam Crismo. They're gonna loot here, maybe even stay here for a circle. It's not guaranteed that it's gonna go north, although it's more than likely. But this is a good looting spot for Sam Crismo as well. Meanwhile, back here, Gooners still looking for those early frags.
I mean, Tommy Gun, Panzerfaust. This is a double trouble style situation. So Goon, aka Greg Shot, gonna be playing around the outside. So it does feel like Gooners are getting kind of more control over the southeastern area. Empire with this 2-2 split feels like it was a great start to the strategy, but now with 2 teams here, just makes it feel like it's so easy for them to get picked apart.
Yeah, the third-party opportunities are going to be wild, especially once the fight. That's the issue here as well with the 3-way hot drop. Is whoever gets knocked first, I mean, that's going to ring the dinner bell. That's going to cause everyone else to start to collapse. And then the teams that fight first generally will be on the back foot. So no one necessarily wants to be the first to fight. If Greg can get a Panzer frag, great. But I don't know how much they can get off of it.
But Greg is playing this real aggressive, man. Minimal fear in him as he's just kind of looking around. I feel like the northern section for Empire is in a lot of trouble. Simply Matt's hanging down with the southern one, but they've got the road in between them. Really, Gooners are just getting a ton of loot right on top of this other duo to the north. And I think that we saw maybe a Scorpion, and that's it. I mean, it can shred close, but it's scary.
I mean, the more important thing here for all 3 of these teams is just wasting so much time. There's so much time being wasted here for these teams. And because it's hard to break off, it's not as if these guys are like, oh man, I love being in a city with 3 teams before the first, 5 minutes of the game, but it's hard to break off. This is something that is going to take some patience and more importantly, it's gonna have to be delicate. They cannot rush this.
Yeah, here come the bit of picks here and there. The Gooners into the north. It looks like they're trying to regroup a bit more with Simply Matt. Information's being fed over. He's trying to defend the stairwell himself, as it's going to be the more duo, or I guess the more geared duo for Empire, Infinna and Adam. But you can see Simply Matt trying to make sure that nobody's coming after him. Keeps peeking that window because he knows where Dots is going to be coming from. This is kind of set up its own coordinated position. So Gooners now being off in this angle. Oh, Adam's going to go ahead and catch a bit of that Molotov. Finna already inside the. But this is problematic. They are outnumbered here, kind of. I mean, with Goon playing in the north, he's going to be able to supervise at least to the north.
Well, they're going to need more than that, more than a molly, in order to kind of displace the position here of Matt and Bunt. But I mean, Matt doesn't even have a helmet, right? He has that shotgun up close. It shouldn't matter if as long as he gets the first shot off. But yeah, I mean, they're rather poor right now when it comes to gear.
Oh. Look at this Valiant starting to creep over here now, as it looks like Michael might be the guy that's kind of got his eyes making sure that Dots isn't coming back behind this. But Dots will rush this the moment that this fight breaks out, or at least extend out to see if they can get any piece of it. Simply Matt is kind of the core component of defense here right now. It's just shoddy central here, dude. Gunner's got a plan, and it's shotguns, and I dare you to open the door.
If I were Dots and I knew that most of the action was going to be on the west side of Severnia, I'd start looking for an exit strategy because realistically, they're the ones that have the most freedom to move out of there. Working in silence, meanwhile, we'll be moving down towards the pier.
Blizz did get out. He's over there into the east now, isn't he? It looks like he's managed to pick up a vehicle.
He's probably looking for a vehicle, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they should do. I'd love to see this from them. Again, Dots is not... They're not playing games here! As Greg will get... Unfortunate first kill. That's got to feel terrible if you're Valiant. But it is what it is.
I mean, our early game hot drop. Panzers, are the thing to be afraid of, and that's the best that you can do. It's kind of hard to navigate this now because Finn is on an island pretty much by himself.
Do you think Valiant is inconsolable right now, or do you think there's...
Oh, I don't know. It's really... I mean, I never want to break your heart, but whenever you get Panzer Faust like that, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? You have a Panzer. Oh, hold on, Bunt. Now the quick peek. You can see Empire trying to fight back. They want to get rid of Goon, and they want to get at least some points out of this, especially if they're gonna lose Valiant so early like that. But the util is really starting to put pressure on Adam as he finally goes down.
And there goes Finna too. So that's gonna be Gooners getting control over this area. Michael, alive, alone, all by himself. I wonder what he might be trying to loot right now as Dots Chilla just trying to eye out what's going to be going on. Regroup from their teammate Blizz. Looks like he should be able to pick them up. So Gooners pick up 3 kills and an exchange of loot.
And all things considered, that was perfect for Goons. Gooners did not lose a single member. They're still 3 strong.
Is that
so?
Blizz that did that?
Yeah, these mortars are coming from Dots. I think no, not Bliss. Maybe it's Bliss. Either way,
I feel like he just shot off a whole bunch
out.
of them and grabbed in a vehicle and ran off, but I don't know.
Yeah, Dots should be able to rotate out of here. Goons as well should be able to grab that dossier if they haven't completely destroyed those tires and also have a rotation for themselves. So unfortunately, the only real team that suffered here, aside from circle timing, is going to be Empire.
Hey, they're down to their tried and true strategy at this point, right? Which
they have one. I'm sorry.
Yes, get Michael Meds, get into the blue zone.
Oh man.
Maybe Circle 7 we'll see him again.
Luminosity, though, is a team that I don't want to say I'm worried about, but today has just not been their day. I mean, they have not been able to get anything going. They've been in some positions, thinking back to the Miramar game, even the Tego game, where they could have capitalized, but it's just been a rough day for LG. That being said, to echo Poro on the desk, they still have at least 12 games, 13 games after this one. So a lot of room to recover.
You can have one bad day is the saying, right? Whenever you got a 3-day grand final, you can have one bad day, but that just means that the other 2 cannot slip at
right.
all. It just puts all the pressure back on them, especially given the fact that LG only 7 points right now. Any kill that they could find would just be a morale boost and start sending them in the right direction.
So for the time being, though, they do have a good position. They are just on the east side of Death Road. They still have an anchor in Gats. So depending on what this circle does, which again is a huge factor, if this goes hard south, Matt, it is going to be hell for everybody. There isn't a single team, and rightfully so, on Millie base, and this is going to center up pretty much just right around Snake Compound.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a pretty fun in-game whenever we look at it and the way that it can get kind of configured. A lot of people are going to be leaning their back straight up against, I guess, the peninsulas that come out in the center of the circle. In the northern section of it, you know, pretty much where Working in Silence is going to be at. Does also mean the fact that we're going to get a lot of Potato Mountain or Potato Hill that's going to be in play. That presently high ground king of the hill is going to be El Proyecto, though.
And El Proyecto have just absolutely farmed whenever they've put themselves in a high ground position like that where it has a lot of advantage. So again, really love what we're seeing from them. They have been just on it today. And you can't blame the lobby. These are not weak teams. There's a lot of strong teams in this lobby. They're still finding success. You love to see it. Toyo also another one of those teams that have carried that momentum through, currently holding Potato Hill, as you said.
Okay, Toyo starting to get the harassment on Outlaws as they're going to be trying to pass through this corridor. A lot of teams just going to be trying to make it spin through, and that's pretty low damage already. It's going to be QAD that's going to be the next up, following on what's going to be going on with Sam Crismo. A couple of shots not connecting quite the same way they wanted to. It's just a full-on crash right on top of everything. Oh, that bike blocking out the door. It's going to be God Squad kind of caught up as it's just going to be vehicles flying in from absolutely everywhere. Now, down to just a sharp shot. The last one alive. Throwables coming in every single angle. Sam Crismo wants this. They charge in full-on authority. Sharp shot has to defend. He has to take him down. Oh, no. Everybody's blind, but no. The God Squad is gonna go down.
The absolute chaos that was in that room, and now just to add to it, why not throw some mortars into the mix? But the flashbang from Sharp caused so much confusion between himself and the rest of Sam Crismo. That was wild. That bike, I don't know if that was God Squad that placed it there, but that completely backfired if it was onto Balefrost.
Yeah. That bike, you could just feel the rage whenever he opened that door, and you just see him like pan down just that couple of pixels to look at the bike, and it's like, well, this is how it's gonna be. Rest of the squad starting to contain in pretty well. We still have, it looks like, Dots, as well as up into the north. Gooners are found themselves some vehicles, so they're going to be rolling in up into the north. No surprise. Empire also still kind of the odd team out. They're going to have to make their own pathing down as well, or I guess he is going to have to make his own pathing down.
Yes, one member.
One
will make that play. Meanwhile, looking at the teams on the north, I mean, between Gooners and Dots, they do have an entry point into the circle, but LG just have a really nice spread to start to cut off that northeastern side as we head into a beautiful... Yeah, this flash, because he came out... Actually, what happened here? Oh, did he get gun jammed? And he's run out of ammo? I actually didn't... Can we possibly...
The way he was juking on that, it felt like he was flashed, but he wasn't flashed because he
wasn't flashed.
Well.
Yeah, I thought he was flashed at first as well, but either way.
Okay, so
Gooner's out threading the lead on Matt. Look at this rotation. I mean, right in between multiple teams. This is if they can maintain the land, if they can stick the landing, this is a great position for Gooners.
And it looks like they do manage to make landfall, and they find themselves a compound that is pretty centered up. So Bestia going to be their new near neighbors, with El Proyecto kind of stopping anything out. And Crismo going to pop, and ooh, that is still a lot of water in that circle.
This thing shifts straight towards Sharkfin, and not only that, but it keeps just almost 50% of the playable area in water. So all that space that could have been utilized by the teams rotating in is now just gone, non-existent. That being said, Matt, I do like the position on the southwest. If PD can take that plateau, they could potentially open up space for them to move forward into that pier. We'll have to see.
This is going to be kind of interesting to watch how it lays out. So El Proyecto going to be a bit more aggressive. They're shifting right into where Gooners are going to be at. So with this, we also still have Sam Crismo is going to be taking some shots into it as well. Gooners finally having themselves some loot inside the safe zone, feeling pretty good about it. Falcon's going to use the opportunity to kind of creep into the north away from this one. So El Proyecto vibing right now. First place overall, 8-point lead. They feel like they can take a fight versus anybody, but we know the Gooners are not afraid of any fights ever.
Nope, they will push fight from minute to minute, whether it's the start of the game or the end, and they're doing just that. Meanwhile, it's going to be Wuju2 now crashing the compound of Liquid, but they were so set up for it. There was absolutely no chance for Wuju2.
That was
fantastic play.
Brutal. That was absolutely brutal to watch. Team Liquid coming alive in defense of position. That's going to be strong, potentially dangerous. Just going to be over to the west of them, working in silence over into the east. So a bit of breathing time for them to work around. We did see El Proyecto have one of their members go down as well, while Luminosity Gaming is having to deal with dots right up on top of them. This is going to be over into the east. We might have a new trajectory for Toyo coming in on a similar pathing, just on the outskirts of farm. So it's going to be on to Snakers. Try to see if he can stall this one out, throw down the smokes, and try to regroup a bit more, as they do not like the way that this has turned into a separated firefight.
But uncomfortable is an understatement here for LG, as they have to contend with dots. They are currently knocking just on their door. As Bizzler's going to take some damage, Gatsby's going to fall, and dots have been just so surgical with these gunfights in close quarters.
Oh, it is just hazardous over and over again for these squads to try to contend in with right now. Toyo lined up right back behind LG. A lot of trouble to be had with this one. They don't have really too many different escape angles to play from, as Toyo, with this defensive line that they have now set up, they've got two off in the distance at farm and another two creeping closer and closer by the moment.
So intelligent from Toyo to take their time. They've sent two to wrap on the north side, and they still have that anchor position of the other two members of their team currently holding these smoked off angles to make sure there is no push around. And right now, LG is just getting sandwiched between dots and Toyo. This is chaos, and this is what we were worried about for them. It's just down to Bizzler in the smoke, and he's gonna go ahead and pop another one just to cover himself for as long as possible.
Only thing that he can hope is these guys start fighting amongst themselves, but Bizzler in his position, he is just kind of caught out. It's like Josh, he's got himself a nade rolled out. I don't know where it went to, but it's like gonna be just another pop-off. Oh, the Molotov! It's gonna be a 1-2 combo. Nicely set up coming up from Toyo, lighting Josh on fire, and Bizzler's gonna pick it up. Now Toyo playing around the outside of this. Dots in some trouble. Shane Doe, the last one up, just trying to run through. He is gonna go down, and Toyo picks up even more.
And somehow Bizzler has still survived. The smoke that he has laid down has been instrumental. Will he get another one? No, Emmy will come and clean it up. And now we're seeing Simply Matt in a fight for his life between him and El Proyecto. Two members down. The reses, not sure if they're possible. Those are DNOs, and no, he's just gonna get picked apart. So again, El Proyecto just solid defense there onto the Gooners.
I mean, they're just taking what they want at this stage, but they've got a new contender up in the north. Each one was kind of monitoring that. The new circle has popped, and it shifted over into the east, playing right on the outskirts of that Toyo positioning we saw just one moment ago. In the center of it, QAD going to be defending up, but notice Team Liquid down to the south, where we're going to see El Proyecto, potentially dangerous, Falcons, and of course, Empire's Michael, all going to be coming into the north and the west.
And an in the hands of Lopes, that's definitely something you don't want to see if you are on the receiving end, but for now, he is just a solo. We'll see what he can do with it. Even a body shot to a tier 2 will knock someone. That can create some space, or a pause. Is working in silence still. Is a strong 4-man now, just in such a dominant position here, but they need to make sure they don't get crashed. PD now, speaking of crashes, trying to go past. They're getting picked apart. It's going to be Alcatsia. Can they actually hold off this push? Roth trying to finish one. He will. That's a knock, and he's going to back up for a second.
My God, there are like 5 different squads all shooting down on this rotation. Potentially dangerous is just getting battered every single angle. That's no surprise. I mean, we saw working in silence. I think Team Liquid, Sam Charismo, everybody was taking shots into this. Well, it is going to be Sia that was trying to make sure that they defend this one up. We still also have Bestia Silzen on the outskirts of this one. I mean, to deal with, it's going to be El Proyecto rolling through. Lopes tries to defend up. He's going to go down, the first in many, as it looks like a lot of solos going to be hammered and battered on these new angles. Bestia trying to fend off against, it's going to be Proyecto as well as Falcons at the same time.
And Bessia's been trying to hold this position for so long, but it's just a solo shack in a small divot, and now Falcons coming over the top with Util. That's going to be a knock easy for Kickstart, as the Molly was already doing its work, but Falcons, they're getting shot from a different angle. They're actually getting shot from further back behind, I believe. Yeah, they're getting shot by Liquid.
Yeah. Liquid, and I believe working in silence gets vision. Falcons, they want more points. This has not been their day so far. 14 on the day. They know that they usually get that in a game. They're just trying to line it up. Can they get the nade to land in? It's just a millisecond or two where we're seeing these bursts right on top of the heads of Bestia, but they cling to life. Still holding the defensive line as the new circle has popped, and QAD is in the center yet again.
Just trying to get into that bunker where the secret key they do not have in order to open that door to create some more space. So they are just kind of stuck, funneled there. Bestia's been here for so long and have survived admirably so for quite a while. But I mean, Falcons are just slowly starting to take control, and they still have that road to work with. So this is going to be a rough spot for Bestia to get out, and even El Proyecto by proxy.
That's the problem with it as well, is this is kind of a mutually assured destruction stage. As they're just trying to creep their way into this. Oh, doesn't get the knock. But you can see Tick is like, where is this even coming from? Car's gonna just go flying away from him. They're all looking different directions, but none of them are looking where Michael's at.
No, and why would they? The smokes are probably covering most of where those nades are coming from. Shrimsy, though, will finally find Stilson, and they need to push in.
They just send it down the hillside, done with dealing nades. They just want to push in. They want to get some form of safety. Kickstart is down, but they are flooding down. It is the big nade coming up from Proyecto. Can they get the follow-in? Vinny still alive, just clinging to life down in the deep of it. Proyecto, though, steps in. Vinny gets the knock on his Kraken. It is just no holds barred over here to the west.
And how is this possible that Michael still finds these opportunities to get points? He has outlived the Falcons, which were a full 4-man strong squad just before this fight kicked off. That is crazy. And still Bestia, Vinny and Stilson continue to hold this small space. This is a bunker space, not meant for more than 1 or 2 people.
Michael finally having somebody shoot at him, and it's going to be working in silence, trying to navigate moving into the circle. I mean, you got to give it to Bestia, dude. They are just chain rezzing down in that little dip, just trying. They are trying so hard.
The probability that none of those nades have landed in there to take out Bestia is just craziness to me. Is still, Gizera is trying to just get rid of this duo, but now El Proyecto down to just 1, and they're going to clean it up as well. Bestia just surviving every single conflict.
Yeah, but here's the new problem. Working in silence, they've got a couple of defended lines that they can deal with on this one. Michael's still alive also. We still have one of the members for Outlaws that are watching all of this. I mean, Cadacia is just kind of in the middle of all of this. They're getting some kills here and there, but it just doesn't, like, all the kills are happening specifically over to the west and the south, and they don't have the best sightlines on those.
I also love that kind of anchor play, the safety there for the team of Alcacia is I believe it was Rotharillo just sitting up on the tower, the communication tower, prone out, letting his team do the most of the control. If something goes wrong, Rello is there to at least help support with probably the best high ground position in this current circle. So really good decision making there for them. On top of that, guess what? He gets the shift. Now, Alcacia have a decision to make. They either consolidate with Relo, or they try to keep those 3 there, keep that side of the circle clean, and then rotate in afterwards.
This is, I mean, yeah, just take a look. Give me it.
Oh, he
give me it.
Just cracked him right in the, looked like the neck.
Working in silence. This is interesting. So QAD's positioning, where they've been looking at working in silence, means the fact that working in silence can't pursue Vinny, who is now outside in the blue and still pretty much probably hanging out where we saw him this whole time. Toyo still has Liquid that they're trying to contend up with. It's going to be Emmy pretty close to the defensive line for Team Liquid, where they have roughly 3 of their members at, I believe. Yeah, and they've still got 1 back behind him, pretty Curdy, that working in silence, taking a couple of shots at. Really, it's just going to be kind of these solos intersecting up on top of each other, as we still have Michael alive and 1 up for Outlaws, and they're getting pretty close to each other.
Toyo has maintained so much control on the east side of this circle, though, and they're continuing to keep that foothold. And even spreading out again to the south, you see Emmy starting to harass Team Liquid. I really like what I'm seeing from them. Just a continuation of the evolution that we saw from the last chance qualifier. Now Sparky is going to take some shots. He does land a few on Beal, but he's going to be fine. For now is Liquid starting to finally find some footing here in the late game, but still, Matt, they're on the edge. They have to move forward. And there's not much to play there, man. There really isn't. It is straight flat.
I mean, QAD and Toyo pretty much have this on lock right now. This positioning shift, though, for Liquid at least forces Working in Silence to play a bit more to the west. You can see that Working in Silence was kind of playing for this same line. So this more aggressive play coming out from Team Liquid was to try to bully them out of position, saying, you don't want to send it over here. You know the fact that you're just going to get third-partied if you come over here. So maybe Working in Silence will have to play more along the road and deal with QAD. But you see, Working in Silence, they still have a compound or 2 to play from, so no big rush. Toyo, similar mindset. They've got Capitan already inside the circle, so they can just regroup around him and defend him.
This is a great opportunity there. You see Sparking slowly starting to cheat towards the east side. I think they realize that the push to the west is just going to be too difficult. They have way too much cover. They have the buildings as well. And I did see that Sparking was looking towards that side, but no, it looks like they're actually going to go for the west. And this is also just because they don't know what's going on exactly on the east. So they're just going to make the best decision they can based off the information they have. And that's just going to straight be a push to these rocks. But they're going to get backstabbed by Toyo, I promise.
All right, working in silence. They've got the line, and Beal gets a knock onto Luke. So he's going to go down and get flushed, but they at least managed to make it to the rock. Toyo's going to be creeping in back behind that cover. So vital for this position, getting blown away right now. So Team Liquid having less to work with, but you can see that working in silence, shifting in. They realize that they want to get more defended in position. Trying to line in, see if they can get the nades to roll in. That's going to be pretty close. But Toyo now starting to harass the working in silence, inadvertently defending Team Liquid's positioning, as it is going to be one of the nades from BL connecting on a Purdy-Curdy.
But all it's going to take for Toyo is just to step over this berm and really start to put the pressure onto Team Liquid. I mean, they've unfortunately put themselves in a situation where they're getting pinched by two teams now, and so we'll see if they can defend that. But no, working in silence now, just straight pushing. Is Toyo going to be able to defend them? RBN leading the charge. He's going to take damage, and he will be found. Alo will find one. Sparking will get the flush. Is now Beal will find the knock on Alo. The trade is there.
Hey, what can you get out of this? Utility starting to be thrown down, but that rock putting in a ton right now for Team Liquid. Trying to bend in around it. Purdy-Curdy is still going to be maneuvering, but look, Roth sneaking up back behind, working in silence. It's going to be a full stretch up coming from QAD, realizing the threat. So now they're going to come into play, working in silence. Does get eliminated, but that is going to be Alo still down. Sparkin's already taken a ton of damage. Same with Kurt. Trying to play around the smokes right now. It looks like QAD doesn't want to continue. Instead, looks back into the circle, and it's going to be Toyo that has the line with two of their members down onto Team Liquid, and this is just going to be a tooth and nail firefight for Team Liquid to make it into this next circle.
Yeah, now that we have a high ground position here, looking through Relo, we can see why exactly Team Liquid didn't necessarily go for that hard east push to take over this terrain from Toyo. They were so open from the angles to the west that they just couldn't. I mean, they would have got shredded by working in silence. So Team Liquid really making the best of a bad situation, still maintain 3 members up. But again, the control and the sight lines from Alcancia is just so strong here from Relo.
This is the God spot right here, right? Inside of this circle, this gives you everything you want. It's so high up, it even gives you a bit of cover, so that way whenever you go for your peaks, it's all going to be about Toyo and Liquid fighting down in the shade of QAD's high ground positioning. As Liquid's going to go ahead and get eliminated. Toyo sitting at 9 kills. Eyes now repositioned onto this one. How are they going to look in? It looks like there's going to be a shift up. Binya going to be pretty close into the new shifting positions into the north, coming up from QAD. Alcancia slowly shifting in. Does Binya know that this is coming? It looks like he's got his eyes a bit more set into the west. He finally hears some steps and gets the knock onto Raw. So 2 members up. QAD, it's going to be counter. DIYY up on top. But now it's going to move low ground. Rello, the last one up. He's got to get everything from up here, and he's got to get the kills and secure. He's up against the edge of the zone, and you can see it's just Toyo trying to clear out every single kill on anything that they had knocked.
Yeah, but the problem for Relo is his teammates are down. It's just him. He still is in circle, and he still will be just on the edge, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be visible once he is on the edge of the circle, once it closes up top. So, again, Toyo just weathering the storm. I like the push idea coming out. Relo will find one. Hold on a second. If he can get that flush and bring this down to 1 versus 2, there's a world where he absolutely wins this game. But so far... Yeah, Emmy's not letting him do it.
Parachutes, so that way you can drop in. Use the tower for cover, so beautifully played. So now back down on the ground. This is just a straight up 3v1. Going to use the hillside to shift along. We know that Relo knows how to fight in these type of situations, but he is just so heavily outnumbered. Alcancia wants this so bad. Stepping in 4 kills right now, but Toyo has been on an absolute rampage all day today. Gets vision on 1. The moment he takes shots, 3 different firing angles from Toyo are just going to pinch him. When's he going to make his show? Where is his play going to be coming from? It looks like it might be more into the Capitan line, as everybody from Toyo still dancing around, looking in, realizing the fact that maybe he might not be in that tower anymore. Has anybody spotted him out yet? He's got vision on 1. Oh, there we go. The shots connect, and that is going to be Toyo taking it down.
Wow, Matt, Toyo doing it again. I mean, just talk to me about this team. What can't they do right?
I don't know. At this stage, they just read it so... Wait, okay. Everybody has glasses now? Are you kidding me?
What's wrong? What happened? What do you mean?
This isn't the only sunglasses I have are these because they're like transitions. This isn't.
I am very confused, Matt. I've been wearing these glasses the whole broadcast. Are you okay? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean,
do you need a break?
Yours are my favorite.
Do you want to take a step back? If it's fine, you know what?
Okay, I think we need to compare and contrast glasses, right? I mean, I see yours and I think that they're the best, so we should take a look at the other ones, right?
Yeah. So you know what? As we have this fantastic winner splash screen, let's go and head back to our analysts and have them break down the highlights in the game.
Another great game, another win for Toyo. As we come back to the desk, my name's Toffees. I'm joined by Gibson and the Porosaurus, who made us all so gosh darn fashionable. And another big win for Toyo. These guys seem like they're unstoppable, so let's take a look back at the journey to get to the victory. It's time for the highlights.
Highlights!
My man!
I love being an influencer. I influence everybody up in this piece as we finally get to see the long rumored and storied hot drop from the Gooners, but unfortunately it's going to be Empire that takes the Panzerfaust to the face as Valier goes down again. And well, wouldn't you know it, Michael finding himself all by himself once again. But God bless Gibson, he's really good at look at sharp shot. He had no idea he was out of ammo, didn't he?
No, I had no clue.
You hate to see that.
What was that before this game? Michael had used 93? 93?
And that was before this game.
Yeah, like, come on. The guy wasn't better than it. Beamy, eat your heart out. There's a new sheriff in town as we look at some of these clips. But this was a really interesting to fun, right? Because you said it before we started. This is a map that's evolved. It was the most standard paced out of all the maps for so long, and in the last 12 months, it's like somebody's just stuck a firecracker in the map and been like, yeah, forget everything you know about Erangel. The tempo is completely shifted.
It's just funny. We were talking about it a little bit. Oh, throw it in reverse. Okay, one more time. Slavi gonna pull on up. Roth, ready for it. Shoot the toesies. And he gets the kill there eventually as he makes that push. But Alcastia once again getting to the late game here, so finding a little bit more success as we see Falcons just get absolutely jebaited by the Michael grenades from behind and have to make the push in. And that grenade was so close going down there. But Bestia, what a hold here!
Oh, it was so good. The fact they got the res off and then won it at the end. But for me, you guys watching at home don't realize this, but in the green room, all we were doing was watching Michael. Like, we were watching him that whole game, sneaking in from behind. He stole a couple of kills. He got into the placements again. Then we got to the end, and I was like, right, this is it. This is North America's time to turn this on its head. But no. Toyo, they looked at each other in the eyes, they looked at the lobby and said it's Toyo over for everybody else. This is their show.
Oh my God, I got two of y'all in here now that hate this. But you know what? Like Toyo's feeling it right now. And like they are absolutely on fire. They whatever they figured out between group stages and last chance qualifier, it is still working here now that they've made it to the grand finals. But there's still 3 days. There's still another 2 days left. They still got one more game left to go here, but they are showing out here through 5. 22 points and a third victory here so far today.
Toyo is anything but tired right now as they come out with yet another incredible play. I think there's no argument that being in the LCQ was not a successful endeavor for them. It's clearly, you heard the interview with Capitan. He said we needed time to sort of get our communication in line and figure out each other's play styles. Yeah, I know Emmy, but you're kind of getting to know these other guys, and clearly that has turned on. It was also good to see Team Liquid making some good points there. I will say, if it had been Team Liquid throwing those grenades at that little bunker, I think for sure they would have gotten in a lot faster. Falcons maybe needs to hit that practice studio. They were bad at the mini golf, if you know what I'm saying, Poro.
I mean, it was a little tough for him too, though.
It's
right?
hard.
Like they were, like the Michael grenades just kind of threw a whole big question mark into everything, and then having to make that crash while they were getting shot at from a third and fourth party, like that's always going to be a tough push. But you would have hoped that they would have been able to, like most of the times when Falcons is on, like they win that going away. But it's just been tough sledding here so far today. So they've got one more game to try to right the ship before they go and do VOD review with Coach Gunner and figure out things for tomorrow. But you know what? We're not even talking about. I don't want to talk about Falcons.
Okay,
right
well
now.
let's talk
about Toyo.
Okay, let's take the overall leaderboard while we talk about Toyo. I want to see how big the climb was on this right now. 59 points, living in first place and feeling good about it. Proyecto also looking pretty good. Wuju too. So your call continues, Gibson, as our South American teams continue to show dominance.
Yeah, it's a real South American revolution that we got going on here in the Americas, and I'm sure that their fans have been waiting on this for so long. There's been a chokehold. Like, the Americas has been handled by the Falcons and the Sonics for oh so long, and the South Americans are sick of it. They really are. Toyo, they're leading the charge. I think you'd appreciate this one. You know, the Toyo rubber has really hit the road as they're just rolling over the rest of this lobby with the grip that they have.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I'll tell you who's had a big grip on this lobby. It's Michael. So let's talk about Empire. They're sitting in 8th place with 24 points. How much of that contribution has been, Michael?
I mean, it's got to be like at least like 18, maybe even 20. I don't know. I mean, look, he's putting on a masterclass of what to do when you're just kind of up against the wall. You feel like the whole thing's done, still salvaging points, still making stuff, getting stuff done, and trying to put yourself, your team in a good position for the future, given that the game was kind of the present game has kind of thrown to the wolves, I guess. But they're sitting on the left side of the leaderboard after, I mean, what is honestly 3, maybe even 4 games that are just completely washed.
Yeah.
They've got no rights to have 24 points right now.
No, absolutely not. That comes down to just an insane survival time and honestly, a little bit of luck. Like, the fact of the matter is, Falcons was so obsessed with dealing with the kerfuffle down there that they never even saw the man. I mean, Gibson, they didn't turn around and look at him after what? It took 4 grenades, and he just sort of sallied away, leaving them to their death. It was beautiful.
They were lost. They had no clue what was going on. Like, there was explosions going off left, right, and center, and off the back of it, they were like, we got to push. They're like, we're getting naded. They're not stopping. We got to make that full send push. And it really didn't work for them at all. And it's, as I said, Falcons fans will be disappointed, but they're going to PGS regardless. But Toyo, get those chins up high.
Get those, yeah, for sure. I will also say, you kind of brought up the chaos guys of the map recently, and that whole thing with the Falcons, with the, I think it was Bestia that was down in the hole. We saw Protecto, all these guys, everybody was right there on top of each other, and it seemed like it revolved around that crash pad, right? We saw God Squad attacking Sam Crow at the crash pad, then another team shows up, but the bike is blocking the door, and it sort of started this crazy, like, dominoes game, Poro, where it seemed like teams kept smelling blood and then showing up to these fights over and over and over again, and it just made it impossible for anyone trying to hunker down there.
Yeah, it's just a wild circle, right? It's not something that we've seen very often, or we haven't seen it in a while, just something ending just off to the west of farm. So, you know, I think a lot of teams were maybe expecting it to go somewhere else just based off of how the circles usually behave. And as a result, like, obviously, you know, Erangel like the back of your hands, right? But we talked about it, like, what's made Erangel become so violent? It used to be these teams have said, oh, we know Erangel so well, so we know how to be safe around here. We know how to play this and keep 4 up to the end. Well, in regionals now, it feels like these guys are like, well, we want to get points. We want to try to show out as quickly as possible. We know this map really well, so we know how to go out and just frag out if we want to. And that's what's causing these teams to just get involved in this action so early. But once again, we get another 3-way hot drop up in Severny.
All right, let's send it over to the casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Hot and spicy, starting off very hot and spicy as he's going to find that first knock onto Michael. And again, another 3-way hot drop. Why, Matt? Why are we doing this?
And, well, I mean, you can see that this is Empire now playing more into the east, and they're going to be where Dots was. Dots was playing this position originally. Remember, Empire was kind of running that 2-2 split, so it's going to be on top of him. Michael now down and dead. The first person in the entire lobby.
Oh,
that is a problem for Empire, as he's been generating a lot of their points.
The $1 million man himself, the one who survives all situations, will be the first to fall. And now this is going to fall on. Yeah, this is going to fall onto Empire without the help of Michael to take care of the Dots. But that's a very good point that you brought up. They specifically took this quadrant, which is the one that they knew Dots had landed on in the last game. So looks like Empire wants to be much more aggressive, get rid of this hot drop quickly. And again, Gooners are thriving because of it. They're the ones that are getting all the advantage. They're just looting on the west side for absolute free. There is no one there to contest.
I think it was Bunt that was taking some shots randomly over there. If anything, Gunners are a little bit upset. They like the hot drops. These are the things that they enjoy. So now it's going to be, they don't get to enjoy the fun of what we can see going on with Empire and Dots at the time.
Well, Dots currently, even though they do have the man advantage, they've been herded into one building. All three of them, of the four, are all sitting in this 3-stack, and that can be dangerous. Any bit of utility can completely cut them off and just knock 1 or 2 members. So still, even though they have 3 members, I lied completely. Bliss, that was filthy.
Just the peak on that, so perfectly timed, man. Dots, that was sexy. I mean, I don't have another way to say it other than that one. So Dots getting more control over here. Remember the fact that we already have one of the members down for Empire. That means it is a 2v4 over here right now. Shane Doe still on that blinking life. Not a lot of meds to be found so far, but with the man advantage, it looks like Gunners are kind of stepping away from it. I mean, Finn has gotten near on nothing to work with. I think, again, I saw him just having maybe a Scorpion in his hands. And what do you do? What do you do?
I mean, you try to get the hell out of here if you can, or you try to ruin their game, get as many kills as you can before you leave. Because right now there's no viable option for Empire to leave. There's no vehicle. Dots now have spread out, take the complete control for the most part of this area, and now it's just up to Valiant and Fitta, who are now stacked on top of each other. So as long as Dots doesn't make a massive blunder here, they should be just fine. It's really what Gunners was going to decide to do, and they left a long time ago.
Well, they quote-unquote left. They're now just a shield into the west. They're running full-on 3-man split across any angle of exit we could see coming out from this position. So I think that they're hoping maybe they can pick up a straggler here or there. But Dots, while they do have the man advantage, there's not a lot of loot for them to be had either. We were talking about meds just a moment ago. You can see the Shane Doe still blinking over there. They haven't found a lot to work around just quite yet. So this double-up defense coming up from Empire might be enough to slow this one down. You can see that Dots don't want to overextend either. This has kind of become something that neither one of these squads want to contend in with, but luckily the circle isn't too far away, so they don't have to just instantly run out like they did last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a looking at the guns. What is that, a Tommy gun and an MP5K in the hands of Finna? So it's not great. I'll tell you that right now. This is a difficult position for Empire, who have, for all intents and purposes, had a decent day.
Oh my god, I have no idea how long my mic has been
but
muted.
Now they are potentially about to get wiped.
Ever since I started singing.
You've seen that.
No, I mean, like,
time and time again.
It could have been muted for hours at this point. I've been in here by myself.
Close to this outer wall now. You can see Dots.
Nobody, my chat's gonna be like, you idiot.
While they are a bit weakened, they do have a stack of health that they can all together. So this is going to be quite loud.
This isn't looking good right now.
At this stage, be able to hear this. But
not looking good right now. Last I checked, it was like 7 plays.
Too much. They still got Bliss back behind them.
Well, I mean, we are.
If anybody tries to run out of position, they know how they can play around it. So
in a 2v4 versus Dots.
In the building that we
after getting double hot dropped.
Now making the push in. Now shifting in.
Jesus.
Where are they going to step around? If they go in front of this new doorway, it's going to be bad. Godspeed.
They need to make sure that they don't take any casualties here. It's fine to take a knock or two, but they have to play for the trades, especially in a 4-on-2 situation where they have the advantage. They cannot afford to lose one member here. They should not.
Well, I mean, a Tommy gun and a shield. If anybody peeks that angle right now, everybody's playing the angle of defense where they can kind of use Blizz. So Dots doesn't want to push too much just quite yet. Gunners also sent Bunt around this other side, so it looks like they realized most of the shift is going to be happening over in the east. Liquid also kind of playing a defensive position over into the south, just south of shooting range. So whoever leaves this is going to have to deal with problems no matter what at this point.
Finna, he hears, I mean, they can hear all the footsteps. They're painfully aware of the fact that Dots is not only right above them, but just all around them. So it comes down to the first knock. And the way I will say, though, that Valiant and Finna are playing this is so awkward if you're Dots, trying to find exactly which position that they're in. But what is the Ferrari peak? What was that?
He just drifts around the side of it. Now, Valiant, the last one up. He knows he's got friends just on the other side of the wall. Blizz on one side of it. He has to be careful. Can't make too much noise. But notice, Gunners are getting closer and closer. They hear the firefighting. Steps around, but the shield is a problem. The shield
we don't
he
drop
put
there
down
anymore.
for himself denies anything for this one. So Dots do win the firefight in the end. Empire is eliminated. Gunners, what you got planned now?
Like you said, this is their reward now. Is Gooners going to try to
boys.
hold
Dude,
them
it's
out?
Curly.
It doesn't
Holy
look like
shit.
Blunt's actually like, all right, they didn't take any casualties, which is smart. They didn't take any casualties.
What's up, man?
They
It's
know it would
Curly,
be a
yeah.
3-on-4.
Holy shit,
Because of that,
chat.
they're going to pull off, and I think that's a very intelligent.
The original Empire PUBG
But
player.
look at this. Hold on a second. Look at Team Liquid.
You're streaming?
Actually
I didn't know
setting
you were
up
streaming.
for Severny. Maybe they
Yeah, I'm
realize that
watching the
there's
boys.
points to be had here, or there's late rotations they can try to cut off.
So
They might have
how-
spotted out
does
some
it? Do
high
they get a
ground, so the
payout,
Gooners
or
kinda
does it
run
go
back
into
and
like a
forth around the
national?
outside of Severny,
Both.
and
I'm
with
a
any
little-
information being
Okay,
sent over
both?
random
Yes.
channels,
Okay.
like that, knowing the fact
It's
that
Yeah,
like-
a little
Severny is hot
confused
spot,
because
so
I was like,
Liquipedia
okay,
doesn't
It
have
is
the
possible
money
they
on
also
it.
got close enough to Severny to
Yeah.
see the knocks. I'm not sure. I think
That's
they still
cool.
might have been.
So no
out
matter
of
what, like
range,
minimum
but
they
either
get is
way,
like 600, right?
a
They
very
get
aggressive
600.
setup from
I
Team
don't
Liquid.
know.
As
I
we
don't
now
have
head
it
to
written down. It's
this
12,000
squad
the
of
first.
gods, the God Squad. Pat leading the
Yeah,
charge here
it's
up
like
towards Death Row. They're in the
12,000,
circle.
and
They
then
can
if
take
you
the
get
time
16th,
and
it's
really
like
start to scout out
600.
where they want to go
Yeah.
in this first circle.
That's cool. And
We didn't
then
even have a
after
chance
that,
to
you
really
go
talk about
like
the circle, but I mean,
nationals
it's
or
just
whatever.
middle area.
You top
so
3 or 4,
Pitching
depending on where
yeah,
Falcons
Nia's in it.
finish.
I mean, even
Go
the
to
outskirts of Severny are in it,
PGC.
so you pretty much
PG
anything's still on
PGS.
the table as far as center.
That's crazy.
We'll have to see
I
how
was
the
like
shift out because
looking,
we're still
I was
in
like-
phase number 1 and we have lost.
I was like
We're
literally
technically
watching, and then I saw
59 players at
Empire.
this point
And I
and a
was
full
like,
squad. That is
wait a
kind of
minute.
insane.
That's us.
Yeah,
It's time for the
yeah,
action
that's
up top.
crazy. Are
Really
you
haven't seen much.
is
Now,
your
working
boy
in
from
silence is a
Space
team
Station
that I've
Gaming? Is
been
he
very
playing for
happy
you
with.
now, or is that another guy? from
Overall,
Space
on the
Station?
day, they've made some really great
Valiant?
proactive moves, especially when it comes
Yeah,
to late
I
game.
think
They
it's
try
Valiant,
to
yeah.
Yeah, he
pick up
plays
as
for
many
us.
points as they possibly can without
Yeah,
putting
yeah.
themselves
Is
in
that
unnecessary
was that your
danger.
old
So
friend?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
His
used to
team,
play?
for me,
Yeah, yeah.
has been working.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember him. I was like,
in
yeah,
silence.
I remember you had one guy that played for Space Station. I was looking at the
Sorry.
roster. And I was like,
I
that's
can't- I
probably
didn't
that
even
dude.
mean to do it. It just,
Yeah, I popped into his stream one day and I was like, "Hey
I'm
man,
so sorry. I apologize.
I haven't seen you
not even
streaming." And he's
so-
like,
don't-
"Dude,
well,
I
I
just
am. I
started."
genuinely
I'm
am.
like,
I
"Well, are you
promise
getting
I
back into
I can
PUBG?"
still hear the smile in your
I don't
face. is
know.
all you're
Then
saying.
like a
No,
week later, he
there's
was
no
playing
problem.
scrims, and I'm like, "Hey,
Very
I still
smart.
own
Just
that
as
org.
sorry as Gooners might be if they
If
run
you
into
want to
Team
like
Liquid here, because that's
have a place to be." And then he just brings me this team of like
you still got like
4
a house of Severny
international
inside the circle.
champions, and I'm like, "Okay, well."
You still got looting to do.
Yeah.
Team Liquid and
That's
Gooners
crazy,
now
dude.
both gatekeeping out
Oh,
Severny.
well. I just wanted to pop in.
Good luck
Just note
leaving
that
is all I can really
people
say
are still
at this
watching.
point.
Yeah.
Silence,
Pop-
strong
hey,
position,
pop in
kind of
tomorrow. We'll be
also
doing this
the
again.
South of the entirety
Yeah,
of the circle.
yeah.
Bestie is gonna
Are
be
you,
pretty close as well as
so,
God
like,
Squad over to the east.
Is this what you do
and
now?
San
You still do
Cristo
the?
is going
you
to be
just do
kind
the
of
org
over
thing, or-
into
No, I mean, I
the
still
kind of,
work,
guess,
but,
dead
like,
east and
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
I don't play or
eastern
do
northeast
anything. I just
position,
manage.
in silence in this regroup
just
position.
manage?
Not
Yeah.
necessarily content. Circle pops.
Yeah.
Yasnaya late.
It's
pretty much
a
around
lot
the
has
center
happened.
of it, so this is going to be kind of tricky.
played
Looks like we
football
might
in
be
Rome.
eyeing some Yasnaya
I don't know if
fields,
you
or
ever
maybe
knew I
even just
was a
over
soccer
Badway.
player.
Yeah, I know
So I
you
thought
were
we
like
thought
you were
maybe you might
looking
see
at
a
some
school
like
circle or
international
something
stuff
that
when we like
posted
last
more towards
talked.
Pachinki in the southeast.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I
like
was gonna go
this.
to
This
Germany,
shakes
and then
it up.
COVID
This is a very awkward
happened.
circle
Yeah,
play.
that's what it was.
Yaslaya
Germany.
makes
Yeah.
it just
Now I play
such a
football
pain
in Rome.
to rotate around, especially if you
Central
have teams on the
Rome,
brim over
it's-
there.
it's
But
kinda
as you can see,
crazy.
it's a mad dash
But yeah,
to
I've
get
been like
to Yasnaya right
playing
now.
PUBG.
Matt,
I
they
actually
are
bought like a
about to go
booster.
past these yellows, which are already set up
It
by
runs like shit with my.
or set up
old
on by the
setup.
Outlaws.
And
Alright,
PUBG
so
runs
I
like
was like-
shit
With this
in
weekend,
general.
looks like they're gonna make landfall
Yeah,
first.
like,
They're
dude, it's
gonna use the area
insane.
to work with God Squad
I
trying to
I
navigate
remember
through
when
QED.
I used to play
They've
this
got
game, I had to
themselves
run
that
like
kind of
a
wizard tower,
4.7
position that you can
overclock
play
on
just
my
on the
6700K.
outside. Would
Yeah.
Oh
dealing
my
with
God.
Sam Priest,
Yeah,
but
and
it's
I
do
rolling
some
back
crazy
behind the
shit.
Bestia.
That's
Also
what I
gonna
wonder.
be
And then I
rolling
watched like
right along this thing,
Michael,
having
and
God
he has
Squad
like
is
a beast
everybody's
PC
kind of
getting
maneuvering
400
around this
frames,
crazy
and I'm like,
Bestia's got good
Jesus.
vision into what's going to be going on. Patcap takes a smidgen of damage, but not enough
I
to
get
shoot
like
away just quite
200-ish.
yet.
I
So
still have
with this,
the
it's gonna be working in silence on the opposing front. If
I'm waiting
anything,
for before
just kind of forced them
the next
right on
installs.
top of working in silence. Double up nades. Shinboy is now
Yeah, we,
out. Bill Frost
future-proof.
realizing the threat, they have to just maneuver up the hillside and be fighting for it.
Yeah, I need to
Smoke's now
build
starting to
new
go
stuff.
down, but it should slow down the pacing.
I don't play
just a
enough to
little bit.
really justify it.
And we've seen so
Yeah,
many
yeah.
teams
I also
pick up
like
the- I
don't.
say
Yeah,
new
that's like my
pockets. I mean,
problem
these
too. Is
dips and
like
divots have been here for quite
I'm
a
in
while.
another
One at a
country
time, there was nothing
8
but
months out of the
flat
year,
area
so
here.
it's
And
like.
since these have been introduced,
Are you home now?
how many times have
Yeah,
we
I'm in the-
seen
I'm in the
teams
US
go
right
into
now.
these
Are you-
and
are
just
you still
get
in Georgia?
Absolutely
Yeah, yeah.
slaughtered by utility. I mean, they're so dangerous.
But I go
As
back
large
to
as
I
they
go back
are,
to
it's-
Rome
it's
in like
just
August.
So easy if you have a beat, if you have
So we just
good
we
idea
just
where
chill.
teams are sitting within these dips.
Kinda.
I mean, it's just you're just utility fodder. So far, though, working in silence.
Yeah,
surviving,
that's
in fact, they
fucking
were the ones
awesome,
that
bro.
did
I
the
was like,
damage.
yo, wait a minute.
I know,
Yo.
late mid, it feels
I know those
pretty good,
guys.
but two shift in, everybody's doing so much.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
I was like trying to see like if there's any other teams besides like the top orgs.
yeah, yeah.
And so Gooners,
Yeah.
looks
There's
like
like
they're
no
trying
one
to
left.
regroup.
Bro. Oh, it's insane.
Dots still inside
No,
of
I mean
Serenity
Liquid just
itself.
came back and
Liquid
Luminosity
also
just
gonna
came
be
back this
moving
year.
Potentially Dangerous kinda close to the
Yeah, that's
well.
what I
So,
read.
Dots do survive.
So,
the
like-
ball
And then
in
there
some
was
blue
like,
right now,
And even
but,
like
I think that they
Falcons,
minus five out Gooners, so they're
Alcadzia,
gonna rush back over here. Well,
Yeah.
Alcadzia, they're still just trying to
Outlaws,
get
I
it
feel
in
like has been
position. It's
around
very
for.
strong
Yeah.
God Squad and
centered as well.
Outlaws have been around forever.
And I've seen.
Well, God
I mean,
Squad's
Taylor and Roth have played here on,
some of
teams
God
that have been-
Squad's
this is
old
such a strong
EU,
position
United.
because it's so inaccessible
Yeah.
for so many teams. Especially if you're trying to crash that position, you're,
But, like,
you're in sight lines of Yasna.
half the NA teams aren't even NA.
Right? So
Like
getting to
Falcons
their
is
position,
your-
they're
or,
so well
Middle East.
protected because of
Alcadzia
all the
is Middle
teams
East.
around them. Now that can be a double-edged
realized
sword,
that
Matt,
it's
because
not
guess
like-
what? If you have all these
they're
teams
gonna do
around
whatever,
protecting
bro.
you,
Yeah.
there's not that many points to get, is there?
It's kind of sad if you really pay attention, but
It's a mixed blend.
I was
gonna say.
You may
there's
get at least
some-
the placement points out of it, but
I'll just say it, I don't
everybody
care.
in this lobby wants the kills. The kills are
we're
really
up
what
for
propel you up
potentially
leaderboard.
a partner slot for
Gooners
regionals.
Kind of rolling along.
Nice.
Looks like they're all gonna
But
be stacked up together.
that's why I don't want to say too
Still
much,
on
but
the
like
hunt for Dots is going to be just to the north.
they
of them, and they're kind
told
of parallel
Gooners
positioning
that they
across each
couldn't
other.
hot
Dots are
drop
going to be
a certain
on
team
foot, trying to shift over into that
because of their
smaller
regional
area
partner
outside the
status.
blue. New circle is about to pop.
And
Which
I'm like,
way
well,
we
that's kind of
going?
fucked up
Looks
because
like
we
most
just had a
teams are
three-way
thinking
hot
this
drop
out.
on in
There's
Severny.
potential where we see
So,
something
like-
tricksy happen, and it is just going to go.
Where's our?
That's
You
gonna
know,
just completely
Oh, we're just the nobodies.
take the
So,
wind out of the
you know.
sails of the Gooners as well as potentially.
Yeah, you
Maybe
gotta
there's
win
more
some,
to
not
it.
just
Maybe
do
there's
whatever.
more to it. I
They're
don't know.
fine. They had that anchor
Yeah,
position
there's
in
always-
Luke.
It's like that in
He was a
anything,
forward
bro.
position to
Like,
make
any
sure he can secure
sport,
that. But also
gaming,
look at
real
Purdy.
life.
Purdy is so far on
IRL,
the base
yeah,
of Yas Lake
it's
to the
just-
north there that he is at
Yeah,
that
so
first
I-
I'm
I-
surprised
building,
that
so they have such a
Tempo
wide
Storm
spread.
is not here. They were like the best.
Potentially dangerous.
Isn't that-
probably gonna be
didn't
coming
I
they
know,
out.
become
I know some of those
Sonics?
guys went
Not
to
yet.
it.
We've got
Oh, gone?
Prismo over here. Looks like they kind of got
Or-
position. So a couple shots gonna be coming out from
I mean, I was
Prismo
looking
to
at the
kind of
rosters a
force
couple days
Prismo
ago,
down
just
to
trying to
the
reminisce
point.
the old
Looks like they
NPL
might be
days.
grouping around gas stations, so not too much. And Prismo has to be careful.
I know
as
one
there's a
went to
lot of
100
targets rolling around
Thieves.
this same position. Let's not forget about Gooners
Like,
coming
your
up
boy
back
Dre
behind.
went to
Just
100
down to
Thieves.
Yeah,
one,
well,
and
Valiant
it
went
is
to
the
100 Thieves for
OG Gooter himself is gonna be
Valorant.
Prismo, realizing potentially dangerous
Yeah.
position, and it's a three-way firefight as
Um,
everything is just coming up. Sam Prismo right
Sam Prismo
Yeah.
to get rid of PD as
insane.
quickly as possible. Once they do
I hate
that,
it
they
here
can then
right
start to
now.
focus on the teams or what's left of the teams at the
You
north.
hate
It's
what,
basically
this?
just PD
Oh,
at
just
this
getting knocked
point.
out 16th, man.
So
It's just
if they do
terrible.
that, they can also cut off the rotation
Yeah.
from Liquid. That's the most important thing. If they get rid of PD, they control this north side.
But you're like,
Liquid
what,
can
8th
then
right now?
not
Like, I was
utilize
looking
that
at the
Yeah,
age.
we'll probably end up like 10th or
on
12th.
the lake to actually push
Yeah.
that position and
It's
make
still
a
early, though.
foothold
Still the
into
second day, right?
Yasnaya.
It's
So
day
this
one.
is
There's 3
huge
days.
Oh, yeah.
If Sam Prismo can actually get rid of PD.
It's just
now. Utility being
the
down.
the ceiling in this
Gonna
lobby
press
is
up
so
top.
high.
Quick
When some of
spray,
these
gonna
teams get
pick up
cooking, it's
one.
gonna be
Juke back down inside the
it's gonna
spokes,
be
but
tough.
not gonna make it to safety.
Yeah, especially
So
like
now the
like
long range
Liquid.
defender's gonna have to be putting
I was
against more
like,
potentially
fuck.
dangerous, sitting at two of
Falcons,
their
I was
own,
like,
but they
yeah,
have to deal with
some
that
of
high
these
ground
guys,
position on
like,
one
oh,
side of it.
fuck.
Not having a good idea quite where that position is
Yeah,
being played from
it's-
just yet. Gabriel gonna be moving forward, making sure to pick up any kills that he can. but it
Falcons.
looks like
Falcons is the one I'm
it's
worried
gonna be
about. I mean,
Prismo.
hell,
They
when we
can't
did
put too much more into it.
group stages,
Oddly
they had
enough, it's gonna be
180
Toyo
points.
as well as Liquid getting some
Yeah.
vision
in
this
12 games.
firefight.
It's insane.
Those are all the bullets you can kind of hear landing and around.
Is this
LG
Typhoon
also
Gaming
getting some
team,
run, but
like,
potentially dangerous and a
playing?
very
There's
Toyo?
like 3 guys. Huh?
the
I
3-guy
have to
team.
say, for
Yeah.
Sam Prismo, I like the idea of trying to get off angles.
No,
but
I think they got
sent DNL
grouped.
so far north that while the fight was happening and the rest of his
They got
team was
what?
fighting,
Grouped in the group
he
stages.
wasn't even able to really find the
Oh,
angles, and
goddamn.
because of that,
So
that
they're
was
out.
a potential
Yeah.
misstep there from Sam
Yeah,
Prismo.
because I remember
Otherwise,
trying out for that
very
team
good
before I played
decision
for
to push that
Grunto.
fight.
PD got to go. I mean, Team Liquid's rolling it back
bad.
behind this. They were watching on the other side of the lake of this firefight.
I was playing for Grunto, and I asked them if they wanted help, and
as
they
it is going to be Slabby limping
they
away
said
from
no.
this position. But guess what?
and they
Dots
never did
finally
anything.
found
now I see
themselves a
them.
vehicle.
If they got
They're
groups,
coming in
then
just
yeah,
north
they're
of
still
No
the
Lean,
same.
right where Team Liquid is going to be regrouping.
Yeah, I know,
This
like,
northern area of
day-
the lake, it ain't done yet.
day
We got some more party to be
2
had, and
of
I think the party's
opens. We
already
won
heard it.
4 in a row.
Dots, after being in the blue for so
And I was like,
long, you're gonna roll
I was on cloud 9. I'm like, there's no way that we just, you might as well just send us to China now for PGC. Granted, it was
Slabby now trying to get some
opens.
shots into it as well. He's gonna get something. Shane Doe's gonna go down. And
Where's
it is just
where's
2
the
for Dots. It's
nationals
gonna be
at?
Tires Pop spitting out, managing to make it to
oh,
a
I
10
think it's
tower least.
in.
But
I
Liquid
just
still has vision. They
talked about this
have
the
to
other day.
run. They have to hide.
Yeah, and for Dots, I mean,
It's in
we know,
China.
but they have no clue
Just-
that
yeah.
all of apps
Can't
is
remember where
completely
I-
clean. If they wanted to make a push towards that direction, they
It's
can. The
normally somewhere
nade
in
is going to
Southeast
slow them
Asia.
down.
Yeah.
As you can see, Joshy
Yeah,
there.
it was when I
almost
played
getting knocked
football
wrist
there. I
low
went
as
on
well.
holiday
they have
to
heal.
like
The smokes will
Thailand.
cover them for now, but it's just
And it's
Slabby.
like
He's the
There's a
only
lot of
one on this
PUBG.
side that can stop them. Liquid though,
Dude, it's
starting to rotate
insane
down.
the
You can see
size. I mean,
Brady going
it's
very
still the
wide on
number
the
2
north
game
side.
on
The
Steam
shots will
every
go
day.
into the smoke that Josh is
Yeah.
Played. Like the
Okay,
size of
he's
it
glad he
in
realizes he
other
doesn't wanna
countries
stay here
is
for too long.
insane.
He knows other people
Yeah, like no,
using
there's like
the squad.
promotion.
He's
Like
gonna
you'll be
walk
walking
right into the
around,
wrong angle.
and
Sparky's
you'll
gonna
see
go
like
pick that one up.
a boat,
Team
and you'll
Liquid
have like
becoming kings of the
PUBG.
north for the
You're like,
time being,
yeah.
already spotting out dots as well. They're just
I
running
should took
for
a
cover.
photo.
So Team
But
Liquid
yeah, it's
realizing there's not too
advertised.
many other
And, you know,
people shooting
they
from
have
this
more
angle. They have a
of
couple
like a
options to
gaming
work with.
scene.
Way
Like,
the circle
what's
is
it called?
popped.
Like
It
gaming
is
arcades,
kind of
like
leaving that
PC.
gas
Yeah,
line, moving
like
more into where
actual
Kuwait is
cultural
positioned
gaming,
at pretty center and
where
center.
Yeah, it's
esports
actually
over here
kinda
is
sick.
still
We're
kind of
already
niche.
inside Yasnaya itself. What are
Yeah.
Liquid going
Stay
to
in
do?
your
Looks like
room.
they've got eyes on position,
Yeah.
but we also do have Falcons getting a bit of an eye over what's
Trust
going
me,
on.
that's I try to.
They don't want a piece
I
of that
get on
just
calls
yet.
with like people for
Falcons with a
partnerships and
small advantage
sponsorships
here
and
because
stuff, and
they
I'm
are
like,
fighting with the high
they're
ground.
like,
They can
well, who's
just
watching it? I'm
crest
like,
over and peek into
literally
the boat, but if
500,000
they
people at
do
any
this
time
incorrectly or they
in
rush
China.
it,
Like,
Yeah, in
it's a
China.
very
Yeah.
real possibility
like
that
if
they
you have a
end
product
up
you want to
losing
market
too
over
many players. And
there,
yeah, like you said, working in silence, still in the dip just to their west. So
they actually got out of gaming in
they
general.
have to
Like
make sure
this,
they
I
do this the
closed
correct
the
way,
org.
or try to rotate.
Yeah, that's
around
what I
problems. If they
heard.
try to
I was
rotate here
talking
at this
to
point, so many
Cold
teams are
Pepper
set up on the
Griff.
edges.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you remember
Including
him.
Bestie on their
And he
east,
told
that
me that the
it might
org
be
was
best to try to take
closed,
this fight and just
or
get rid of one
you
of
change
these
it
teams
to
first, but
racing or
again,
something, and
they're
then
on the back
I
foot.
can't remember.
Yeah, I tried to use it to
This
market my
position from
racing stuff because I
Pat
was
is buying
racing.
so much space for his team.
Yeah.
He's kind
And
of
it just didn't work.
dividing
So
line
I got into
Falcons
Valorant.
right
And I was
now,
playing like
as well as kind of working in silence.
bottom of the barrel
So
Valorant
he's
tournaments.
getting some defendable
Oh yeah,
position
like
to work with
openings.
for his
Just
squad.
open.
We could just not even like tier 5 shitter
Falcons
stuff.
can't go for too much of a peek because they have
Okay.
outlaws as well
And
as Zia that are going to be able to see them.
We
So really, this
I was playing
is
for an org,
not the angle
and
of
I
the
just
Falcons
it was
walking
ran
those
real
routes.
scummy, and I was like,
Falcons
fuck
back
it,
to
you know, I did
Naples.
this before. I'm
This
just gonna
is
start
two
my
halves.
own for my
Going
own team.
for a step over that hill, into that ridge.
So I opened everything.
go.
Two other squads watching.
I opened up
That's
everything,
just-
and I was
that's
like,
just
oh my
different.
god,
There's
you know,
no
I
way
have
to
the
make it
structure
work. You
here
gotta send it
still.
in, you gotta go faster.
And I signed a bigger team, and then a bigger team, and now I've got like 5 Valorant teams. I've got one of the top 32 Marvel Rival teams right now. I've got like we just played Shroud's team the other day.
Oh, what's Shroud's team called?
Shroud X.
He goes down as well.
Great name.
And a beautiful reposition, as you
Shroud
called it
X.
out from Balefrost. It
So,
crippled
we
Give me
played
your
them.
money.
the Falcons, and they were making
This
the
weekend
best
we're
of
in
a
the
bad
top
situation, but
32
it just
bracket
did
for that
not work out
tournament.
for them. And working in silence with the patience,
My
able to
Valorant
get that
program
third party.
is-
But now look at Posta, look
Yeah.
at El Proyecto. They are dialed into this position of working in silence.
This is crazy. Okay, so
Curly?
That's cool, dude.
Curly, do you remember,
McKeld?
McKeld?
QAD's got control over the
That sounds
circle.
familiar.
What was his- McKeld, what was your-
Some of Yasnaya in play. Proyecto
it was like Phrase, I
on
think?
this outlier position, but not working out too much.
Flames,
Going to be shifting. It
Phrase?
looks like they've got a send up
Phrase?
their own, and they're going to be
Yeah.
running right
Was that the guy who
alongside
had
Outlaws.
us
That
back
could
up
be a
burned
distraction
down?
for maybe Proyecto.
I don't know
working
about
silence
that,
work, but
maybe.
Either one wants to
There was one guy in
having the
your
same
org. I
thought
don't know
of
if
what
you
was going on with the
remember.
Falcons. It's
His
just
house
too
actually caught
dangerous
on fire.
to push down into those
He's one of our Marvel
So
Rivals coach
we've
now.
got this
Like,
weird skirmish going around on the outside as best
I didn't
as
know
trying
him.
to
He
find some
applied,
form of
and
cover.
he's
what
like, yeah, I used to be in
angle is
Empire,
David? It looks like
like
mine
back
might have
before
finally
me.
found one.
Yeah,
One
well,
for now.
yeah. I was here
I'll say
before. I
easy,
think you
really.
came
Just
in.
two members left
and
up
I
for Bestia.
knew
That
the
nade's gonna
Requiem
fall.
guy. This is
It's gonna
after
yeah, Requiem.
still
when
looking at working in
when
silence.
I
They
was
have to
playing
make a
for the
decision.
Awesome League, and then the league
They
got
need to push one of
canceled.
these
Like
sides.
PUBG
Is it
canceled
in
the
fact going
league
to
or
be this
whatever.
fight
I
here,
can't
or is it
remember.
going to be on
Then
the
you came
west
in with
side?
me.
They're looking at El
Sucked.
Proyecto. Mine
Yeah.
now will get
But that team, I'm not trying to be
position on the
bad, but
roof,
that
try
team
to
just
get more
wasn't.
sight
They
lines,
weren't
but it is
over the
not safe
hump
up there. He's
yet
gonna
to
have to jump
like.
off.
But our team?
They didn't understand the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like a wall, and once you pass that wall, it's like, yeah, bro, you have
Oh,
potential.
I know. Like, I was playing the other day,
Versus everybody over here.
and just
Multiple members
you know,
from
it's
Outlaws
I'm
all up on
definitely
top of
beyond
them.
washed
Fills in.
to my
You can see now
old
dealing
self,
with
and my old
another
self wasn't
threat,
even
and it's gonna
good.
be working in silence right back
Yeah.
behind him.
But I
It is
watch,
gonna
you
be
know,
Ardian
Michael
that
streams,
goes
and I
down
watch his
at
streams,
range.
just
It's
the
gonna be
way
Toyo
that,
firing
oh my
lines
god, I
as
can't
well
even
before Yekto getting some more into
fathom.
it. There you go.
Yeah, it's like the knowledge.
He is going to get fleshed out.
Yeah, the mechanics.
What
You know, the game is slow, but it's like you have to literally, when you throw shit, you have to like count and know.
Against
Your brain, the way your brain has to work through situations and understanding the map. I mean, just map knowledge itself is insane.
against
Oh,
Toyo,
yeah.
stepping over in the smoke.
But like when I
so
was
much utility being
playing,
thrown their
they
way.
didn't have like the grenade
1
thing
and 2
yet. Now I know
respectively
like
against
you
each
can
other.
throw
Haven
grenades
just
and make
spots
like
the
your
vehicle
own
roll
like
right up in front of him,
grenades.
tries to go for spray, does get the knock onto one, tries to get some
Like
more, but he
shit.
is going to go
Oh, on
down.
some of the
Toyo is gonna get
the maps that have
eliminated. That is a
destruction.
beautiful cross
Yeah,
country.
yeah, it's
Haven
like
manages
it's
to
Well, hell,
make
they
a
have
big
emergency
play,
pickups
support the
and-
rest of his squad, but now
yeah.
that has drawn
I
the
think
attention.
when we got
Silence,
out, they just
QAD,
put
both
gliders
eyes
in.
into position on this Toyo firefight.
Yeah,
They
I
wanna see
remember
if they
the
can pick up
SLR
some
was
more
like the
out of
newest
it, and it
gun.
is just
Yeah,
everybody
the
creeping in
SLR M4
into
Dragon
meta.
off wasn't.
into this field.
Yeah.
And everyone on the
They
north
got
side
fucking
is
grappling
just
hooks now,
so
bro.
happy
Yeah.
that
Yeah, I
in
know.
apartments are
I've been
releasing
playing
yells
like the
for now,
deployable
as they
fucking
don't
shield
have to deal with
shit.
the
Yeah.
absolute
And
chaos that has
you can
been occurring
reboot your people.
inside
I
of this
squished-
circle. Haven out.
I squished somebody last night in scrims with a emergency cover flare.
Nope, not gonna happen. So he's gonna go down. Still 2 members left though of
Yeah,
Proyecto,
it's just-
and I mean this
The
is
game
where
was
that
so much more
position
bare bones when
that
we played it.
Alcatia sent it early really
Yeah.
starts
Can
to
you like
pay off.
I kinda
repair
liked
your,
it like
Probably
that.
haven't
you
gotten
repair
to
your
I don't like a
cars
lot
now?
of the new
been
maps.
avoiding
Yeah.
Oh, there's
all
radar
of the
jammers for like
shenanigans
sitting out in the
happening this
blue.
current open
Like,
circle.
Yeah.
Hey, so while we've got the open circle skirmishes,
Yeah, that was like the one thing that like I respect with PUBG was like it's still pretty bare bones. It's not like
we have a ton
the
of
other
people that
battle
are all
royales.
lined
It's
up
not-
inside of Yasnaya proper itself right now. That's gonna be
It's like
LG,
very still
Team
like
Liquid,
very
Dots,
human.
Bliss still the last one up.
Yeah, yeah.
One thing I
All
can
that
say is
shit.
they kind of ruined like the team play aspect of it when they brought in the new
more.
chips. Like,
Crossfire, Proyecto,
Yeah.
QAD is just
Like, that's
so
the
strong, and
respawn
it's gonna be just
shit.
a moment before
Yeah.
Outlaws get involved as well.
Can you do that at competitive
Teams
play? Can
fighting
you
over this,
respawn?
Outlaws
No.
and-
no.
Okay, I was about to say.
Working in silence, they're really fighting for that.
I don't care if
line
it's in
that isn't
casual,
even in
but,
circle
like,
anymore.
Pro scene.
Working in silence
You
just
dead,
needs
you
to get
dead.
rid of them and get as many points as possible before we have another
2?
team coming
Oh,
in, and it's just
yeah.
Wuju 2. They've decided now is the time. They're going to get out of apartments. They're going to get out of Yas
Yeah.
and get into the chaos. And Bia
Yeah,
will
we're gonna
find
end
2
10th,
with
I
the
think.
grenade.
That is massive. Coming out
I mean, we
working
could end
in
lower
silence,
if
still
LG
stepping
or
away. These guys have been
Outlaws.
fighting along these craters and
Who's
these
that
trenches for so
Outlaws?
long. So Outlaws going to be trying to creep around the outside of
Yeah,
it.
Outlaws
Journey
is
is going to be coming
14th,
right back behind
yeah.
Wuju 2. Now just down to 1 member
Luminosity
inside of
Games
Fana.
in
Working in
16th, they're
silence,
still up.
still holding it together. Proyecto using
a
this
name
opportunity to
you
move
can-
closer and closer
Liquid-
to the circle. Now
Liquid
looking
is,
into it.
like, just
Wuju 2
gonna-
is eliminated.
Like,
So that's going to
overall.
provide more of an
Oh, they
opportunity
just
for the
died, never
squads.
mind.
Working in silence, they're still not done. They have more work to be doing over here.
It's so
And it looks
crazy,
like
bro.
it's gonna
Like,
be
none of the guys I
Outlaws that
played
are
are-
the new target. 1 down. Look at the
Well,
throwables
when I left
raining down
Grunto,
on top of them.
all those
It's a
guys were
contained
like
fight
cheating
right
or
now.
something. It was
Sold,
insane.
Fantastico and BL
Well, I'm thinking
won
they
it
left the-
all, and they are picking
Huh?
it
Well, I'm
off.
just thinking like our
Oh,
team
and a
is
shot is going to knock
in their
down Soul
30s.
Fantastico
Most
and
of them.
Beal.
Like Door
Yeah.
with
Just
K
pushing
Mine and
forward, trying to
Wooly and
clear out
stuff. Like
everyone else, as you said. It looks like they're going to do
all
that
the
for
like,
now.
guys that
Getting
were
Souls
the
up
huge
will
guys
be
back in
huge,
our
but
day.
where do they go?
Rafi doesn't play
Yeah.
anymore.
There's not much open, and now finally we get to this north side, Matt.
I would
It's gonna
I would
Liquid
still
and
be
LG.
playing, but I chose the
Okay,
football
so
route.
we've got now
'Cause I
building
can't.
firefights right on the
Yeah,
outskirts of
no,
Yas9.
I was just saying.
I rather low key. I rather play football than play professional games.
Well, gaming's
I would do
trying
it
to
maybe if I
navigate the
retired.
alleyways and see if
Yeah,
maybe
gaming
they
will
can
be
find
there.
which points to play from.
Yeah, gaming. will
Already
be
kind of
there.
damaged.
I was
Nade.
thinking
Gonna
about
go ahead
like
and get
starting
knocked
up stream
onto Vox.
again,
That's gonna
but
make this feel a lot better. Gas
I would have to build like an ITX PC.
But man, look at the utility.
around,
We know that Team Liquid is great with
figure
utility,
that
but
out.
they
But like football is
instantly
like such
closed all the doors
opinionated.
off. There was no chance for res.
Like if I had a
at all.
bad
So
game
with
and then
this Team
someone
Liquid
was
has
like,
to be
"Yo, yeah,
careful.
he plays video
Snakers
games all
is gonna
day,"
drop
like
one back on
I
the
can keep on squad.
And the standard is happening, and we
Yeah.
have a situation where there's
You know how it
just a
is.
slice of Yasnaya in. The
People
teams are just
essentially, it's so cutthroat.
just trying to fight
Especially
through.
'cause I'm foreign too, so it's like,
smoke
you know, they have
everywhere.
higher
Utility.
expectations.
I mean, these corners, especially because of the way the walls are laid out, right?
Oh, yeah, these
Kind of
blue zone
separating
grenades,
that
that's
from
also
the
a new
field.
thing.
Like you can see this
Yeah.
line of shacks.
Yeah, that shit's
It's
fucking
just
annoying.
so terrible to fight in this area. I'm sorry. It's just
Gash just
it's
blue
really
zone
difficult.
himself.
Enjoy your 2
Or is he
frames as we got
actually
blue
in?
zone on top of you. You got blue zone nades. You've got
I can't
smokes.
tell.
Tons of people trying to navigate.
I think
through.
he
Gas
denied
does
the-
go down
To in the blue zone.
combined with the
blue
blue zone
zone.
nades.
The
So
actual blue
looks like
zone.
Nosti, I don't know. This looked like he was trying to regroup, but it looks like he might have a spicy plan of his own. Maybe seeing if he can get back over to Gatson. Oh, man. He barely steps around that one. So now it's going to be on to Snakers. He has them thinned up, but I think that Snakers kind of focused in this long-range position. That means that Team Liquid has managed to make a breach inside the building, or at least very close to it, but that Molotov going to catch Luke. Slow him down. Nice peek back over from Bizzler. Gets the knock. Blue zone.
What's the best gun in the game?
On the backside of it, though. It's going to be Bizzler
I
going
still when I
down.
play, I
Snakers
always use the
after the
barrel.
res.
Back up, having it contended, goes for the open shots. Blue zone up on top of Gats. He's gonna go down to it yet again. Snakers, everything is falling apart for both of these squads. The blue zone up on top of them and doing work.
And meanwhile, Abs can see it coming out, clearing the rest of the field. This is their opportunity, Matt. This is what they needed. They need to spread out and get as many of those points they weren't able to capture earlier in the game. And right now, their sights are set on working in silence. Look at this spread.
Yeah, but that was like the thing about like PUBG, the earlier stages though. A lot of the guys that don't play anymore,
the first one entering for the team,
cheating.
Just so far showing so much diversity in his kit.
I've learned over the years of just gaming like how much those guys, some of those guys were cheating. You remember Emos?
From very open position.
No, I don't know if you remember that guy.
13 kills, man.
He played PUBG and then he got reported for cheating and then went to Apex Legends.
Back over here now that we down to
first day in scrims. I was actually, I think I was playing in that scrim. Some liquid guy just hopped on, like, and just watched his shit. Because his team died, and he was like, yo, this guy's cheating.
The North took care of itself.
Yeah, bro, that guy was cheating in the CBA.
The rest of the blue now starting to push up, and there is a very big slope on the north side of this circle, so it is possible. You can see Santastico starting to wrap that side a little bit where he can get a different angle.
I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, I gotta get in a call with the team here at some point. I'm gonna watch the rest of this first, but
yeah, but it's cool. It's cool to see that you're still around.
Hell yeah, brother. Swing by tomorrow.
Are you still in the army?
Nah, I got done with all that stuff. I'm fat now.
Yeah.
You're going to be on working in silence yet again.
Yeah, bro.
Have to push into a pretty dangerous position.
Well, I'll hop in every now and then if I have time.
Game so far. QAD.
That's cool, dude. I'm
Sure.
glad that something happened out of all this.
Yeah, right.
Mostly kind of corralling teams away from
all right, take care, guys.
All right, later, buddy.
Way better positions right now. So they, in addition to the
that's a name I haven't heard in a minute.
Prepared for this firefight with Rello and Cowboy being the head
all world.
Each one of these duos.
The real problem, though, here.
I didn't pay attention to any of what was happening, Mason. What happened?
Alcatia has complete control of center. I mean, this is going to be difficult to break. It's going to have to start with a knock, whether it's from Fantastico or Solds.
Some zones moved.
To Relo or Cowboy.
Some grenades were
to
thrown.
Make sure that they can start pushing up. Another huge knock, if they can find it, if Roth gives it to him, if he goes down, that is going to be devastating because then that north side wrap becomes so much more feasible for working in silence.
And Santastico wants it, but it's so hard to get the angle onto Cowboy's position, and Roth with that little bit more of a high ground point. The moment he reveals himself, he's in so much trouble. So you can see, dropping down to bellies, we're playing a straight up fields game right now. I do like the shield for cover. We've already got hay bales on defense. Alcacia already knows exactly where the approach angles are going to be coming from, but depends on how we can see, working in silence, pick apart the weakness. It's going to be, how far of this angle can Santastico find? Can he get a knock? But you can see it's just, even if he raises his head up, he puts himself at risk of maybe being spotted from QAD, and he doesn't want it. He's instead going to hop in a vehicle. This is going to reveal position. Are they going to go for a wide wrap around? It looks like the smokes are going to come out. Double up. Looks like they might be shifting in position. Was this just a bait? Is this maybe just trying to shift them around? Maybe just trying to use it for cover? Oh, no. Trying to see if he can get up a bit higher, making sure that nobody's playing the other side of that hill.
Yeah, he's looking for the angles, getting on top of it, but again, he has to be careful of Roth. Roth might have an angle on this with either the door or the window. But they're taking their time. And this is somewhat working out. I say somewhat working out in the favor of working in silence because it's starting to push Relo off that off angle as well. But again, the control from Alcacia is so strong.
Yeah, but I mean, it's this angle from Roth, man. He's just got vision for days up here, and they're going to start entering his sight lines as this blue zone forces everybody in. DL creeping forward now. Santastico, he's got himself a toy. Can he switch this instantly into a 3v3? All it takes is just one spot on it. No, it goes a bit too long. QAD's defense, it's going to be DIYY that gets the knock onto one. So Santastico has to sweep on this other angle. Is he just going to commit into the res? Maybe just trying to get some meds, better armor to work around. So DIYY now spots out the other side of it. Soul's going to be taking some damage away from that one. Has to step away from the angle. Just trying to see if he can distract enough. Alcacia already knows exactly where the lines of defense that they have to set up are going to be at. Roth trying to fend in. Santastico cannot find the angle. This is just continuing to hold the line over and over. QAD had the circle for a long time, and they continue to have it as Alcacia are going to pick up the victory.
But in the end, working in silence, still doing a lot of work. 13 kills, Matt. Absolutely insane from them. Just what a way to close it out. Are you what's wrong?
Glasses down.
glasses? I haven't been wearing glasses all day.
I'm good.
Are you good?
No. Too many empty circles at the end of it. I'm losing my mind.
Clear. Look, it's fine. Clearly, you've had a long day. Obviously, you're going crazy because I haven't worn glasses all day. That being said, again, what a fantastic game to close out strong for Alcancia, as we are also going to close it out strong for us. That was the last game of the day, but of course, we still have to head to Toffees, Gibson, and Poro to finish out the day.
Toffees
seems to be paying off. Talked to Roth earlier this week, and he said he's been sort of taking the lead on the IGL, letting Rello focus a little more on his gameplay, even though Rello still helps with a ton of the calls, and it does seem to be working for them. Before we get into breaking it down, though, myself, Gibson, Poro, let's take a look back one last time for today at the highlights.
And we in.
Yeah,
just like that.
Yeah,
I'm not getting excitement. You're not giving excitement right now, Gibson, as much as you should be.
I wasn't trying to be the main voice, though. I was just trying to be like a background noise to the.
That would never be a problem.
Yeah, but look. All I'm gonna say is, working in silence, thought they had that game won, but you know what? Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Oh, Michael gets interviewed.
I don't know what's going on there. What a Panzer Foost from H-Win. Over the top of the ridgeline, but unfortunately for them, working in silence, they just came across God Squad. Bale Frost, the last one up, and unfortunately, in the end, they win that one out. But Toyo, the raid bosses of day one, go out early. Nice.
Yeah. But they still got a ton of kills. Like, they were still farming in that circle, and we were just saying in the broadcast booth as well, like, these players had to channel their inner year one, which is so perfect timing wise. I think we're celebrating the 8th anniversary of the game, and what do we get? A field finish with players prone in the middle of the ground, backpacks off. It was a bit of nostalgia right there to finish things off.
I forgot about taking backpacks off. Oh my god.
Honestly, seeing all these teams trying to fight out of the Southern Yaz. Bisley going to go down to the blue, but at the end of the day, throw some D's on it. He came through so big for Alcancia here, making sure that they cleaned out everything on the sides, wrapped around. Beautiful work by the youngster from Alcancia, and that's a huge win for them at the end of the day.
They'll be happy with that. They really will. They needed it. It gets them into that, the really, the qualification spots after day one. There's a lot still to go, Toffees, but even look at that points tally. Like, Liquid didn't win a map today, but sneakily they had a decent day.
Yeah, that's Team Liquid in a nutshell, right? They just sort of quietly grind consistently and then ultimately end up in the top 3. Luminosity was at the bottom leaderboard coming into this match. They're going to be very happy with that 9 on the takeaway. Dots gets another 5. They've been pretty consistently pulling in around 5 per match, and will keep grinding out that for the rest of this event. Falcons only coming away with 2. It has been a very hard day for the Falcons, Poro.
It's been tough. I mean, everybody has bad days, but man, look, I feel like I was saying that during the break, or during the game in the green room. I feel like I could count on one hand the number of times I've ever seen Team Falcons put up sub 20-point day, and that's what they put up today. So I'm not expecting that to remain the case going into tomorrow and into Sunday. So once again, if you're reliant on Team Falcons doing bad in order for your team to find success, you probably need to come up with a better plan.
Come with a better plan, or pull El Proyecto and Toyo's plan and get 64 and 61 points respectively when you start. Huge day for those two teams coming out of SA, as well as Wuju 2 working in silence. Also some big ones. Alpha makes it all the way up.
I think they were an open team.
Third place off the back of the last game, and Team Liquid doing what they do
I think
best.
They were in our lobby.
Hiding from all of us noticing it, Gibson.
Yeah, they got 50 points on the day. You know, when you think about it, they're only 1 point away from being in a position where they would
open
qualify for the next 2 PGSs. But all in all, we have to give love to South America, right?
Yep.
It's probably the best single day we've ever seen from that region in the Americas. And yes, most of the English-speaking viewers of this broadcast will be from North America, but you got to give them credit, right? This region's had a massive glow-up. They've put a lot of work into their game. You know, the leaderboard probably won't look anything like this on Sunday evening, but it's really nice to see multiple teams from that region showing up on a day in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, while it seems like the top of the leaderboard is an empire ruled by South America, there is one empire who has ruled over the solo play today, and we had to have a chance to chat with the solo hero himself. We asked Michael to stop by. Welcome, Michael. I'm going to start out by saying this. We were excited to talk to you, and we invited you for this interview right before you guys went out in 16th place in the last game. So I'm sorry that you had to sit here for 45 minutes waiting to chat with us, but I appreciate you taking the time. Congratulations on getting so many salvage points today.
Yeah, I think a lot of those games were meant to go like that. I think that's like a last resort plan that we have. It just so happened that it was a lot of last resort times that we had it for. But yeah, it was a bit painful having to sit for half an hour after we lose the hot drop to some questionable decisions by 2 different teams. But yeah, that's what it is.
I apologize. Feels like a Papa Roach song, start to finish. Gibson, any follow-ups?
Well, first off, Michael, I want to apologize for Toffee's not using your correct title of former world champion, Michael. You know, we got to put more respect on that name, right? But I want to talk more about coming to NA, right? So obviously you played in Europe for so long. You kind of, you know, flirted with coming to NA last year, but you're here now. What's been your feeling of playing? Because obviously you're staying up a lot later at night. I know that you've got like a daytime streaming schedule. What's it been like playing in this region?
Yeah, well, I usually wake up pretty late anyways, like full degen, so it kind of fits in nicely with streaming during like prime time AU, and then instantly going to scrims after, get a good schedule. It also helps us streaming and playing the game. I'd perform better naturally. But yeah, I don't know, EU would just put me off because it was 6-game qualifiers from opens, a lot of good grinding teams from Russia, everything. So like NA is just 12 games every round. Just made a lot of sense, and I really wanted to start IGLing, so I said next team I play, and I'm just gonna stick to it, start IGLing. This is my first event IGLing. I don't want to say I'm an IGL that says calls the blue every game. It's just happening like that right now because we keep messing our games up. That's definitely not what we're going to be doing, but it's just like that right now. So.
Well,
look, man, I gotta ask you. So obviously a lot of salvage play. Do you have any idea of how many first aids that you used today? I want to see what your guess is.
Can we all guess? Can we all guess?
Yeah, that would be fun.
All right, go ahead.
I think
Michael.
I used at least 30 in Hosan. I think I used at least 10 in the game 5. No, probably 50 in the game 5. I think I used maybe 20 more in the Rondo. I think I probably used 60 or 70 first aids today, if I had to guess.
Okay,
maybe.
Toffees, what do you got?
I was gonna say the 50s till I heard his assessment of what happened in that game. So, but I'll stick with 50.
What do you think, Gibson?
I know what it is because you told me. So
okay,
I'm gonna abstain. I'm going to
no
abstain.
Googling, Gibson.
Michael, my friend, you used 126 first aids today for a total of 6,062 points of health recovered. That is insane. Like, that's clutch. It's clutch. And this is the other thing about it. It's like when you came out of the blue, right? Were you expecting to kind of find yourselves not only like you got placement points off of this, and then you also got kills as well? Like, are people just not watching? Are you going to be more careful about watching for snakes out of the blue after this?
I think in PGC, Beamy started doing it on Virtus Pro, and I think after that, EU started clocking onto it, and now EU is doing it. It's a lot. Imagine having 4 or 5 teams every game that's doing what I'm doing. I think NA's right now hasn't paid attention to this at all. It's really OP if you're having a bad game, and I hope none of them are watching this right now to learn from it. But yeah, I don't know. I wonder how many first aids the rest of the lobby used in total. I probably used more than the whole lobby.
I think that NA still has like flashbacks to Raptor living in the blue back in the day, and so NA still like refuses to do it out of principle of the thing. But I'm sure it's on the way. Now I gotta ask, when you backstabbed, I don't know, you probably didn't know it was the Falcons at the time, and threw I think it was 4 grenades without them even noticing that you were behind them. Were the guys having a good time in comms watching you go through these sort of crazy hijinks?
Honestly, I think we had some scrims the other day where it was Valiant is often you'll probably see in the rest of the tournament days, Valiant's usually the one that's doing what I did today. He's usually the guy that's alive.
Yep.
And it was more so like when you get to the point where your first aids are 5-ish and you can't really tank anymore. You're in the circle now. It's like if you feel the need that you can't do this anymore, get your points, get out of the game. Like it's over. Like if you feel like you need to get 3 points. I was just amazed that none of them nades killed Falcons. I felt like I was bombing that. Like bombing them completely. But yeah, they told Finna was shouting in the comms. They saw you. The left guy saw you, and then like they just didn't, and I was a bit confused. But yeah, nah. At least I got that kill. Could have been so much more points today. It was so close on so many of those games.
Very, very nice. Well, I am going to let you go. It's probably pretty late for you, but before I do, is there anything you want to say?
No. Don't buffer. Dude, Twire always does this when I
Gonna
load.
go watch that. I'm also streaming on Twitch every day, grinding PUBG, trying to take my streaming a bit more seriously. And yeah, if you want to go follow me there, Twitch Michael. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Also, is it Twitch Michael with the underscore or just Twitch Michael?
No, just MYKLE, just Michael.
Perfect.
Got the OG name.
If you guys love watching what he does, I want you to go over there and hit that follow button so you can check out his stream tomorrow. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Michael. I appreciate staying up a little bit longer to talk to us, and hopefully we see some fun stuff tomorrow as well.
Thank you, gents. Have a good night.
What a good sport, because it was. We asked him for the interview because we wanted to talk about some of this stuff, and then they went out in a really tough hot drop that you could tell like they were not happy with how those went. I mean, and that was a tough one, Gibson, to see 3 teams 2 games in a row get stuck in that kerfuffle for what I would call a mediocre drop in the first place was tough to watch.
Yeah, it's not fair. You know, 3 teams going for Severny. You never see that happen. And now we know why one of the teams went there, but the other 2, I think it was, you know, when people would cut off their nose to spite their own face, it was kind of like they were that thrown that they were sticking with it. All of those teams could have gotten more points if they had just went, hey, you know, it's a pretty big map. There's tons of places
tired.
we can
I don't know
go
how to get there.
I'll just be curious to see if it continues over the rest of the weekend, because you get a feeling the teams that are closer to qualifying might be like,
someone followed me.
Really worth it? You know, we might get 1 or 2 kills, but if we're leaving here with 1 or 2
Their name is
players,
Crapulent, and
you
that's
really
just
have to
hilarious.
bring yourself going into the later game to try and get chicken dinners, which is what you really need to be getting if you want to qualify.
Amazed that none of them nades killed Falcons. I felt like I was it's over. Like if you feel like you need to get, he's doing watch parties every day as well on Empire Gaming. Yeah. Firstly, thank you Empire Gaming. They took a big chance on us, picking us up.
Tomorrow's our team. Much better day for you guys.
Oh hell yeah, brother! I mean it will. You guys got it.
And, I'm scrimming, but I'll probably swing by towards the end.
Heck yeah, man. I'll see you, and I'll see chat tomorrow night, same time. So I'm gonna log off too.
Peace, brother.
Later, buddy.